It looks a lot like 7 o'clock. Let's roll. This is the Jamaica Select Board meeting for the 26th of August, 2019. It's now 7 p.m. The first order of business is to call for any late additions to the agenda. Because of my being out of the office a lot last week, there's about 3 or 4 things we need to put to the agenda. We have, the first thing, we got a letter from people who are doing the paddle contest, whatever is going on in the creek. I wrote that letter, I want to talk to you guys about that.
Cattle, C-A-T-T-L-E?
Huh?
Cattle, did you say?
No, paddle.
Oh,
It's a paddle.
paddle.
Yeah, I'll tell you about that when I get to it. Tom wants to talk about the radar sign, and Lex is on for a survey, and real quickly I want to introduce Bob Stonsky, who's our new fire chief. Say hi, Bob.
Congratulations, Bob. Thanks, fire chief. Fire chief.
He's the fire chief.
All right. Once again.
He's who we complain to from. Do I have a, sooner or later, we're gonna have to comply with the way the rules read. I put it to the board, do we have approval for me to add those 3 items, or 4, if we count Bob, to tonight's agenda? Technically, the way the book reads, I'm supposed to present them to the board, and we decide whether or not you feel it's okay for me to add those to the agenda.
So we make a motion to,
All of them?
to accept those.
Or pick one apart.
I can't even remember all of them you just said.
They were really exciting.
I'll make the motion
Oh, wait a
to
minute,
accept.
wait, I would like to also add one that's an update to the town hall and, issues that we're having.
Okay.
Thank you.
What time are we going to need for that one?
Not very much.
Okay, I'll put you here then. Okay, so with the approval of the board, I guess we make a motion. Anybody not approve of me adding these things to the,
I think there's too many things to add.
which would you like me to delete?
None.
No, right. I'll make a motion to add the items to the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right, so the next item of the business is to approve the minutes of the August 12th Select Board meeting. And they were all sent around to everybody. And they're available electronically. Do we have any questions, comments, deletions, corrections?
No, I didn't see any.
Anybody?
I move we accept the
I second
August.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the August 12th minutes as presented by Sarah. Any further question, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Sarah.
Abstain.
Once again, an excellent job. Next item, of course, we'll do the select board sheets for the signed orders and the Lister's Highway Transfer Station time sheet that will be done at the end of the session, as is our custom. Number 5, we have a presentation from the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation and Southern. You're on. Let's introduce yourselves as well as whatever CVED stands for.
Wonderful.
What's that stand for?
Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategy.
There we go. If you introduce yourself to the camera so they
Yes.
know what's going on.
Sarah Lane. I am the talent specialist at the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation. And I am the Director of Regional Strategies for the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation. So we prepare these folders for all the select boards that we attend. It's got a bunch of material in it. We could take like an hour plus to go through it, but we're not because we don't have that kind of time. But we're gonna just do some really high level overview of some of the programs. And then, you know, obviously if you guys have any questions, we'd be happy to answer that. To address the many acronyms and names and whatnot. So the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation is one of the 12 regional development corporations in the state. And CEVES is a grassroots organization that provides the long-term strategy for our regional economy. And so SevEds does sort of the long-term planning, and then BDCC implements that strategy through our programs. And you can find all sorts of information about the two in the annual report here. First, I want to address, you have a data packet in that folder. I'm not going to go through it all, but just some highlights. So this is for Jamaica as well as the region. On that first page, you can see the two line graphs. Just interesting to note that, you know, when the population of Windham County declined, Jamaica stayed fairly steady. So that's just something of note. Then you will see this funky looking image of a map with some arrows on it. What I like about these images is it really tells you how many people live here and work here, how many people don't live here but work here, and how many people live here but don't work here. And so you can see a majority of people leave Jamaica to work. There are some people that come into Jamaica to work and not that many people that stay to work. And that really speaks to what we work on, which is the regional economy. So we work with all of the towns in the Windham region.
And many towns have that.
Many towns, that is the case, exactly.
Yeah.
And about 50% of your residents travel about 20 minutes or more to get to work. Yes, which is typical. And so there's a bunch of other data in here. You guys are welcome to look at it, ask questions, but we won't dive too deep into that. The next thing, sorry, did you?
No, I mean, we really think that data is important. It's the basis for, data is the basis for where our strategies come from. Data and conversations with, through the communities. So that's where we start conversations and where we like to kind of measure.
Right, exactly. Yes.
Don't interrupt, but do you have any idea or have any data
Yeah.
that provides where the Jamaica residents are going to go to work, where they're traveling to?
We could get that for you.
Yes.
And then where they're coming in, I mean, where they're going out to else, but the ones who are coming in from to work here.
Yeah.
Because that sort of thing will help speak to a variety of issues, transportation kind of things that are coming up.
Yeah, we can definitely find that out. It's not that detailed, obviously, in that, but it's
Sure.
something we can look into for you. So we not only work on economic development, but we work on workforce development. And so I want to just give a really high-level overview of our workforce programs. So this beautiful brochure that we just had made covers that. It's quite large when you unfold it. So we essentially work from middle school and high school children all the way through, you know, high-level skilled workers. And I think that's really important because we're really trying to address any of those talent gaps throughout that spectrum. And so we work in the high schools with fast tracks to success as well as pipelines and pathways. So that really teaches kids in the high school kind of what types of careers are here. So whether they are going to start working right after high school, they know what's available, or if they want to go away to college, they know, oh, well, there's a job at Sir Sosimo's for me, so I should focus on this, or I should study this when I'm at school if I want to come back to southeastern Vermont. We also run a paid internship program. That's one of the programs I run. So I work with businesses in Windham County to create internship positions, and I, go to college fairs and connect with college students to help basically be a matchmaker. So this is a great way for businesses to kind of fill gaps they have in their workforce, potentially give somebody a trial run, and actually about 25% of our internship placements end up in full-time employment. I also work with young professionals, so I run the young professionals group. That's like 20-something to 40-something. We don't really put a hard edge on it because we can't afford to be picky. But basically it provides a network of young professionals in the Windham region through social events, educational events, professional development, and we're one of the most active ones in the state.
One of the reasons that is so important is in our rural towns, people tend to get really isolated. And particularly if you have folks from away who, this is a new environment for them, and they've taken a job and they're living in some of our rural towns. It's great to have that social connection or that professional development connection. one of our earliest chairs of SEVIDS actually was a young professional that lived in Jamaica and worked at Stratton, and she spoke eloquently and frequently about how much stress that actually puts on you as a young single, if, you know, just trying to maintain a social kind of network, or how much it can put on you when you're out of the single. So we think this is a really important program in that regard.
Yeah, and then we also work with businesses in Wyndham County, or in Wyndham Region specifically, on trying to attract mid to high level skilled workers, and that's essentially at the moment, we just kind of finished a pilot program and we're working with specific businesses, you know, that have a need of sort of that mid to high level. So we have, you know, a special seat, recruiter seat on LinkedIn, and we're just really trying to spread the word about, you know, Southern Vermont and what it's like to live and work here. And then that speaks to our marketing campaign that we've partnered with Bennington County or So Vermont Marketing and Recruitment. That's not a tourism recruitment, that's a workforce recruitment. So we have sort of solicited as many businesses and organizations as possible to sort of put a link to that on their career page or their employment page, because we think it's really important that people understand what it's like to live and work here. There are benefits, there are also sacrifices, but the people that are willing to make some of those sacrifices, they really, you know, gain in those benefits. I don't know if you have any.
And that project actually was a project that came out of disaster recovery. So looking at how can we work together across the region to talk more about what's happening here. So, I'm up. Okay.
I have a
So,
question. Have you
Sure.
ever worked with AHEC, the American Health Education area, where they promote physicians to remain in this area and help pay their, believe it or not, their medical school bills?
What's the acronym?
AHEC.
AHEC, A-H-E-C. And it's, I think, the American Health Education Center. You might want to connect with them because they really do work, and it's not just physicians, it's also nursing and nurse practitioners, etc. So it fits right into what you're saying. I'm on the board, that's all I'm saying.
okay.
We'll
That's excellent.
definitely look into it.
Yeah.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Yeah, and those are exactly, as you know,
Mhm.
healthcare professionals,
So
nurses.
if people come to the medical school up in Vermont, and then what we do is to try to
Keep them.
keep them.
Right.
Exactly. Because we do have a shortage of medical professionals here.
We should definitely follow up and
Yeah.
close that.
Mhm.
That sounds like a good connection to make. So my primary job at the BDCC as Director of Regional Strategies is to help the SEVIDS board. That's a regional board, intentionally regional. We always are struggling a little bit to get folks up in the northwestern corner. So I'll just say that, you know, we're looking for diversity. So if there is someone who is interested in our long-term strategies for the regional economy, it'd be great to be in touch. But I work with that board, which is public sector, private sector, nonprofit, to work on our 5-year comprehensive economic development strategy, the SEDS. Has everyone heard about that at some point or another? So our first SEDS was for Wyndham County, and that was finished in 2014. That's a 5-year plan. The feds tell us how to do it, tell us how to set it up, and we did it, and we actually won some awards for implementation. All of the programs that Sarah spoke to came directly out of that. So we looked at data, went around, talked with folks in the region, set out some goals, and then have been building programs to start trying to meet those goals. One of the largest goals, well, two of the largest goals from the first SEDS were to act regionally and to increase the size and quality of the workforce. And a lot of the programs that Sarah talked about, that's exactly what we're working on. This year, we just completed the next 5-year comprehensive economic development strategy, and that was done with Bennington County. Most SEDS are actually multi-county programs, plans that are put together. This was done with Bennington County at the invitation of the federal government. We have this zone that was created. One of your former legislators, myself, and my other role as a legislator, and Kai Morris from Bennington, helped to set up the Southern Vermont Economy Zone, which was all of Wyndham and Bennington counties, and that was in 2015. And so the federal government said, hey, that's a good idea, that was good. Why don't you set up your next SEDS in that zone? And then if you're able to do that and you have a good plan, we invite you to apply to become a district. And big deal, what's a district? A district is actually recognized by the federal government. It would give a little more heft to applications that come out of this region for EDA funds, and also would give some implementation dollars to towards getting some of these programs done. So we've just finished that, and that is with the EDA right now, and we're waiting to hear back any feedback that they may have. When we think about a two-county SEDS, here in Jamaica, here in Jamaica, that may make some sense to you. I mean, you're touch distance to Bennington County. In some places it doesn't. The mountain feels like a very big barrier to people. And what we've said is that when we look at implementation of this next SEDS, it will be, and as the 2014 SEDS has been, it'll be distributed implementation throughout the region. It's a plan that we think a number of different private companies, nonprofits, educational institutions can work together. So that's a little bit about that. Basically, that document, it serves two really important purposes. One is to tell the federal government that this region, the towns in this region, have looked at their data, they've thought about what they're trying to do, they've had a decent cross-section of people do that in a public process, and they've come up with a plan. So it's less risky making investments here. If they say that they need something or they're trying to do something, there's a better chance in places that have a SEDS that they know what they're talking about than in places that don't. Doesn't mean there definitely is. And the other reason is we think it's really important in rural areas for your neighbors to know what you're doing. There may be opportunities for collaboration. There may be opportunities for us to provide some assistance or the state to provide some assistance. So having this kind of larger plan, which will incorporate projects throughout the region, can be helpful in that way. I have one more piece. It may dovetail to the town hall. I'm not sure that you were talking about. We do have another program that I would want to leave you with, which is pretty specific for municipalities. It's a tool, and that's our community facilities program. When you are looking at community facilities and you have a project that is underway, a lot of times in our smaller towns, folks don't have the capacity, the time, the technical expertise to really grapple with that and get that project set up. So this allows for some technical assistance to help get that project put together. It's funded through the USDA, and the USDA funds this technical assistance in hopes that they then get a decent project that they can maybe either lend money on or help to build other kinds of support for.
How do they select the projects? The
That's a
specific
good
criteria to set up, are they municipal, private, public-private combination?
It can be any, I believe. It just has to be a community facility, and that's specifically on purpose defined pretty broadly.
I guess the question I'm asking, are you doing a 501c3 on
The old mill building?
the mill building?
Yes.
Would that 501c designation inhibit it or help?
I don't think it wouldn't matter.
Wouldn't
I believe a nonprofit is fine. And what you can do is,
It looks like this.
yeah, it's
in here.
that brochure there.
And we're gonna have RT Brown, whose program it is,
Yeah.
get back in touch with you.
Yeah, and we can connect you and, you can have a meeting with him to just sort of put feelers out and figure out if this is the right type of project. But it sounds like it's the right type of project, just the little that I.
Okay.
And then potentially it's the town hall, I'm not sure
Yeah.
what needs to be done, but,
Yeah.
that could also be,
That's good.
Yeah.
To know.
yeah.
One of the things that I like to tell towns is, and you probably know this, it's not always that there's no money to do a project, but that there isn't a good plan. Well, there's not a good plan. If you have a good plan, if it's been, if your research is there and the need is documented and, you've got that all put together, it's much easier to attract money to that. And so this technical assistance program is helpful in that regard. Okay. So we could talk on and on and on, but we'll stop right there
Thank you.
unless you have other
Do you have any questions? I have to tell you, this is, for me, it's enlightening, because I didn't realize all those things are going on. And frequently something will come to us, and then we, kind of scratch our heads and.
Give us a call.
Yeah, and I think, the biggest thing we could say from leaving here is if you have a question or you're not sure, just call us, because if we are not the people that can help you with it,
Yeah.
we'll hopefully know who it is, and we'll gladly put
Brattleboro?
What's that?
Where are you located?
Brattleboro,
Brattleboro.
correct, yep.
Yes.
It's Cotton.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I'd also like to think of these stats, because I think one of the things that's missing from most of our conversations is facts over fantasy. And it'd be nice, that's why I'm asking, where are people going, where are they coming from?
Yeah.
Those things will help us with lots of kind of issues that come up.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, I took a note of that while we get that information to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much for the time.
Well, you guys are always welcome. Can't always let you talk, but you're always welcome.
Well, if you need us, just call and come
Okay,
on.
we'll do that. Thank you very much. By the way, did you introduce yourself on the camera? I didn't hear.
Laura Savelli, Director of Regional Strategies.
Okay, wasn't sure. Just want to make sure you guys get credit.
He's seen so many different hats. Okay.
Thank you
Good
very much.
night.
Good night. Bye-bye. All righty, the next item on the agenda is, we had, what's that? Oh,
Nothing, sorry.
sorry. We had, RFP went out to the greater population for, contract to complete the LHMP. The only response we got was from Alyssa Sabato from WRC. And so we have a contract that we need to ratify and decide that since it's the only bid out there. The other thing is, Alyssa and I worked on the last one together. I know she knows what she's doing. She's really, really good. And because they've got all the background history, they've got the legs going in the right direction. So I would encourage us to accept the bid. The bottom line is $8,967, but that includes lots of things that won't necessarily need to be done because we already have a solid hazard mitigation plan in place. So much of what's listed as things that needed to be done here, they've priced them out for us one item at a time. But I'm real confident that most of what has to be done here has already been done. We've got it on paper. The last LHM, whatever I said, hazard mitigation plan was, she and I did it, it was approved, it went through, FEMA liked it, it's been chopped on, we're happy with that. But understand that the bid is for $8,967, but we're real confident that this is the max price. It will be significantly lower because many of these things have already been done. To give you an example, there's asking for identify mitigation strategies. Past mitigation strategies will be reviewed to assess what has been done and assist the town in identifying new ones. We got that pretty tight. They listed as a 20-hour and $1,220 item. That's not going to take 20 hours. Those kinds of things are the ordinary bid against a blank slate, and we're not working a blank slate. Alyssa knows what we've got. I've been working with her for years, and we're in good shape. So I would encourage us to accept the bid, the only bid, from Wyndham Regional to assist the town with the local hazard mitigation plan. Rebecca, who has been working on this as a hand up.
I just wanted to add that we've actually gotten a FEMA grant to cover this cost. The select board months ago actually signed the 25%
Match.
matching funds letter. But that can be in-kind work as well, so includes postage, printing, the space where you hold public meetings, that kind of thing. The other thing is that our current plan expires in February of 2020, so this is something that we have to do to be eligible for the ERAF funds from the State Emergency Management. So I guess that's about it. But we have gotten grant money to fund this, so it's less than
Yeah.
less
So
than
that-
waiting.
Thank you for reminding me of that. And just to go back to what you're talking about, this is only one of several things that the state has put out that are set to encourage us as municipalities to do stuff. They throw money at us and then they modify our cost responses. I think FEMA, at one point, we're down to like 5% by the time we meet all the standards that they've set up for us. So this is one of these things that we need to do to keep getting the financial support from the state. I would entertain a motion, since we're spending money.
I'll make a motion to accept the Wyndham Regional bid, I guess is what you call it, bid?
Yes. Do I have a second? I have a second from Tom. Any further discussion? All in favor to accept the bid from Wyndham Regional for the local hazard mitigation plan preparation, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Vicky. Okay. The next item of business we have is to appoint a voting delegate to the annual business meeting of the VLCT. I had a conversation with one of our members, and I'm wondering if that member is still interested in doing that.
Sure. I was voted, I believe, last year. I can't remember that.
I think you were. Yeah. A lot. This is, anybody can
Unless
go to
somebody
this,
else wants to go.
and certainly the town will support anybody going to it, but VLCT only allows one member per town, one member from each town to be voter members. And so that's what we voted on. So, anyone else interested? That we could have a drawing of straws.
Unless you want to go there.
Arm wrestle or something.
No, it has to be me, guys.
Oh, that's,
Yeah, it's gotta be one of those. She wanted to go too, that would have
I
been
did.
great.
well, you can still go.
Oh, she can still
Go to
go.
the meeting, yeah.
Yeah, but not, you can't vote. Nothing personal, you live in the wrong town.
Okay.
Do we, any other comments?
When is it?
It's, oh dear.
October 2nd.
What is it?
October 2nd. It's a 2-day, second and third. I think the annual meeting portion of it is the afternoon of the 2nd.
Where is it?
At Killington.
It's killing me. Yeah. So anybody can go.
There's other agenda items too.
Sure, yeah.
All day long, couple sessions, whatnot.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll appoint you to do that as a member of the crew. And then you can go back and tell us everything.
All right. Jeez. I didn't know about that.
The next item of business that we have is answer our select board members' question regarding the budget. And I have handouts because I had a chat with Terry. And so just grab one of these and pass it on down. This is the budget status report for just completed the last fiscal year. So this has, we had talked before about getting quarterly reports or annual reports or monthly reports. This is the most recent year. And so you all get a copy. If there's any questions, if I can't answer them, and there's a really good chance I can, Terry's available by email, by telephone, and we'd be glad to answer them. I had a couple questions in here because it didn't make any sense to me, but she pointed out that A, lots of things don't make sense to me, that doesn't make them wrong, and B, there is a legitimate answer to some of these things. One of the things that I find peculiar, and you guys may also, if you go to page 4 of 7, and you'll go down to where it's total general at the bottom, it shows a minus 50,287.57. I don't know why, but somehow in the program, that means we have a plus. Because if you look over the other column where it says the budget, you see all the little minuses? Well, those are actually, I won't even begin to explain it. The point I'm making is, we are $50,000 to the good. even though it's got a minus in front of it. So understand two things. One, I don't understand. And number two, it's understandable if you listen to Terry. So I would encourage anybody who has any questions to give her a call. She has a copy of these things available. It's obviously public. But if there's anybody interested in looking at this, I would ask Terry to explain it, not me, and she probably can figure out. If you look in the last page, 7 of 7, the total of, this is the highway department, the other was the general. The highway department shows a minus 28,872. It's really plus at this point, so that we were ahead by 28,872. What that means is we didn't spend all that we budgeted for those of you on following home. Not that we made any money off our activities, it's just that we didn't spend as much as we anticipated spending.
That's one of my concerns, and I don't know where to even find that.
What?
Are the 2 projects that I had for the town hall, the money was not used, and I'm hoping that it got shifted over into this year's budget.
Yeah, I would ask you to talk to Terry about that, but the money that was not used does not go away.
Okay,
Okay, I know that, because I've had that conversation with her.
Okay.
But talk with her specifically about that, because I'm not sure exactly where on these lines it is.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause it's,
This is not like the federal government, if you don't spend it, you lose it.
right.
Yeah,
No, all of
we still
that.
have that. So,
So, Paul, just to get this straight, so what this shows is that as a town, we have $50,000 surplus.
$50,000, I don't know if I want to call it a surplus.
Surplus, but we
budgeted for-
You budgeted,
Exactly.
and we had $50,000 we did not spend within that budget, it would be a budget surplus.
Exactly.
50,000, if we overspent, it would be a budget deficit.
That makes perfectly good sense to me. Understand, not much of this makes sense to me. I wouldn't trust me on the term
And then-
surplus.
And then on the highway, we were 28,000.
Exactly. And that has to do with, yeah.
Spending.
Now specifically to you, your question, you said me about the 50,000
Yeah,
discrepancy.
is this
in the town report.
50,000 here?
It is on, I have the specific page for that. This is again, for the general fund. Exactly what page it's on in here, I'm not sure, but at any rate, we did not budget for the garage payment for $50,000 in
Okay.
whatever year that was. And so when we paid it, then it didn't look like we had budgeted for it because of the timing and she explained this to me, I think once a year since I took this job, that's got to do with how the bookkeeping is kept. So that we have to move things from place A to place B. But anyway, the 50,000 you specifically asked about was on the garage bond, which we kicked in. And so it looks like an unfavorable 55,000, but in reality, it is the budgeted bond.
I'll call Terry.
Yeah, Terry will give you a better explanation than I can give you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the answer to those questions, and you all have the current, as of this, the most current,
This is our working budget.
that's it. This shows everything that we've done so far.
Yep.
Okay. What's the number? Oh, Tom, while you're on the floor, discuss information regarding a flat grant.
Okay, I talked to a gentleman called Matt Lanham at State of Vermont, Department of Transportation. And we talked about the flap grant, and Joel's the one who brought that up. So basically, the flap grant, the grant is available to apply for through the,
Can we define FLAP?
I'm sorry, a Federal Land Access Program, which is a federal grant. And I spoke with him, he said that the grant will pay up to 80% of new construction. The town is then responsible for 10%, and the state will pay 10%. The issue that we have is that as we write a proposal, one, we need a design to know how much the bridge is going to cost to build, which I don't believe we have at this point. Two, we would also then have to get approval to be able to spend 10% of the money before they're going to give us the money. Now, the upside is, well, the downside is that so we're really not in a position to apply for the grant at this point. It's just too late in the process, and we'd have to have a vote and so on and so forth to allocate those funds. They don't offer the grant every year because as Eastern State, we only get 1.5% of the grant, the whole grant from the federal government for the Eastern states. Everything else goes to the Western states, which have a lot more federal land. But he said, so what they'll do is they'll skip years to try to build things up. he said he has not seen any other towns apply for a flap grant this year, which is good because that means that something will roll over and then perhaps next year they'll open it up again. So hopefully next year we can get our act together, we can go a little further down the path with the bridge project, and then we can apply for it then. So that's kind of the goal.
One of the things, as I understand that, is we've got to have a plan, which means there's an expense of getting a bridge designed.
Well, the state should design that.
Who does?
I would think
It
the
should
state,
be.
V-Trans would do that.
I would
We'd
imagine.
have to talk them into spending the money to get the bridge plan to share with us to send on.
Not gonna be done just because they like us.
Well, they should be in the process, they will need to cross that bridge, so to speak,
Yeah,
to,
sure.
in order, no matter what track.
Oh, not just-
Yeah, yeah.
Taking a look at how to make this thing work.
He also said that there's like a towns and cities program that I think, I was looking through the notes or the minutes from the last meeting that Joel was talking about, that we are now actually on that list, and he said that. So what that means is they're gonna come out and do an assessment of the bridge and decide what they're gonna do. If it's repairs, if it's replacement. And I said, so is that like an engineering plan? You guys are gonna design the bridge? And he's like, no, they're just gonna come out, get information, and make recommendations.
Right.
So
inspection.
it's like an inspection, but it's part of a program that does
Very-
this.
Very primitive.
My understanding is more recommendations to say like, yeah, we can paint the bridge and fix some things. And
Well, I know that when I talked to the V-Trans people, they said they would let us know when they have that scheduled. And I have not heard
I
anything.
asked him, and he said in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Same thing here.
Yeah, late summer is what they said to me as well. Yep. Okay, your arm is up.
Yeah, I have a lot of information on that. First of all, that inspection is going to be in October.
Do you know when in October?
I don't, she didn't have a date yet, but
I expect that she will probably let us know.
Number two, I have had a meeting with people at the Army Corps. And the Army Corps is talking about, they have some unacceptable plans even to them. But they would have to build a temporary bridge, and they seem to be receptive, and other people have encouraged me to pursue this. They seem to be receptive to working together with V-Trans and the town. So, I mean, it's only preliminary, but having this BO order is a really good step in this. So, no matter what step there is, it's a long way away to get a bridge unless we keep lighting the fire. Lexa and I worked a little bit together, and we submitted a report to answer the questionnaires that you had. And I also included a lot of data from a lot of different sources.
I did not
Well, you gave
submit
me
anything
No, you didn't.
with you.
You didn't
I'll let you
submit.
finish talking and then I have something to
Let's,
say.
you talking about the survey?
I'm talking about the survey.
Okay, let's put that on hold. There's other things, I have that further on down the agenda, we'll
Okay.
get to that later.
Okay, but just know that there's other possibility besides just paying for a bridge. That V-Trans might possibly be able to work with the Army Corps on this.
Okay. And he said, yeah, what Matt told me is that even with him coming out to inspect the bridge now, he said 4 or 5 years out.
Sure.
At earliest, is what he said. He said that's just the speed that things travel at. So I said, okay, so even if we get this flat grant next year, or the year then these other plans don't work out, he's like, it will be a ways down the road even if we could get that money, so.
Yeah, but you're right in checking it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Ask.
All right, thank you for that. You said the flat ground, I was trying to think, figure out what it stood for. The next item I had was the item for review, to act on errors and omissions. It's a technicality from the
I'm up.
Oh, right here.
I came in. I stuck in.
If I was really paranoid, I'd notice you go by. All right. He just,
Steve.
yes, sir, you're up. We have a letter from the listers asking us to consider a adjustment to the friend list because of some errors and omissions. I think you're getting passed out Copies as we speak. Is this the same one I have? Can you send me?
Yep,
Yep.
same one I sent you.
Okay, good.
As you know, whenever we find a problem after the tax bills are sent out, whenever we need to adjust the grand list, we need to come to the select board for your approval. That's the reason I'm here tonight. A lot of times when tax bills goes out, people will see that there's a problem and they call up and they let us know. And that's what happened in these first two issues. It's actually the same issue. Wilbur Rice owns 3 properties, or had owned 3 properties up in Rossonville, all as part of one big large parcel. He didn't really sell it. It went to his wife. One of the 3 parcels or buildings went to his wife. Unfortunately, when that happens, there's a property transfer that takes place. What happened is the lawyer put the entire acreage on the property transfer, not just the 1 acre for this one building. And because of that, whenever we see the entire acreage, we assume that the entire parcel went to the new owner. What happened is Susan Rice received a tax bill for all 3 parcels, and she really only owned one of them. So what happened is we went back and reviewed the deed, and indeed the deed does look at 1 acre. It's actually 1.08 acres. Interestingly enough, you'd be surprised to know that that 0.0 acre is really that Rossonville monument. Nobody knew who actually owned the Rossonville monument, but because of this particular issue, we now know who owns that land.
So that piece does not belong to Jamaica?
No, it does not belong to the town. It belongs to Susan Rice, and many, many years ago, the way it reads in the deed is a small piece of that was given to the Rawson family for their monument. It didn't say how much of that.
Is that the deed that they brought in, perhaps? They brought in that deed.
Yeah.
So maybe that was the deed from 1915 that they said.
Really? Because I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I don't know. Remember you had a deed with me?
Oh, I'd like to see that.
And he presented.
Because we couldn't find when the actual deed got passed on to us.
So 1915, because we have this deed that says we own it, and then the town said we don't have that. So it's maybe link it all back together.
Yeah, that's good. We will. But anyways, so my request is to split that parcel into 2 parts, 2 pieces, with Wilbur Rice owning one or those 2 buildings, which are the store, the convenience store, and then the Equip Sports
Right.
on that side. And then Susan Rice owns the one on the other side, will own one on the other side, which is the bicycle shop. So that's the first 2 of these. They're really the same issue. Do you want to vote on all 3 of them at the same time?
Last year we voted all in one.
Yeah.
Okay, then the third one, this came up because there's this particular property is in current use, and there was a question from the woman who runs the current use program for our area, and she said that there was a discrepancy in the amount of acreage. Evidently, the person who owned this property a couple of years ago sold a small piece of it. That little piece of acreage was never deducted from the total parcel. So the total parcel now reads, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was 6.018 acres too much. That was what was sold. So what we want to do is to reduce the amount of acreage for this parcel by 6.18 acres to bring it back in line with what the deed says.
Any questions? Any problems with that plan? I'd entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to grant the lister's request to change the value of parcel 00F-38 from $1,053,700 to 805-100. The lister's request to active parcel 00F-42 with a value of 307-100. And the lister's request to change the value of parcel 00I-14 from 582-100 to 575-500.
I'll second the motion.
You got a second. Further discussion? Yes. The parcel number that he just quoted, 00I-14, you want to reduce it, but parcel 000C,
Right,
which is the correct parcel number.
right, and I think I actually changed it in the last one I sent to you, but it didn't get changed in this one. You're right.
You have it, no, that's the same thing in the one I've got too.
Yep, I-14 should be the same on the parcel.
The second parcel should be the same, the parcel ID for the revised 2019 value of 575 should be the same parcel ID, which is 00I-14.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I would make a motion that we amend the motion on the table to reflect the corrected parcel numbers. All in
Well, the
favor?
parcel number I read was the correct parcel number.
Right,
But for the revised one on the sheet, did you read?
No,
the
I said 00I-14 in mine.
for both of them.
Well, there's only one. I mean, there's three things here. These are two, and what I said was the lister's request to change the value of this parcel from that to that.
Okay,
So what I said was accurate.
so you said it was accurate. even though
If this had been the right parcel, we would have had to amend it.
Gotcha. I retract my motion to amend the motion. All in favor of the motion as it reads, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you. We'll, so note that we'll change the paperwork, but we'll keep the intent intact. All right. All right, the next item of business I have, before we go to public concerns, I want to hit the things that we've added. First, I received a request several months ago. Well, I know exactly when, back in June, I believe, June or July. An agency, I don't know that they actually have a corporate name, but they're going to run a paddle race down the West River. And they were asking for our permission. We're in no position to give permission because it's not our property. So what they were talking about doing, I gave them some suggestions of who they should contact to make sure they have an exit point, because they're going to run from State Park to the Iron Bridge, and then they're going to exit the Iron Bridge and come out. It's private property. Well, they decided that found out that there's Corps of Engineer property that they exit on. So they've worked all these details out. I suggested who they should be in contact with about rescuing this stuff. So they need, apparently, to go through the procedure. Here's what she wrote. Just making sure to see this email. If you have no further questions, I hope to be submitting a permit net request this week when I was out. If possible, can you reply with a simple statement in the email confirming we have been notified and approve of our event? I am struggling with the word approval because we don't have a dog in this fight.
What permit?
Huh?
What permit?
She's getting a permit from the state.
Not us.
So, exactly. So here's the letter that I penned today that I intend to send to her, but I wanted you guys to hear first. I'm writing apologizing for, I was out last week. So anyway, the town of Jamaica has no objection to your running your event. It sounds like you have been pretty thorough in the advance work. Good luck. I hope you have a very safe and enjoyable time. I'm saying we don't have an objection to it. I'm not saying we approve of it.
Do we even have the right to say we have
We
no
don't even have to
objection?
respond.
Well,
Because
we don't have an
maybe
objection.
we have no authorization to.
That's why I'm saying we don't think we can approve it.
Well, I would
Well,
say
the
we
word
should,
authorization is better than objection, because that still sounds like.
But
we have-
authorization sounds like we're in a position to authorize something,
No,
which
we
we're
are
not.
not. We're
I-
not in a
my point.
position.
I think that's what we should say to them. We're not in a
Yeah.
position to authorize it,
Right.
and thus we are not sanctioning or not
Right.
sanctioning your
We
event.
have no opinion, or we have
I
no.
don't think we should have an opinion
No,
if we're okay or not okay, because that puts us, I think that puts us in a position of
I'm
saying,
saying we do.
because it sounds, yeah, but if we're okay with it, okay, well then if something happens, and well, the town was okay with it,
Yeah.
and they come after us.
We're not in any position.
This is what I'm trying to avoid, that's why I chose, we have no objection over authorizing.
But that's still a form of permission. You can either object or to agree, one way or the
I
other.
think an objection, no objection sounds pretty neutral to me, but
It's
I
not,
can change the wording, what would be the choice?
Do we have to respond at all, or just a
Apparently she
courtesy?
needs, yeah, apparently they need something from the town. Let me read the rest of it. Appreciate approving this event, this goes back to July. Since we are going through the state police permitting process, we have a large number of approvals that we must get, and getting yours really helps. I'm not sure if they will accept the email response as a yes for sure. We will see. If not, maybe a quick email or note stating you approve of the race on the 22nd of September.
can't do that.
Thanks for the info. Anyway, I give a bunch of other information there. So it's a tough, it's a call. We certainly have no,
Authorization.
we have no authority to approve or disapprove.
Private property, why do we, it's just a courtesy to even acknowledge your letter.
Yeah, but having said that, I'm thinking,
Or say we are aware of the event. Integrate that somehow.
But it's
That
not
we're
in
just
our-
aware of it.
It's not
We're
in
aware of
our
the event,
jurisdiction
but-
to give you authorization.
Correct, that's, yeah, but it's outside of our, that's outside of our authorization as a town to give our approval or
Right.
disapproval of the event.
Exactly.
So basically, we're saying we don't care what you do.
Private property, good luck. I won't even tell
on
them.
the general, part of my, when I heard this, and the general consensus, and this is the global piece of it, and I know we're in the weeds now, and we don't want to leave the weeds, but parenthetically, I think it is appropriate for the town to encourage activities and endeavors by private individuals that will perhaps add, let's say, put Jamaica on the tourist map, add to our appeal to paddlers, for example. That if this is something that they can get going, it helps the town in general with us not blocking it, but saying, okay, this is a good idea, you guys have a good idea, go to it. We can't approve it because we don't have the authority, but we're not going to stand in your way. Because I, personally, just me, I think that anything we can do to coordinate or, not coordinate, support or attract endeavors of this nature seems like a good idea.
We wish you well with your project.
I'd hate to think not having this in their package they're setting up is going to block the state police from doing it.
What's the state police?
Yeah, that's a permit from the state police, they don't need a permit from us.
Yeah.
No, but see, she didn't tell me what they require, but in her letter, they're saying they want to hear from the towns. I haven't seen the letter of the state police. I don't know what that application looks like. I'm just responding to what I think sounds like a reasonable, and apparently a well thought out, at least tempting to think out.
Paul, I don't think, and I hesitate to say this, but I don't think you're hearing the rest of us.
Oh, no, I hear it well. I have it at the side. What I'm saying, in addition to the reality of us not having the authority to say yes or no, I would like to encourage that kind of initiatives on the part of individuals to put something like this together. It's how it starts.
I think we agree with that. It's
Yeah, I
kind
think
of
that we're
tough
gonna
to
block
say
it.
that we're, even to say we're not, I can't recall your wording. It does imply that we're endorsing it. I agree with you. I think anything's better. More activities are better. I guess looking at it from another standpoint, I know it's in the river, but let's say it's on the road and somebody wants to do a 5K down Route 30. Do they still, we would like them to come to us to say we're gonna be closing the road and running a 5K down Route 30. How would we speak to them? We'd probably say,
we'd have to line up a lot of other resources.
right,
But
which
this is
is
something
they've already done.
This is pretty benign and not invasive when you're having them float down the river. It's not going to affect traffic. It's not going to affect population. It's not going to even affect our private property because it's going down the middle of the river.
Not to be crass or harsh or anything, but I don't really care if they're floating down the river. I'm sitting on the select board.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it's nothing to do with us.
Right.
So I don't know. been corresponding with them already. But I don't, I mean, I don't know what the hell what she's asking for.
Well, she thinks that she needs to get.
Yeah, but she doesn't though.
But it's also nice
It's all
that they
private.
did seek us out to let us know what's going on.
They must have worked out
Nice.
where, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Oh, sorry,
interrupt
no,
you.
Go ahead.
They must have worked out where it comes up down towards the French Bridge, because you can't walk down through there.
No, and
I don't care.
I sent her a map showing where the private
They
properties
worked
were.
all that out, but I don't care how they work it out, really.
Yeah,
I'm sitting here as
I
a
guess-
board member.
the concern I have is that they need something from the town to make the official authorizing agency happy. I would like to support that in some fashion, without putting ourselves in legal jeopardy if something goes wrong.
Oh, you can. You, Paul Fraser, can. I don't want anything to do with it. As a board member, I mean, I don't even really feel like talking about it anymore. As one board member, anyway. I remember the original request, and now that she doesn't need anything from us,
I don't know what she needs, I'm just going by what her letter says. And she's asking for approval.
When is the event?
Hmm?
When is the event?
September the 22nd.
Is there another meeting before then?
Our meeting, well, she has to get the paperwork in, she wanted it in last week and I wasn't here.
I'd be interested to hear what the state police have to say about this application or something, I don't know what that's about. Say, oh yeah, okay, you know, if we don't send something back and we don't do anything, then they won't support it, or they won't offer emergency services, or what, I mean, it gets back to, okay, then they have to cancel the event, and then that
Yeah.
puts a bad stamp on us, but at the same time, you know, I don't know even if that was the case, if I would vote to say, yes, we condone it, and yes, go ahead.
Right.
Because again, I think that brings then we could be liable. If something were to happen, they come back and say, well, the town actually said we could do this, and they condoned it, and
That's why I said we have no objection as opposed to
An
approval.
objection is a form of approval.
No objection, is it a form of approval?
Yes, it is. It falls in that category.
that's how
Well,
I.
let's not get into a semantic battle, let's just.
I do agree with Judy on that I think that it does, if we have no objection, it's saying that we're condoning it,
Right.
basically.
What if we got to be,
That we're supporting.
back it up to be a little, even more neutral, to say, thank you for making us aware of your event and wish you all the success.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would be
And
good.
if, then it's something. It
but the town
doesn't-
has no authority
Just
to.
says, okay, we're aware, I'm glad we're aware, I mean, the fire department's probably glad, the rescue squad's, I mean, we're all glad to know that it's going on,
It's
because
a
if
little
it was a
nicer
surprise,
then I don't care.
we don't
I
want to
like
be
that
surprised.
language, I like that language, but I think we could also say, but the town has
There's
no
authority.
no authority to condone or to, I don't know.
Yeah, to take it one
Has
step
no
further.
authority to
Even just what you said.
authorize and or
That's
condone the
different.
events.
No.
Something like that.
Okay. I think we're all better off knowing that it's going on than not.
It's better to know what's going on, but it's,
Thank you for making us aware, but the town has no authority to authorize or approve your endeavor. Your event, she calls it an event.
yeah, I think that's good.
Okay,
Best of luck,
That's
have fun.
thank you.
That's the
Yeah,
question.
we wish you well.
Okay.
I'll take about a 2-minute break. Right back.
They're back.
The next item on the list is, Tom has some information about,
Oh, yes.
we had talked over the last couple of sessions about potential radar signs on Depot Street. Tom has some information.
So I haven't heard back from the sheriff regarding the data. When I visited with him, he had said that the cart came in and then it was put right back out, and he didn't know if we could even get the data. So I don't know if that day's even gonna be available. He said he would try, he thinks the battery would last for a month, but it was unplugged for a while. I mean, there's all kinds of complications around it, so he doesn't know. He did say that at the time, though, what we could get, and this is from, I believe it's from Chris Campany, down in, they rent out the rubber
Right. Counters.
counters. What the counters can also detect what speed you're at too, if there's two of them. So you can do that. So that's an option. I haven't pursued it at this point, but they only have a limited amount of them. But if I could go and ask and see if we could do that and get some data at least, to see how many cars are going down. Now it's a little bit of quiet season, of course, but that's a possibility. In any case, I did contact a firm. They're out of Minnesota, or they're out of Virginia, I guess. The number was Minnesota, what I called them. For All Traffic Solutions, just getting a 12-inch radar, battery powered, you can get solar on it, you can hook it up to electricity if you need to. You just put it on a sign, and then if you go over a certain speed that you set, it flashes, it would slow people down. I priced out 2 units, and each unit was about $4,500. Now what that includes, the units themselves are $3,000 each. Then you also have to purchase this traffic suite, which is all of the management, and you get reports and mapping and so on and so forth. That's $1,500 a year, so that's a recurring cost, but there's a discount here because we're a municipality, so $900 a year. So we only would need to get that for 1 year, and then we wouldn't have to get that again if we didn't want to get all this reporting and such. That's how they make their money, the recurring revenue. So it would still be around $3,000 per unit. It would be, well, the first year would be $4,500, and then, then I guess that would be it because we would own the unit. So something to think about, but it's not cheap. Then we'd have to decide where to put it if we wanted to get 2 of them. If we didn't want to continue to get these reports and stuff out of it, then we would have to continue to pay this $1,500 a year.
So you're thinking it might be smarter to get some more data before making it?
Yeah, I have all the data I can provide. I can email this to you guys. I have an email with all this. I apologize for not getting it to you guys. What we can do, I can look at other units too. I mean, this was one that I drive by when I'm driving to work, and they always flash at me, so I pulled over and looked at what the unit was. I won't tell what the town is, but so we'll see, I can look at other options too. Generally, what I've talked to some people about, and they said this is again how they make their money, the recurring revenue. Oh, we have this application, you can buy it, and then you pay every year to get access and cloud. You get it from your smartphone on the cloud and all this stuff. Again, a lot of bells and whistles that we're not really looking for, but
I like your idea about getting that counter.
yeah, let me work on that
Let's
too.
find out what the real issue is before. Right now, we're operating on what we imagined.
Yeah, it's disappointing that we can't get that information out of that unit from the sheriff's office. I can contact him back, but he was doubtful that he'd be able to put that up.
Sure.
So,
Andy.
Thank you, Tom. We didn't ask them, we didn't expect that kind of data when they put that there. It was just like to slow people down.
yeah, right.
Well, would have been nice, but I didn't have that expectation that we were gonna get all kinds of data on how fast people were going. But anyway, if this is correct, I'm reading this correct. We budget for traffic fine revenues $20,000 a year. And does that mean that we've collected
Collected
15,000 so far?
Yes.
So that comes into our, what's that going to the general?
That goes in,
general fund?
yeah, but that's allocated out too for the sheriff contract and such.
So, if it came to that we wanted those signs, I don't know if that'd be a conflict of interest, but it wouldn't be earmarked out there, but we do get those revenues from the $48,000 contract we have with the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
Not that that makes
I don't know.
difference, but I've heard of those signs being like 3,000,
Well, that's what this is.
but they don't have all the,
Yeah.
it's like almost like an EDT thing, like a home security thing. Some of them, they get really complicated, a little bit I read about them.
Mhm.
I would be interested to know more, what do you lose if you don't buy the app?
Right.
And is it harder to configure? Can you even configure it? You know, now we kind of stuck. I mean, companies do that. That's how they make their money. So, you know, oh yeah, you gotta continue to buy this service.
It locks up when you're done.
Yeah, yeah. So we have a $3,000 brick that we can have. No. So I can talk to them too a little more. I did this a few weeks ago. I could call them back and say, what if we don't get the app in the second year? Can we still configure it off our smartphones? Because there is another smartphone app here, mobile interface, so, and that's a perpetual license. So
There's other municipalities that have them too close by, I think. Winhall, do they have one?
they have the big unit. Winhall is a big, like on the wheels and
Oh, right.
stuff. Yeah, they have the big one.
Weston's got, yeah,
Ludlow.
Chester's got one.
Ludlow.
Chester's got one or two, a bunch.
There are a bunch around. Tell you about 5 of them between here and Dartmouth.
Yeah, the big ones are about 10, 12,000 each.
Yeah.
You get the wheels with the cart behind it. Yeah.
Well, maybe the smart move is to go ahead and get with the sheriff to do that study.
Well, I don't know.
With the
I guess I would talk to the highway commissioner, figure out have to figure out how we would set that up and how we get the data. I don't know how we even do that. I don't know if there's a box there. I think there's a little box on the side and then you can get the data out. But I can talk to Chris Campany before the next meeting and I'll report back.
All right, good. Thank you. Okay. The next thing I have, ultimately was to introduce a new fire chief. I want to, at the same time, thank Dana West for his service. He's been a major dedicated chief for a long time. And so we want to thank for his service and prepare you for following in his footsteps. Thanks again. The next item is a town hall update
Okay.
from Judy.
Some of it we've already talked about, which is the carryover funding. The two projects on the under part of the town hall still has not been completed. And also the painting of the ceiling has not been completed, and July 1st came, so that's why I was concerned that the funding that was in that year is carrying over. I'm really trying to see exactly when these two projects are going to be completed, because the one that is the foundation has been open since the end of May. And I have phone calls in and asking when does the person have the job, what's the projection of when that's completed, because winter's coming and we really can't leave it like that. The second one is the painting, and I'm hoping that I hear from that person too, to tell me when that's going to start. So
Didn't he say something about the temperature and waiting till it cools a little bit?
I think he's aiming for September,
Yeah.
like starting Sunday is September. So I
And
have
again,
no
Old
idea.
Home Day, we have a Arts Council event there on
What
the
date is that on?
14th.
The 14th?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I don't know when the next event
And I know
would be.
that the
Halloween.
Old Home Day is going to be in September also.
That's the 14th, that,
Oh,
we're
that is
doing an
the-
event that evening, yeah,
Okay,
after Old Home Day. So
So that's
we will
both.
have, Andy Avery's gonna be in there doing a show.
okay.
So yeah, so we'll be there, so if we can
Yeah.
start before September 14th.
I know,
if it's not
and
finished before
that's
September.
why things are starting to fill up again, and I really want to get this done.
Well, as a painter too, I mean, as, he's probably doing a lot of outdoor work.
Yeah,
it's-
and I know
it's
that,
getting the
and
time.
he did tell me, but I have a phone call in, and his wife took it, so I might hear from him. Who knows? So those are the two things
Good.
that
Yeah,
I'm
thank you.
shaking the bushes, but I'm not getting full well.
Okay. And they did say it was gonna be kind of weather driven and that sort of thing, so
Well,
I hope the weather's pretty good.
the under part of the town hall is
That's,
also weather driven.
yeah, sure.
So,
I'm sure he hasn't forgotten, I'm sure.
well, it just
It's
hangs
one
out
of
there.
those things that's keeping him up at night. I'm not kidding.
Well,
You know the feeling.
it's keeping me up.
And I remember
That's my
having,
project.
I remember we were okay with B&W, like when the use of the town hall
Waiting.
slowed down a little bit.
I don't think there's
We
anything
did talk
from
about that.
end of October,
Right.
or till the end of, and we have the Halloween event, the haunted house for the kids, and I don't think there's anything from September. Don't mark me on this.
Okay.
Nothing from September 14th until the end of October, so there is a stretch
There
there.
is, okay, that's good to know.
I don't know, I
Well, there's a
don't know.
lady doing yoga every Monday now.
Now there's the, well, oh, that's a good point. We don't have to,
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
okay.
because Kate's doing, Kate Logan is doing yoga.
Okay. All right, so I will, just to bring an update,
Yeah, thank you very
what's
much.
going on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One last thing, and then, next to the last thing, Lexa gave me we talked about doing crosswalks. They've been done. They've made those. She had two bids. One was from an outfit called Vermont Roadworks LLC for $2,270. And someone from Bill Joyce from Townsend for $485. And he said at the time we got the bids that he could do it this week, but after that he wasn't sure. So at $485, because if it's under the procurement policy, I said, go ahead. She did, they did, it's done, and it's significantly cheaper than the other bids, so I think we're in good shape. Thank you for Alexa for pulling that
Yeah,
off.
super deal.
I will honestly say though, driving down that road daily, you can't see the crosswalks.
You can? Oh, in the daytime?
No, they, I mean, because you come down, you kind of go over the bridge and then they're right on.
Oh.
So I don't know if it's really gonna be.
No, I don't think we want to raise them, because we're back into the
I'm
ball.
just
thing.
letting, you
Yeah.
know, my experience with that is that I, you know.
Maybe you ought to get the signs, the yellow signs that.
That, I think that would be something
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
more
probably
important, right?
would be something that the select board should do.
Oh, we could
To
look
go
at
with
it comes to that.
Is that the one that sits in the road?
No, just
it's
a
on the
sign
side,
that says
it's
crosswalk.
Right, it's got the yellow
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that they have
That makes
here. I mean, I'm sure the town can, and the state has them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you wanted, the two crosswalks,
Yeah.
the extra
Well, that's
ones
kind of
there.
absolutely.
People are using
Can't
it.
see.
They're right outside my window.
They're using the crosswalks?
Yeah.
Oh.
I helped them sweep the dirt off the sidewalks when I saw them out there. Telling them that this property owner here should do a better job keeping the sidewalks clean.
Yeah,
My
I noticed that.
So they're clean now because they
Oh,
needed the
good.
sand to go away and put the lines in.
Should we seriously consider getting the yellow signs?
I think so.
I would think that makes a lot of sense.
I do too.
We should
And
do
you
a
should
check.
check out and see where you want it first, because you don't want it on Andy's lawn or somewhere where you
Right,
get hit.
and I don't know what the suggested lead time before the walk, I mean, do they?
They're usually right at the wall.
Right at the walk, and like an arrow.
Yeah.
Right, but that would be on Route 32 in the
No.
center.
No, just down.
Just down the street and then on Water.
Oh, not in the center of town, because that's a
No,
problem.
they have them here on the
Oh,
center
they do
town.
have
They
one?
have, the state put those on.
Okay, that makes sense, at the state.
Can we get pricing on that, just to figure out what it would cost? And
I
if
can,
it's under, if it's under the,
do we have a book that has that sort of stuff in?
Yeah.
Can you check that for us tomorrow? Okay.
yeah, I mean, I don't think if it's inexpensive, just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to find out what they are, and that's a good idea.
The
I
problems
haven't
are
read that
with
cover
those.
to cover.
Alrighty then. Next thing on the agenda is, Lexa wants to talk, we had some questions about the survey that went out that Lexa wanted to address. She had some concerns. When we had it, and it came to us, that, to remind you all, we had a request from the state of Vermont for us to answer some questions regarding the bridge, the Depot Street Bridge. And I asked Lexa to take care of that. And she did, and she has her answers put together for us to look over, because we're ultimately the ones who have to answer to the state. So she has put that together, and she wants to talk about that this evening. Lexa, you're on.
Okay, Paul gave me that questionnaire, it's called the Local Concerns Questionnaire. It's the local and regional input questionnaire. I was on vacation, so it took me a while. I finally got back to it. It was just my input for that questionnaire. And you would make the final decision. And And then I got a call from Joel Blooming, asked if he'd want to meet with me. Why, I don't know, maybe because I'm the road commissioner, he didn't say. As a courtesy, I met with him last Monday. We went over the questionnaire. I gave him a copy of what I answered. And he said he took it upon himself, which I thought it should have come from the select board, but I listened very carefully and was very polite, that he's talked to the people across the Depot Street Bridge that goes to the state park, gave him the questionnaire, Cody gave him a questionnaire, and I believe, I don't know if my exact words, I mean, I said the people across the bridge should know what's going on, but this isn't an immediate, it's not gonna happen tomorrow. You're not gonna get a new bridge tomorrow. And then I said, I think the select board should know, being a liaison with the Wyndham Regional and the select board should know what Joel was thinking, what was going on. And this afternoon, I don't check my emails often, and I got an email that was sent to Sarah to send to me about 2 o'clock. And I checked it just before the meeting. And Joel had already sent stuff up to the state of Vermont, which I thought it was going to be presented to the select board by Joel before getting sent up to the state of Vermont. So I made copies. I was just a little disappointed that it went this way. I don't want to be used as a pawn and trying, I don't want to be used as a pawn against the select board. I felt there was a little animosity with Mr. Blooming and the select board at that meeting. And I'm sorry to say that. But I do have copies of everything that I have here.
Thank you.
This is I've got another one too. This is the one that Joel sent to the insurance people. I have another one here. I have my answers that Joel asked to, that Paul asked to, and you have yours.
Is there something you wanted to add, Leslie?
Okay, the questionnaire has to be back to V-Trans by September 19th. It can be done through email, through the computer. If one of the select board members, after reviewing everything, wants to send it in, the questionnaire with their final answers on it, or if you wanted someone else to do it, it has to be done before the 19th.
So your understanding is that the state of Vermont asked the town to complete this survey
Right.
and respond to that.
And I think there's an email from, let's see here. I don't think I have a copy of it, but I noticed the Wyndham Regional sent something to Andy and to Joel.
Right?
Maybe Andy can answer that for me, because I don't have
I
a
can't
copy
remember
of it.
how exactly how it was worded. It was just a copy of the questionnaire to give to the town to be, I sent it to you.
Yep.
Just a heading from, her name escapes me, as it did at the last meeting. but from Wyndham Regional. Just that, how we could use it.
Yeah, in nature.
The original one came down from
Yes,
state to
but
us.
this was the one that.
This one came lateral over from Wyndham Regional, correct? Yeah.
To both me and Joel, I assume.
Yeah, right.
Because we're both road commissioners.
Correct. So they,
On the transportation committee.
they brought you.
That's all we got.
Yep, that's all you got. Was there any request for you to answer the questions or respond or to coordinate with the select?
No, it was very vague what she said to pass it along to make it as useful or as helpful as possible. Something like that.
Yeah,
I sent it to you. I didn't think I needed to bring it with me.
that's okay.
But it was just,
I have one more comment, Tom.
Sure, yeah.
This email I got today from Sarah through Joel, I don't believe any of the select board were copied that.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I did.
I
copied
it from me.
I copied that to Sarah
And
But it should have been to the select board.
to distribute as you saw fit.
and
It
she's
just
up
said,
there. That's
no,
not, I
on
think
your
it-
email, it was just to me.
I also sent it to Sarah.
You
I
sent
sent
it to
it-
Sarah and just said to send it to me.
Because I didn't have your email.
I know. It should have gone to the select board.
It did, it went to the select board, it went to the fire department. It
I know
went,
where it went to, I got it right here. It
Okay.
did not go to the select board.
Okay, so I guess the situation right now is that this information
Yeah, right here it is.
was lateral to us for information, was sent to you guys for information,
well,
but not action.
I called, there's no action, it's just information.
Yeah,
I called V-Trans and they said, yeah, the more the merrier, the better that it be filled out.
I would love to see that letter. I
I
believe
called
that,
Jackie Casino.
please do. My understanding of the original,
I called Jackie Casino and
Okay.
she said that as commissioner on the transportation committee, they would like to hear from that kind of source as well, that I should send a response.
they sent it to us, asked us to fill it out, and
The
this,
select board can fill it out. You designated it last week to Lexa, and when I met with Lexa with absolutely no animosity, she said that I should fill it out.
she told you to fill it out?
Yep.
No, what I said was that,
You said you fill it
I
out.
say, I filled mine out, you filled up, get them
Well-
together and send
well,
them to the
let's-
select board.
Yeah, let's just be clear.
I said it had to go to the select board before going in.
The select board will fill it out. And the select board will act on it.
She'll fill it out too. You can fill it out too.
The select board was requested by the state of Vermont. We will respond to that.
Right.
We will also lateral it to WRC because they were in the information room. But the answers are coming from the select board.
Those answers are coming from the select board. There were also answers coming from me as a commissioner.
But you weren't asked, I guess that's the position.
Well,
My
I
understanding, excuse me, my understanding of the position of both of the commissioners as a communicant between the Wyndham Regional Commission and the select board does not empower you to go into the community gathering information.
As an individual, I can go to the community gathering.
Not with the letter in your hand that is supposed to be from the town select board.
I didn't go with a letter in my hand.
When did you send Dakota and go?
I went to talk to them directly and said,
Did you give them a copy of the letter?
Questionnaire.
Questionnaire?
Yeah, I gave them a copy of the letter.
That was not your
And
prerogative.
they could have filled it out too.
That was not your prerogative. Nor was it your prerogative to send it to the fire department.
I think we're kind of, our main purpose here, and maybe we gotta step back, I know there's whatever you wanna call it, I mean, our main purpose here is to gather information, and all five of us here too don't, I mean, we obviously are the final, you know, we submit the questionnaire, but there's a lot of input that should be put into this. You know, it's not a simple process, and it's gonna be a long-term process to replace the bridge, and I think we gotta get beyond maybe finger pointing and trying to, you know, what should have happened, what should have happened. What the bottom line is, we want to gather as much information as possible to make as bold a presentation as possible so that the state supports us to move this forward in a way that we want. I mean,
Would you like that information to come to the select board?
no, through the select board.
To the select board and then out?
Sure. I mean, but I think, I don't know, I mean, I don't know what the role of the commissioners are, but I think anybody can have say in this.
To the select board. They're communicating between the select board and the commission. We decide where we're gonna get the information. We answer the question. We don't send the questionnaire out to different agencies.
I don't think there's a problem with that, that's my personal opinion.
I think it's a problem, and especially
That
since
we-
he's already sent a letter to the Vermont Agency of Transportation. And it says, enclosed documents include the response to the questionnaire distributed to me by the Wyndham Regional Commission, originated by, and gives the names. That wasn't,
The name that I gave was from V-Trans, who I spoke to on the phone.
was what?
V-Trans. Laura.
Stone.
Laura Stone is in charge of project management at V-Trans.
Do you not
She's not at
understand?
Wyndham Regional.
Do you not understand that this was to come from the select board, not from you?
I understand that the select board should respond to it.
Correct. And
Right,
that's the letter to us.
right.
And that you stepped over your bounds.
No, I answered it as it came to me when I spoke and
It
asked.
came to you as information only, there's no request for action.
If I could fill it out and if I could send in information, and yes was the answer.
All right.
Call Jackie Casino for
We have other options. Any other questions? I would recommend that the town, the select board, take the product that Alexa has produced, review it, she's made copies for all of us, add our input to it, and that at our next select board meeting, we can decide what is going to go out and what's not going to go out. And I would ask you to not any further muddy the waters by taking unilateral action in this regard.
I didn't take any action, I sent out information. I thought you would say thank you. Whatever you say, if there's any information in that you disagree with, let me know. I did a lot of work on that.
It looks like I would have appreciated if we
I
asked
spent
you
a
to do
lot of
that.
work on that, and I sent you copies of it, and the select board could send something under the name of the select board, and that would be fine. You can do another questionnaire, you could do 5 more questionnaires, whatever you want. I did that, I went through procedure calling people, and I wanted to have this input.
We will
Because
clarify.
I spent so much time and energy on this.
It is admirable that you spent that much time and energy. Sadly, it was not in support of the select board's mandate. Let us get back to the topic. I would suggest that we all get a copy from Alexa, review it, decide what we want to put in it, and then next week we can make an approved response to the state and send it forward. Does that make sense to everybody? Any other?
Sure, it's coming from the road commissioner,
Mhm.
and just
Well,
one thing
I'm
that,
sorry.
I put the road.
Joel, get out on the floor anymore. Go ahead.
just that, you know, when I was road commissioner, had some more focused on this. We had all this information from 2 years ago, most of it. They inspect that bridge every 2 years, that's why it'll be 17 was this last one. And, so a lot of this, we had presented to us before, maybe by Joel, maybe by some of it by me too. We had this, we just had it as information, that's all I'm saying. But the project, you know, I don't want to alarm the people across the bridge that, you know, it would seem like if someone brought this to my house, I know what your intentions were.
The people across the bridge were already alarmed.
Well, no,
I didn't.
I'm just saying
I just
that-
asked their opinion.
as Greg alluded to, this isn't something that's gonna happen in like the next 6 months or, off the record, I heard some feedback how people were a little bit upset about it. A couple people. I won't say who or where, but you know, this isn't gonna happen anytime real soon. I mean, we can make some more noise about it. We have 2 commissioners on the same committee in Wyndham Regional, so there's 20% supposedly, you know, input going to V-Trans there. But other than that, it'd be up to the board to write letters and, you know, say, you know, damn it, we're getting really nervous about this bridge. You know, what's it gonna have to do with following the river? I know that's the big joke, but yeah, I understand Joel's intentions.
Yeah, and I'd say,
I also understand where Paul's coming from, and there should be not a chain of, you know what I mean, protocol.
Yeah, protocol and authorization. It's interesting that word's coming up again.
Well, I think there's probably, I mean, there's obviously a bunch of information in here, well, let's take the chance now to walk through it all and make sure that it's accurate, or add to it, more likely, add some thoughts. I think it's great that lots of people get involved with putting this in, because a lot of these are not quantitative answers, yes or no. I mean, it's very subjective. I mean, what do we want the bridge to be? It's not just how it functions, but we want it to look like something. We want it to be, you know, open for pedestrian traffic. I mean, it's the approach to the state park. I mean, it's a key visual structure of our town. There's a lot to it. It's not just nuts and bolts and numbers. So.
Local and regional input questionnaire, it's not a petition to the state to hurry up, to speed this thing up. And, you know, those are two different things.
Listen, did you have a copy for us for the, of what your input was?
I have.
That's what this was.
Oh, we all got it?
It'd be different if we were, had a petition,
Everybody's got theirs, good.
you know, sitting at Karen's or something, saying, you know, what are you guys gonna fix the, what's gonna happen with the bridge number 32 that goes into the park, you know? That's a different approach, I think.
Yeah.
This is just,
It will be nicer when we have answers, when the populace asks us questions.
when they do another inspection next month, perhaps it's
And there is-
deteriorated even more.
And there is a protocol, and I think it should all come through us, but let's move off of this and gather up lots of information and see what we can present.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else on this
Just one
topic?
more thing, it was just getting out of hand, that's why I brought it up. And only one person, or just the select board, has to be the main source of where all this information is coming from the state. I don't wanna do something, and then Joe do something, and Tom do something, and this one, it gets too confusing, and nothing gets done. The
Well,
state's gonna move
we will
as quickly
certainly,
as they want to.
thank you for your input, we're gonna rein this under control, and we will move forward with that. I'd like to move on to the next item. There is a item in here for public concerns. Do we have any public concerns other than this item? Do you have something else?
Yeah, just an announcement that on September 11th, between 6 and 7, there's going to be a meeting in Wilmington regarding fiber optics and its development as an economic asset.
Is that through SAG?
I'm sorry?
BDCC, is that through the people with the documents?
BDCC has a lot to do with it, but it's something that got passed under the aegis of Laura Sebelia.
Oh, who's right here?
Yeah, who is a representative from Dover. She's on that committee.
September 11th.
And there's been a big grant issued for money for developing fiber optic. And the encouragement is for not towns to do it themselves, but to do it as groups, to have access to fiber optic.
Don't we have fiber optic?
We have fiber optic running up Route 30, but the problem is the last mile.
Right.
So that's what this will address.
Okay.
And she encourages people who are interested to come to that meeting.
Did you, I'm sorry if I missed it, did you say a time?
Yes, at 6 o'clock, September 11th in Wilmington. And I can tell you what building it'll be in. Memorial Hall in Wilmington.
Do you have that, Sarah? All right, I'd like to move into the next item. It's an executive session, so let's take 5 minutes and we'll move into the executive session.
Are we taking action? Can I ask?
No, we won't take action, so you can go ahead and shut down. We have a discussion.
Okay. We're gonna.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the sound bites. Tonight we have a completely different format for you. Never done this before. I am turning the mic over to Deb Bilodeau, who is the chair of the Vermont Republican Party. Tonight's format is a panel discussion with Deb as moderator. Deb will introduce the panel members and explain the format a little bit more as soon as I pass the baton. As you know, this show is open to all parties, candidates, and elected officials. Invitations to come on the show have been extended to both the Democratic and Progressive parties. We hope they will take us up on our invitation. So without further ado, here is Deb Bilodeau.
Thank you, Pat, for that introduction, and welcome to the viewers. I am Deb Bilodeau, and I want to thank Campaign for Vermont for presenting this forum today. We hope this is to be the first of a series of presentations, panel discussions that we'll be having across the state of Vermont. This is a panel discussion about Vermont and Vermont politics. Each panel member will have up to 2 minutes to answer the questions, and I will allow for 1 minute for follow-up questions and answers. We'd like to take a moment and introduce our panel members. We have Joe Benning, Anya Tinio, and Bradford Broyles, and I'd like them each to introduce themselves and speak a moment about who they are.
So I'm Senator Joe Benning. I represent the Caledonia District in the Vermont State Senate. I also serve as the Senate's minority leader. I am the chair of Senate Institutions, and I also serve on Senate Judiciary Committee. I am a lawyer by trade. I have been in practice for almost 36 years now. I live in the town of Linden with my wife. We have 2 children, Emily and Justin. And my greatest hobby is riding a motorcycle around the country. Some say I play a pretty good guitar.
Anya.
Hello, I'm Anya Tinio. I am from West Charleston, Vermont, and in 2018 I ran against Peter Welsh for U.S. House of Representatives. I am in advertising as a trade. I grew up on a farm, and my greatest hobbies would probably be reading, horseback riding, and taking care of my animals when I'm not politicking around the state.
Hi, I'm Bradford Broyles. I live in Mendon, Vermont. I've been in Vermont for 13 years. I come from Southern California, where I was involved in the real estate business for quite some time. Since I've been in Vermont, I've been active in Vermont politics, specifically with the Rutland County GOP. I've run a couple statewide races for candidates, for Republican candidates over the years. In the last 4 years, I've been producing political comedy for Blaze Television for a couple shows that we produce out of Los Angeles, but they're all from Vermonters.
Fantastic. What a great panel we have today. Thank you for coming today for this.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you. So we do have a gong bell in the audience that you might hear if you're reaching the end of your time limit. And obviously we would let you finish the sentence, but not a book. How's that? Okay. So let's get started here. The first question is, what do you consider to be Vermont's biggest political challenge, and what plan would you offer to help lead towards a solution? Brad, why don't we start with you?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having this, and thank you to Campaign for Vermont for presenting it. Vermont has many huge challenges, as we all know, but a couple of them that I see that are kind of intertwined are the demographic situation that we have with stagnant demographics. Our population is getting older. We don't have enough young people like the ones in this audience that have good jobs, that are paying taxes. We need to draw those type of people. That directly ties, I think, to the kind of the anemic economic condition that the state is in. We need new blood, we need new people, new taxpayers to come in and for the different opportunities that we need to grow here. So that would be the emphasis, and I think there could be some bold economic incentives to develop the resources for young people to have that they could use when they move here to Vermont.
Good.
In short.
Thank you, Brad. We'll just move to your left, Anya.
I would say the biggest challenge that the state of Vermont faces politically and in everything else is socialism. I think that the socialist climate of the state is prohibitive to growth, to economic freedoms, to having businesses thrive, and ultimately to our population problem. People are leaving the state searching for better opportunities. So I would say socialism in the core is what is wrong with the state of Vermont right now.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Brad's demographic situation. The state of Vermont just recently released statistics indicating that for the first time in our history, those people who are 65 and older greatly outnumber those who are 18 and below. That is really problematic. As people like me, I'm age 62, going to be 63 in the not too distant future, get to a point where we want to retire, the impact on the younger people is going to be absolutely terrible. The services that we currently provide have to be supported by people who are working and providing good jobs to enable that to happen. And unfortunately, we're seeing fewer and fewer of those in the state. And as those demographics change, the pressure on the state will be enormous to meet its basic responsibilities like infrastructure, keeping the environment clean, responding to people who are in need. Those things are absolutely top priority for me, and at this point in time, this demographic situation, I think, is the biggest problem we're facing.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Do we have any questions amongst each other for other panelists on your responses?
No, I would say as a young person, I do understand what they're saying about demographics, and I agree that we need to have younger people in the workforce to sustain the state, but I still feel that the main problem is socialism.
Is socialism?
Yes.
Okay. What about the job market in Vermont? Do you think the job market is working well for us? That there's enough jobs being offered that would keep young people here?
If you're looking at me to start, there's two problems with the job market. One is we actually have jobs offered all around the state right now that we can't fill because there's an absence of workers. The jobs that we do have, to a large extent, are not paying enough for people to survive. Having that change is going to require a drastic influx of businesses that are able to have better paying jobs and more workers who are here to actually take advantage of them. So right now, I would say we are not in a good state. We need to change those two factors.
I did read recently that the top 6 jobs in Vermont are actually very low-wage jobs. They're service industry. They're retail, they're McDonald's, they're gardening jobs. Those are not necessarily jobs that people out of college are pining for and looking for. Do you see any programs or any opportunities for the state to encourage businesses to come to Vermont and open doors here in Vermont? Because I get the feeling that our doors are closed and that a lot of industry doesn't want to come here because of the tax burden and the economic burden in the state.
Well, according to a 2018 article in Forbes magazine where they were talking about business in the state of Vermont, the state of Vermont's cost of doing business for the companies is 12% higher than the national average. So that alone is prohibitive to many companies to come. I agree that there are jobs that are not being filled, and the drug abuse problems of the state also contribute to that. There's a lot of times where jobs are being offered, but there is a drug test in place, and they are unable to take the test, or they're unable to pass the test if they do take it. So those are contributing factors as well. All in all, I would say that the job market in the state is not good and definitely needs work done.
I see it as kind of two Vermonts. You've got Chittenden County, which has strong growth. You go through Burlington around here, and there's activity, there's construction, there's businesses opening, and then you get out to the rest of the state, from Washington County to Rutland County, down south, and it's a different world, and the jobs are struggling. The jobs have left. I'm from Rutland County, so I can speak specifically to Rutland. I've been here for 13 years, and I've seen a lot of big companies leave, and I've only seen a few come and set up shop. But there's progress being made, but it's a challenge when you get outside of Chittenden County.
Yep. Thank you, Brad. Yes, as someone that lives in Chittenden County, I've noted over the past 10 years tremendous amount of housing going up in Chittenden County, and I'm seeing it in other counties too, Franklin County, Lamoille County, other counties too, but not at the level that I'm seeing in Chittenden County. The thing I am noting is it's very dense housing. They are apartment buildings, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, and very expensive, very expensive. So thank you for pointing that out.
Can I follow up on?
Yes.
Brad does have a point. Chittenden County is really doing quite well, actually, despite the housing problems that they may have. But as a resident of Caledonia County, I'm backed up against New Hampshire. I spend a great deal of time arguing on the Senate floor when issues are being presented and programs are being put in place. I try to point out constantly that, in fact, our ability to compete with the state of New Hampshire is virtually impossible under these circumstances. I've been to Rutland many times. I've noticed the difference between Rutland's business population and St. Johnsbury's business population. If you go through downtown St. Johnsbury right now, you will see numerous empty storefronts. That is somewhat of a problem in Rutland, but I would suggest that if you're literally backed up against New Hampshire, it's a completely different world. Even though Rutland is different than Chittenden County, we along the Connecticut River Valley are suffering as a result of what's going on in New Hampshire. And that's a constant refrain inside the State House. How to cure it? Maybe we'll get to that a little later.
I would like to add also that being from the Northeast Kingdom and right up near the Canadian border, opportunity is virtually non-existent in those certain ways. Granted, we have improved the storefront problem just a little bit, that there are more businesses there, but unfortunately, they come and go so often that they're not sustainable.
Good. All right, are we ready to move on? The next question is, for several years, Vermonters have elected a Democrat majority in the House and in the Senate. Can you comment on how this impacts Vermonters and why you believe there is such a strong Democrat majority? Brad, we'll start with you.
Well, I've been here for 13 years, as you know, and I've only seen majorities of Democrats in the House and Senate since I've lived here, so I don't know anything else. But I do know the history of Vermont, that it was the reddest of states back in the day, going back to maybe the 70s and before, and now we're arguably one of the bluest of states. So what's happened? Why has it happened? And I think it's a function of a lot of things. It goes to demographics. I think a lot of left-leaning people have moved here throughout New England, have set up shop in Vermont. The Democrats have outworked and outraised money and taken advantage of finding their next stars from school boards and working their way up through the system. And we're at a point where Republicans don't have a voice at the state level, and we do, but I mean at the federal level with what we have in Washington. We're missing that voice, and so it's kind of festered to the Democrats have the momentum, they have the money, the resources, and it's you get what you get with it, which is one-party rule that Joe can speak about, and it's not healthy for Vermonters, whether it be all Republicans or all Democrats. It's always best when you have a blend and there's some compromise. But these days, we're just the disadvantage to Vermonters is that there's no obstacle you can put, there's no road bump you can put up to slow things down, bad legislation down, and it's we're on the fast track for a lot of it these days.
Good. Anya.
Well, I would think that unfortunately it comes down to the fact that the Democrats are better at reaching the youth in the state. They go to the colleges, they use the college vote to their advantage. Even though these students may not be long-term residents of the state of Vermont, they're allowed to vote in Vermont elections. People on the federal level will go to them and promise free education, free, and they will in turn vote for them. And it's truly unfair to the residents of the state of Vermont because these children have no vested interest. They're not going to stay, they're not going to have to live with the consequences of these votes. That is one of the reasons. The other reason is that throughout the years, as he was saying, there's been an influx of people that have come to the state of Vermont with liberal views, have set up housekeeping, and have created this world that they want it to be of the socialist dream, so to speak. And again, it's unfortunate for the true Vermonters who are struggling every day because of it.
I guess I'm going to part ways with my colleagues here a little bit and say that the Democrats have taken a platform of their own and have done a much better job than we have in selling that platform to the Vermont demographic. This is not a situation where there's a group of young people, for instance, who are here temporarily and are going to vote and then move on with their lives. The Republican Party, when it was founded in 1859, had ideals. It presented issues that the public in general appreciated and wanted to hear. And as a result, since 1859, up until literally the 1960s, it was locked in for power purposes in the state. Since the 1960s, issues have arisen, and I think the Republican Party has slowly forgotten how to reach the Vermont demographic. And that's why we are struggling to reach young people like these folks who are in our audience right now. Most of these folks here were probably born here. Many of them probably will go away for a while but want to come back at some point in time. All of us have a desire to experience life outside of our local communities at some point in time. But when they come back, they want to know that there's good jobs available. They want to know that there's a party in power that is going to take priority on preserving things like our environment, trying to make sure people who are in need are taken care of, and give people who are generally concerned about their own communities a reason to want to vote for a Republican. I have struggled with this in my own community. I am the last standing state senator east of the Green Mountain Range and the only one in the Northeast Kingdom. It wasn't 15, 20 years ago that was completely the opposite. And as I've viewed the demographics over the past 40 years, clearly the Republicans have been failing to reach that group of people that are voting here as a normal demographic. Thanks for the first gong.
If I may, so you don't feel that the Republican Party has the moral ground that people are looking for? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I absolutely did not say that, and I've been accused of that on several occasions. But the bottom line
how it comes
is,
across, I suppose.
well, I suppose it is how you choose to interpret my words. Morals are not part of the equation whatsoever. There are people in the Progressive Party, the Democrat Party, and the Republican Party who all have questionable morals. The issue is, how does our party sell to the young people in this audience? How do we maintain the Vermont demographic? Before I get gonged again, I just want to say that's our responsibility, not their responsibility. We need to deliver a message that they can appreciate, and we have been failing at that.
No, I agree with what Joe just said, and what I see on social media, and I would imagine that people in this audience and watching on TV, you're on Instagram, you're on Facebook, you're on Twitter, etc. Conservatives or Republicans are, by my estimation, outnumbered probably 10 to 1 on the social media platforms. And that's part of the messaging. We're not effectively reaching our consumers, our customers, our prospects with our message because we're not on the platforms where people are getting their information from. And it's a problem. We need to find a better way to do it.
So Brad, do you think that's a demographics problem? That the party is aging?
Well,
and maybe
definitely
not as social media oriented
well,
as perhaps the left might be. And the reason I say that is, Anya, you mentioned something interesting, is that, please correct me if you think I'm wrong, I think the educational system is a powerful tool for whoever is in charge of it. And that is the future. That is everything. And if the youth coming through the school systems is taught by those in that party that might be in charge of that system, that's a very powerful tool that happens. Do you think that the Republican Party has lost its messaging ability because the party is just an older party and that we're not somehow reaching into the youth of the state? This could be a national problem too, but let's just stay with Vermont.
If I may, nationally, there are quite a few young Republicans. In the state of Vermont, it tends to be an older demographic, like many things are. It's not specific to the Republican Party. But I do think what you were saying about the schools, that who has their message being spread in the school system obviously has a leg up come election time, and that the Republican Party needs to make more of a concerted effort to reach the colleges, and frankly, as far down as high school and middle school. We need to start sharing fiscal responsibility, talking about taxes, talking about how this is going to affect their lives, talking about the implications of big government. All of these things we need to reach the youth with, and unfortunately, there's not really an avenue that we're following that does that effectively in the state of Vermont right now.
You're right, the headwinds that Republicans and conservatives have is, like you said, you've got, I mean, it's not a secret that most of the press bias is left-friendly, left-centered, especially here in Vermont. At the school level, at the education level, from grade school to high school to and beyond, the colleges, it is definitely, I've just put 2 kids through high school off to college now, so I can speak firsthand to what I've witnessed, and your kids can get a great education like hopefully all of you have received here. But make no mistake about it, it's definitely a platform for the agenda of the left, on broad strokes I'm talking about. After the last election, there was literally like a funeral at Rutland High School. But so it's a challenge. It's one of those headwinds that, getting back to, there are young, articulate conservatives that are part of Turning Point USA, other young conservative groups. But here in Vermont, it's a very small pool of people. I'm thankful that people like Anya and other women and young people are taking an interest. We've got people like Corey Parent, one of your colleagues. So I love seeing young people getting engaged, but we need to be the party that convinces a lot more of them to join our side, and we can do better.
Thank you, Brett.
I'm not sure I have much conflict with what I've just heard. I will say that it comes back to us and the message that we deliver. If you read some of our own Facebook memes, we have people in our party that are talking online about the fact that nobody in the public school system says the Pledge of Allegiance anymore. I don't believe that's true. My wife teaches in a public school. She's not a member of the union. She's been teaching there for 35 years. That entire school says the Pledge of Allegiance. There's 700 kids there. So if we come out looking like we are ignorant of what these folks are going through, we're not going to appeal to them. I would love to be able to ask this audience, do you feel you were somehow brainwashed growing up? Or do you feel you have the ability to look at us and evaluate us as candidates, no matter what party we're running from? Because if you feel like you grew up being brainwashed, then I'll sit back and shut up.
Okay, great question of the audience. We'll save that for the end. At the end of the panel discussion, we'll hopefully engage the audience. One of the things that, before we move on here, that I've noted is I've done a lot of public service in my community, and bench building is one of the most important activities that we should be involved in. And I do believe that the Republican Party, let me just say that the Democratic Party has done a much better job of bench building than the Republican Party has. We need to be on our school boards. We need to be more involved at the local level, which creates exposure, which builds you as a candidate. People become confident in who and what you are and when you speak and so forth. So hopefully we'll see a little more activity in terms of bench building moving forward into the next few years. Any other comments before we move on?
Just to build that bench, you need to be reaching people at this age level.
Yep.
And some of us who have served likewise on the school boards or in select board positions, we're getting really old in our party.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow or other, we've got to rebuild that bench
right.
from folks like these.
Yep. The thing I note, though, is people don't generally find interest in local politics until perhaps in their early 30s. If you don't have a job here for those people to keep them here until then, there's no bench building that will happen. Does that make sense to anyone? Everyone? Okay.
If I may, I
Yes.
think that bench building also comes down to being known in your community as being a person of character, somebody that they know throughout you know, the time that you have said the same things. You've stood behind it. You've tried your best in your community and your state at all times. And I think that that helps people to feel connected to a candidate and to understand that they do mean what they say and they do have the best interest of the people at heart. And I think that's very important when we're looking at building candidates to run in the elections.
I would agree with that on you. Okay. Question number 3. Vermont's population has grown by just 0.1% since 2010, with a net increase, dare I say, of 555 people. Why do you think this is so? Anya, we'll start with you.
I would say it comes down to the economic climate that we have. Again, taxes and regulations, all of these things combine to make people feel that the state is unfriendly towards them, that they need to seek opportunity elsewhere. If you're a young person, and I am a young person, so I understand this fully, you want to go where you know you're going to do the best you can and not be limited. And unfortunately, in the state, there is a lot of limiting of what you can do. You can go into agriculture, which is a failing industry currently. It will always be there because we need it, but it's not something that people feel is helping them at this point. You can go into logging, you can go into a service profession, but there's nothing there that says, I'm going to go into this industry and 20 years from now, I will have what I want out of life. There's nothing that's being offered in that line. They're going to New Hampshire, as he was saying. It has much more opportunity. They're going to New York, they're going to Florida, they're even going as far as Arizona and California or the Midwest. All of these places are beating the state in opportunity. And it's unfortunate we have one of the most beautiful states in the nations, and people don't want to leave. They want to raise their families here. They want to be around their families. They want to have their friends nearby, people that they grew up with, and yet they're finding they can't. And that's the population growth. And even though there's not a lack of pregnancy in the state, I'm sure most people can agree with that, there is a lack of being able to stay here and make ends meet and make a living and make a prosperous life for yourself. So even though we do have children being born, we have so many people leaving. And it's not limited to young people. I know retirees that leave daily because the pensions are being taxed or because the cost of living is just too high. So when you add up all the people leaving, no matter what we're doing, we're not bringing them back in. She's really loving that gong, I can tell.
Yeah, I don't think the problem is totally unique to Vermont. There's other rural communities in states that are losing population. About a third of them, from what I've read, are in a similar predicament as we are with the anemic growth or flat growth. It's only about a third that seem to be doing well. So what is that third doing well that we're not doing? And we have some challenges in that we're in New England. We're not in, sunny, I mean, we got some weather challenges that are off-putting maybe for some people. But I think if we could focus on what makes us attractive as a state, getting back to some of the incentives for young people to have children and be taxpayers and raise their children here, we need to focus on that so that we get out of this stagnant slide that we've been in. And as the governor talks about and everybody knows about it, but we're at the point now where we have to do something about it. We have to.
Thank you, Brad.
The core to your question is the birth rate. We are not by any stretch alone in the birth rate problem. Most of the Northeast is suffering in the same way. The states that are doing the reverse tend to be those states that have major economic opportunities, the Balkan oil fields in the Midwest, California, which has so many technological opportunities, Washington, Oregon. I travel quite a bit. I listen to people as I go on the road. And there are many states that are suffering the same kind of downturn in their birth rates. You can see it across the nation in small towns that are literally evaporating before your eyes. Vermont has some very good opportunities. We are within striking distance of Boston, New York, Sherbrooke in Canada, Montreal. We have to be able to sell ourselves in a better way that we attract those people who are of parentage age, and that will turn the birth rate around. But I think it is incumbent upon us as a government to sell ourselves out of state in such a way that people do want to come here. They coming here means the people who are here are going to have better opportunities than they do now.
Them coming here, though, is contingent contingent on them having the jobs and opportunities to support their growing families. So it does come back to economy as well.
We need to do something better than offering $10,000 to bribe people to move here, because it's a gimmick, and it gets a lot of press, and it's a success at that level, but we need the underlying fundamentals to be attractive to get here besides one check. So
I think there's other states that are doing that as well. I never think that Vermont is building a better mousetrap. I think we often look at something that's going on somewhere else and think that we can do it better. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. I think Kansas is running the same program with limited success in terms of attracting people there.
If you have to pay people to live in your state, you're not offering enough to have them there. I mean, it's unfortunate. If you are paying people to live there, something is seriously wrong. And so, yes, we can offer those programs, but we have to solve the core issues, or ultimately it's not sustainable to continue to do that.
One of the groups of our demographics that I'm very concerned about is the population that opted not to go to college. They're obviously going to fall into the lower economic level of our economic groups. And one of the things that I'm hearing from that particular group of people is there's nothing to do in Vermont. Boredom is trouble. Boredom leads to problems. And they're on the lower wage scale, you know, the group that we're trying to get $15 an hour for. And I'm just wondering, what are we doing are we doing anything to help that particular demographic in the state so that they're not so bored because they say there's nothing to do here, that they're turning to opioids and other issues that we have in the state? Joe, I'll start with you on that.
Sure. I have 2 children. Emily is the oldest. We put her through Cornell. Justin, the youngest, we dragged him kicking and screaming through high school and several different colleges that he wanted. It is now 15 years since he was attempting higher education. Guess who's making the most money between the 2 of them? He is. He managed to get a job that he liked, that pays extremely well and has great benefits by learning a trade. That is a key to a lot of kids who don't want to go through the normal college atmosphere. I'm not knocking college by any stretch. Having gone through college and law school myself, I know the economic advantages to that. But the bottom line is Vermont is in a unique position with qualified jobs for people who want to go to trade school, who want to take advantage of apprenticeships. We are a very small state, so most of our communities, my own for instance, Linden, we have 5,000 people in our town. He worked his way up, my son, because he knew the people that were there, they knew him, and he got opportunities as a result of that. So how does the state take advantage of that and promote that for those young people that you're talking about that may not pursue a college path? I think we have a great opportunity in front of us, but again, we need to sell that.
Do we have anything to sell?
Absolutely. We have some of the highest tech industries in the world in Vermont. My son is now working for one of them. He's building impellers for aerospace. We have opportunities in Virgins. We have opportunities in Rutland and even St. Johnsbury with Weidman Industries. Those opportunities exist, and many of them have signs outside right now saying, we're hiring.
We will train.
And we can't find the people to do that.
The trade school in Rutland, Stafford Technical, is at capacity. So that's a great sign, and they're looking at hopefully expanding and being able to accommodate just the demographic that we're talking about here. Learn a trade. You can have a great life as an electrician, whatever. I mean, there's opportunity out there.
Vermont Tech is a classic example of that, which the state needs to support better in order to get those jobs promoted.
I think that when you're talking about college, there are kids that, like you said, don't really want to go that route, and trade schools are excellent. And what I hear most from people that opted not to go to college is that the cost of the education was not going to be something that the state was ever going to be able to repay them if they wanted to stay here. They would have had to have left the state. They would have had to have found jobs elsewhere. And in these cases, they did not want to do that. So they opted not to. They found jobs. They trained in them. They rose in the ranks, starting at the bottom and going up. And some of them have made managers and are now running these businesses just because they learned it over the years doing it. But I think that when you're talking about college education, you have to carefully look at the jobs available and decide whether that is going to be beneficial or not. And I'm all for hire, and don't get me wrong, but you do have to say there's only going to be so many rocket scientists. You need to look at the jobs available and decide how that works for you.
Good. Excellent. Thank you very much. Back to leadership. Here's a good one. If you were governor of Vermont and could highlight 3 issues you would make your top priorities, 3 issues that you would make your top priorities, what would they be and how would you lead on them? That's a big question, I know it is. But we'll start with you, Brad.
All right. I would make connectivity first and foremost, and it goes back to drawing the demographic that we want. We want young couples with children. I live in Rutland County. Again, you get outside of Chittenden County, and cell phone calls, things that you take for granted up here, fast Wi-Fi, cell phones, being connected. In today's world, it is such a challenge outside of Chittenden County, around this state, and it's problematic to the point where companies won't move here. It's one of those fundamental basics that we have to have. So I would have, and I know people have been talking about this, Joe's probably heard this for 20 years, but we need to redouble our efforts. There's good things going on. Company EC Fiber is going into areas that have 0 cell service, like Barnard, Vermont, outside of Woodstock, and getting cell service and broadband there. So that would be a priority. I'd put a cap on property taxes. California, 1978, passed something called Proposition 13, where it caps your property taxes, so it's a known commodity at, say, 1.1% of whatever the assessed value. It's passed so long ago, and it's still in place today because it's so popular. And property taxes are something that Vermonters have been screaming about for ages here, because they just go up and up and up and up, and it's unsustainable. And I think just from a public relations standpoint, cap property taxes and deal with the aftermath, but just enough is enough, because people are at their breaking point. So I would put a Proposition style 13, put that on can you get that on the calendar, Joe, maybe? And the other idea I have is like a new market tax credit, like the federal government has tax credits for investors and developers to go into distressed areas and invest in the community and resources that the community needs. I'd like to see a Vermont new market tax credit that would raise money to support infrastructure like daycare and cell service and things that young families are going to need when they move here.
Joe, or we'll go to Joe.
Infrastructure. 3 components: internet, cell service, transportation. You've got to have infrastructure in this state that will support the very basics of what anybody needs that's interested in coming here to support a business. You have an issue about rising property taxes, which has been a perennial issue. One of the things the legislature tried to do to deal with that was Act 46. We are now trying to assess, did that work, did it not work, but it's an ongoing process. Whether you agree with it or you disagree, that was one of the attempts made to try to correct the problem. We don't have the ability to put Proposition 13 on our populace because California's constitution is designed differently than ours. California, you guys had the ability to ask the legislature through a referendum. Yeah. We don't have that in our constitution, so we can't have that done. The only thing I can do about that in the legislature is to do what I've done. I've voted against the budget and I've voted against the fee bill every single year I've been there except one. And the one time that I didn't do that was I knew that what we were passing at that time was sustainable based on the revenues that we had. But that's only happened one time, and I've been there since 2011. The nutshell is, if you are not paying attention to that as a governor, infrastructure, critical component to having us survive as a state, education. these folks need to have the best education there is to enable them to compete in a global marketplace. If they don't have that, we are failing not just ourselves, but them as well. So I would be concentrating on those issues, but I'll end by asking a question. Who the heck would want the job?
Of governor?
Yes.
I could think of a few people.
Rebecca
More
Holcomb.
power to them. More
Think of
power
a
to
few
them.
people. Just a quick follow-up to yours. So if Prop 5, Proposition 5?
You're talking about a constitutional amendment.
Yes.
Yeah. Different than a referendum, which
No,
Bradford was
I'm
talking
going somewhere with this.
Yeah.
Is it Proposition 5 that we're looking to open the Constitution, or is that 3?
Well, there were, I think, 6 proposals for constitutional changes, 2 of which actually got through the legislature to some extent. Prop 5 is the one that made it all the way through, and that is now pending.
So with that on the horizon, 2 years from now, it's a 2 or 4 year cycle to get that through. Is there any particular reason that no one has surfaced why aren't we proposing a referendum in the state of Vermont so that the people of Vermont can have a voice and put something on referendum should they so desire? I've always felt like, did we ever have a referendum at any point? I've always felt like not having a state referendum really silences the voice of many if there's an overarching issue going on in the state.
To answer your question, nobody has attempted to bring such a bill in my lifetime in the legislature. I believe there have been previous attempts in the 70s and early 80s to try to do that, especially around the time that California was talking about it. People in Vermont were asking, why don't we have that ability? And I can't answer the question as to why nobody's ever bothered, except that I know in this day and age, with the current makeup of the State House, never happened. If I was to bring such a bill right now, it wouldn't get out of committee, much less through one of the bodies.
Thank you. Anya?
I think that one of the main focuses should be the opioid crisis. I think that with the opioid crisis, what it is, and the inability of employers to find workers who are going to be able to pass the drug test and to show up to work reliably and all of those things, that is something that hampers the state in more ways than one. We're talking about the burden on the families of the addicted. We're talking about the burden on children and family services, on the welfare system, on the job market in general, not to mention restorative justice, the courts, the law enforcement community that struggles with this every day. There needs to be tougher penalties for bringing drugs to the state. Currently, I believe that we have way too lax of penalties for this. We do want to encourage people to seek treatment. We don't want to punish people for seeking treatment, but there needs to be accountability for constantly being on drugs, for bringing drugs into the state, for getting people addicted to them. If you're dealing, that needs to be a whole separate issue from addiction. That needs to be treated in a way harsher manner than we are currently doing. Also, one of the other things that we need to focus on, of course, is jobs. Everybody says the same thing. I'm going to focus on the economy, I'm going to focus on jobs, I'm going to focus on education. And the reason they say that is because all of those things are always important. We do need to have quality education. Unfortunately, I think that in the school systems today, we are not seeing the quality education that we need, and that the students are suffering for it. The reasons behind that I'll go into my opinions on later. Jobs, education, opioid crisis, and obviously protecting the constitutional amendments that are intrinsic to the way our country was built. We must continue to do that, okay? I can go on and on.
Good. Any questions for each other?
Just so you know, the most recent statistics are now out on Vermont's opioid problem. Between January and May of this year, we had 39 deaths in this state from opioid overdose. The 2 worst counties, unfortunately, are Rutland and Windham counties. That's the bad news. The good news is we have actually peaked to some extent on the crisis. those numbers are lower than previous years. I don't want to be too overly optimistic, but there is a sign that what we have been doing to attack the opioid crisis, including attacking those who would bring drugs into this state, are actually beginning to show some signs of working. So I'll agree with Anya that we need to maintain our pressure on that. I just want to offer some hope that there is hopefully some light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay, so we're going to go to our last question and then turn our attention to the audience for potential questions or comments on what they've heard. If you had a magic wand, what would you do to help Vermont? Anya, I'll start with you.
When I first heard that question, I thought about it and I was thinking Second Amendment, all of these different things that are important to me. But if I had a magic wand, I would use it to put in place protections for the unborn. Unfortunately, in the state of Vermont, we have gone in a very, as I feel, ungodly direction with this. And if that was the one thing I could do, I would protect the unborn child. They have no voice, and if we don't speak for them, nobody will. And you also need to take into account the other 50% of the DNA, the father's voice, which unfortunately is not being heard either right now. It's unfortunate.
Okay, thank you, Anya. Joe?
I think that I would concentrate on making sure every Vermonter going through school had a real, sincere understanding of the history of this state, what we were formed for, what our intentions were, why we want to preserve things like a constitution, what is important about how to live as a society. If I had a magic wand, I would not just bring kids to the State House in 4th grade. They'd be there in every grade to ask different questions at different times, just to get to know the civic process, to teach all of the kids growing up today that we can have disagreements with each other, but it is critical that we not put each other down. In order to survive as a society, we can't be polarized. We have to be able to talk to each other. And I may be very opinionated in the things that I talk about, but I've never hesitated to step back and say, listen, Benning, listen to what other people are saying, because possibly the remarks that you're making should be changed to some extent. If your viewpoint should be changed for the betterment of all. Those are the things I'd like to see in a magic wand.
Thank you, Joe. Bradford?
Well, I like the magic wands from both of these two. I agree with both their perspectives. And if I had a magic wand, I would love to see Vermonters get behind an economic proposal that would benefit the Vermonters that live outside of Chittenden County. I mean, our mid-sized towns and cities throughout the state are struggling. I'd like to see like this tax credit thing I talked about earlier. It's not sexy, but it's something that would have an impact and also attract the very people that we're trying to attract here and help the people that are here already. I'd like to see something bold that would go along those lines that helps people in Bennington and Springfield and Rutland, et cetera.
Great. Well, thank you very much for all of your answers and input today. So now we're going to turn our attention to the audience, which happens to be a very youthful audience today. And we have three people that would like to comment or ask a question. And if you step up to the microphone, would you just quickly introduce yourself and then ask your question?
Okay, so I'm Netanel Crisp. I'm 16 years old and I live in Danby. And you all touched upon kind of the prosperity of Chittenden County in comparison to the rest of the state of Vermont. So my question is, how do you plan to protect, preserve, and sustain small Vermont towns without damaging their environments, social atmospheres, and unique historic elements? Thank you.
Big question.
Yeah. Well, I think you can maintain our integrity and take care of the environment, all those things that are important that make Vermont unique. I mean, we don't need billboards and high-rises to make Vermont successful. I think we can do exactly what you talk about, which is important about maintaining our roots and what we are, but at the same time, making things available to people that desire to live here so they can prosper here. That's the balance.
I would say through agriculture. Vermont has always been known as an agriculturally friendly state. Unfortunately, it's kind of drifting from that, but people want to come and they want to see the hills dotted with the farms, and it's good for the economy and it's good for the people and it preserves the land, and I think that is one of the biggest things that we could do in the state to preserve it.
First, I'd like to say I don't want to disparage Chittenden County. I disagree with the politics. I am envious, if you will, of the economy that's running there that my county is not enjoying. But how can we take those elements that are successful in Chittenden County and bring them to the other small towns around the state in order to have that economic driver? I think it's possible, but we have to do incentives in order for that to happen. Nobody wants to see, for instance, a small town school close. But the reality on the ground is if you don't have the student population to support it, you have a problem. So what can we do in order to change that? You have to have those economic drivers that are keeping Chittenden County alive, moving out. Can we provide tax incentives for businesses to move from Chittenden outward or to expand from Chittenden outward? Those are the kinds of things that government has to look at in order to entice those economic drivers while still preserving the essence of what small town Vermont is all about.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Hello, my name is Zach Handelman, and I recently graduated from the University of Vermont, and I currently live in Burlington. It's something that you guys have talked about a lot during this discussion is competition with jobs from other states. And so I was wondering if maybe speaking directly to the young people in the state, especially those maybe more on the left, who believe in raising the minimum wage. And Senator Benning, you're right on the border, so you might have something to say to this, but maybe just speak to your position on why you should or shouldn't raise the minimum wage to $15.
Sure. I can start by saying we had a very large discussion in the State House this past year over that question. The people who are in Chittenden County are having a tough time trying to survive. There may be very good reasons why people in Chittenden County need to have an increase in the minimum wage. But if you come to my neck of the woods, I am literally up against New Hampshire that has a $7 and I think 25-cent minimum wage. If you are going to tell businesses in my area that they have to go up to $15 an hour, the ramification is the business leaves because it cannot compete on the border. If you go to Littleton, New Hampshire right now and you go to Walmart, count the number of Vermont cars. It's loaded in that parking lot with Vermont cars. There's no Walmart in St. Johnsbury. People are not shopping in St. Johnsbury, which is why you also have a number of closed storefronts. That's a problem. So we had this discussion about a minimum wage increase, and I brought an amendment. I suggested, let's try it in Chittenden County and see how it works. My amendment failed. I think it was 18 to 11. But it would have enabled Chittenden County to prove that something would work for Chittenden while still enabling some of the folks in my neck of the woods to maintain the businesses. I'll use this example of a coffee cup, and forgive me if I go a little longer. Let's say you're selling a cup of coffee on Church Street in Burlington, and you charge $2 for that cup of coffee. Simple, all right? You have foot traffic in Church Street in Burlington that could be anywhere from 300 to 500 people a day. Come over to Lindenville, where we're selling the same $2 cup of coffee, and you have foot traffic of maybe 35 people a day. How is a business owner going to compete with that if all of a sudden all of their overhead, all of their infrastructure has to be competing with a $15 an hour wage to the 3 employees that they may have in Lindenville? It's not something that's possible. So I constantly say, the people who are doing business in my neck of the woods will go to Littleton, New Hampshire. We don't want to have that happen. Let's try an experiment. See if it works in Burlington. Hopefully that'll drive things.
Do you feel your question was answered? Because if so, we could get a second question, and we're kind of running short.
Yeah. Thank you.
We could talk later.
Could you repeat the question you asked to all of us earlier?
There was a couple of them. One was, do you feel that you were brainwashed growing up in school?
Okay. So my name is Nessia Crisp, and I'm 18 years old, and I did not grow up in Vermont. I did elementary and middle school in Pennsylvania, but since coming to Vermont, I found that the liberal atmosphere just heightened in school, and I feel, not that I'm necessarily brainwashed, but in terms of my classmates and my teachers, I'm not able to have a voice in terms of my political views, and it's a lot of, this is kind of what's expected in society, and you can't really have any differing views on that, and I find that really hard in terms of talking to people openly about politics in the state and in the country.
If I may, when I was running for office, it was, I would say, almost impossible to get an audience in the colleges. They won't allow conservative speakers, and they don't say, oh, you're a conservative, you're not coming. They just make it impossible. So it is biased.
I'm actually trying to get in touch with colleges right now, and they're very not
I
open
wish you the
to
best of luck.
Yeah.
I do.
Thank you.
Can I ask what part of Pennsylvania you're from?
I'm right outside of Philadelphia. Lower Merion was the county I was in.
Okay. Was that generally a conservative area?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, politics weren't widely spoken about, especially Republican views.
So that shouldn't be happening to you or to anybody else. But let me take it out of politics for just a moment. I'm a Yankees fan. A lot of Vermonters are Red Sox fans. We battle with each other all the time over baseball. But what we shouldn't be doing is polarizing ourselves in such a way that we can't speak to each other. If you're being treated unfairly, I don't care whether you're liberal or conservative, that just shouldn't be happening. So if it is happening, please do let folks like me know, whoever represents you, we should be having a much more substantive conversation about it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nessie. Thank you, panel members, for this, for participating in this. As we said, this is the first in a series that we hope to be providing to the public, and
Thank you. I think it's very important to have these discussions.
yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Our pleasure.
Good.
Thank you, Deb, and thank you, panelists, and thank you to our audience. What a great group. Let us know if you've enjoyed the format. I would really like to hear from you. And thanks for tuning in. See you next week, and in the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 322nd edition of Energy Week with the amazing him and the me. No?
That's me.
That is
And that's
Tom. This is Energy Week with George Harvey and Tom Fennell. I am George Harvey. He is the amazing Tom Fennell. And this show is based on material that comes up at my blog on a daily basis. I go to the internet, find what I can on energy and climate change, and usually about 15 items each day, sometimes fewer, but you know, I take what I can get. And they are put up with a synopsis to of the original article of about 50 words, a link to the original, and they go on my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. You can go there and look up the stuff that we're talking about.
Sometimes that's worth doing.
Yeah, you can click on the day on the calendar for the item that we're talking about, and it means you'll get like 15 items.
Well, some of these websites have some really good stuff on them.
They do
and
indeed.
We don't have time to talk about
Absolutely. The first one we're going to do has got just a set of very interesting photographs. But we're starting on Thursday, August 15th, which is a week ago today being the 22nd.
Oh, we'll start out with one of those photographs.
We will start out with one of those photographs. This is the Malaysia 2, which is right now. You'll notice that unite behind science and a race we must win, climate action now. On the back end of that ship, at the stern, almost all the way to the stern, you can see a human being standing there. That is not Greta Thunberg, but it is somebody who's on the boat.
That'd be the skipper, probably.
Probably. That is a racing yacht, and it is even now racing across the Atlantic Ocean to get Greta Thunberg to a meeting in New York City.
Well, that's basically all it is. It's a racing machine.
It's a racing machine.
It's not
yeah.
built for comfort.
Not built for comfort. It doesn't have a shower. It doesn't have a toilet aside from a bucket. So this is from BBC. What do you got for a title?
Teenage climate change activist sets sail on zero carbon journey aboard the Malaysia 2.
Greta Thunberg has set sail on a 2-week journey by boat across the Atlantic Ocean. She will be attending 2 big climate change conferences in the United States. Is it really
She's about halfway over the ocean
is
now.
it really 2 in the United States? I thought there was 1 in the United States and 1 in Chile.
I think you're right.
But I don't know how she's going to get to Chile. Maybe the same yacht is going to take her down there. I mean, there's no way you can go by train to get to Chile.
Well,
So-
it's hard to get there by way of anything other than flying.
I think it kind of is.
I mean, you can go by boat. You got to go through the Panama Canal
Or around the Cape.
Around the
Oh
Cape.
man, yeah, that
That's
would be
about a 2-week trip.
going through the Straits of Magellan. Anyway, let's see. The journey will take about 2 weeks in a high-speed yacht called the Malaysia 2. The Malaysia 2 is a racing yacht, and as I said,
It's not designed for comfort.
not designed for comfort. She expected to have some pretty serious seasickness on this, but apparently it didn't happen.
Well, I got a quick takeaway from her.
Yeah.
She's going to be at sea for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So she's about halfway there. She's
Yeah.
past the Azores. She's
Yeah.
out in the middle of the Atlantic now. This is a tweet from her. Eating and sleeping well and no seasickness so far. Life on Malaysia 2 is like camping on a roller coaster. Some dolphins showed up and swam along the boat last night.
Yeah.
So electricity this is interesting. Electricity on the boat comes from wind turbines and solar panels. So it doesn't even have batteries.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to do. She was objecting to the fact that air transportation really has a lot of big carbon footprint.
Well, in general, it's a big carbon footprint.
Yeah.
A very big carbon
And
footprint.
she thought about going by ocean liner, and that has a big carbon footprint.
It does, yeah.
So
Yeah, so.
there we go. Should we move on? or
Yeah,
do you
let's
have
move
more?
on. I don't know
Okay.
if we got a picture yet, but this is the article. It is raining plastic. Scientists find colorful microplastic in rain. That's not a good thing.
No, it's not a good thing. It's raining plastic. A survey of rainfall in Denver and Boulder, Colorado concluded. Scientists at the U.S. Department of the Interior and the U.S. Geological Survey said they couldn't see the plastic with their naked eyes, but they found it using a binocular microscope fitted with a digital camera. We have a picture of plastic. That plastic that I just put up there is actually coming for the next article. That's plastic that was taken out of the sea, and those are fairly large pieces. That I believe is a petri dish.
Those are the ones they could pick up.
Those are the ones you can see. But we have another article about plastic, and it is of the same invisible sort that we just talked about.
Well, let's talk about this article quickly.
Okay, that
First
one
of all,
was-
there's a lot of pictures on the website.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And this was scary. They found plastic and said 90% of the samples.
Yeah.
Okay, and they've
stuff
taken
is everywhere.
samples all around the world.
Stuff is everywhere.
Plastic has been a growing problem throughout the world. That's just what it says.
Yep.
When asked about how he felt about the world being awash in plastic, President Trump blamed China for the problem.
Well, President Trump yesterday said that he was the chosen one, and
Yeah.
it was, I mean, this is.
And the second coming.
Well, I didn't hear him say
No,
the
my
second
sister
coming,
told me that.
But he did a few days ago offer to buy Greenland.
And for what it's worth, Brattleboro has a plastic bag ban.
Vermont does. It's a whole state.
Did they finally pass that?
Yeah, I believe they did.
Because up until a short time ago, it was just Brattleboro.
Yeah, Brattleboro was one of 2 communities that introduced that, and that article was from CNN, but our next article is from BBC. It's about the same thing. It appeared on the same day.
And again, from CNN, there's a lot of pictures involved. A lot of pictures on that website.
Yeah.
So let's pull this one up because this was one.
This is the one that actually.
Would you believe it? Those are plastic fragments.
Yeah.
From Arctic seawater. This comes from seawater.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the article isn't about plastic from seawater. It's
No, plastic particles are falling out of the sky with snow in the Arctic.
so this really is worldwide.
Oh, definitely.
You can bet your bottom dollar that the plastic that's found in Arctic is in. Oh, this is Arctic. Sorry,
yeah,
I was going to say Antarctic.
I'll touch base on that before we get out of here.
Okay. Even in the Arctic, microscopic particles of plastic are falling out of the sky with snow, a study has found. The scientists said they were shocked by the sheer numbers of pieces they found, more than 10,000 of them per liter in the Arctic. People are likely to be breathing in microplastics even in the Arctic. And I want to mention here, they said per liter. They didn't say whether that was per liter of snow or per liter of water. My bet is
10 to 1.
Yeah, my bet is that they're talking about per liter of water that is.
I would not be. Yeah, I would not be surprised. No, it's water. I'm sure.
They melted the snow and then
Yeah.
looked for the plastic.
There's a lot of pictures in the video in the website. There's
Yep.
a nice video worth looking at. It's only short. It's an obituary for an Iceland glacier.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
And researchers collected snow samples from Svalbard, which we talked about last week.
We did indeed.
Okay. The scientists also analyzed snow from sites in Germany and Switzerland.
Yes.
Some areas of Germany showed higher concentrations than the Arctic.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
And there's a quote from the article. We've got plastics in the sea ice, we've got plastics in the ocean, and plastics on beaches. Now there's plastic in snow.
It's disturbing.
Not good news.
I should mention we're not going to have this next week because I didn't put it up at the blog, but I should mention that one of the articles that I saw several times today in my search of the news was a thing from scientists who said that they had they believed that the plastic that we breathe, the plastic we ingest from water, is not actually harming us. It might be harming much smaller animals, but it's not harming human beings directly.
Well, that's good news.
Well, yeah, basically this is dust. This is dust that's
yeah.
made of plastic. The
Well-
stuff in dust is amazing, you know. Dust, in dust you can find fairy shrimp eggs.
Oh.
Fairy shrimp are these little teeny things that live in vernal ponds.
Okay.
And if you go out in Vermont and look at vernal ponds, which are, you know, vernal is spring.
Spring.
They're ponds
Short-lived.
very short-lived. They're ponds that
basically it's melted snow.
yeah, and these ponds are just full of water for maybe a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And if you go out and look at the life in there, you'll find these little teeny things called fairy shrimp, which look kind of like shrimp. And they are very short-lived. They hatch, they grow to maturity, they breed, all in a period of just a couple of weeks, and then they lay their eggs and they die. And the pond dries up, and the pond goes completely dry, and of course the soil on the bottom of the pond can dry up, and if a good wind comes along, it'll blow up some dust, and the dust will include fairy shrimp eggs, which will then get carried to another pond, and if that pond doesn't have any, it'll get some.
There's one of those ponds right at the end of this parking lot, by the way.
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be interesting
It's
to
just
look.
right up already.
Yeah, oh yeah. It would be interesting to look next spring and see if there's fairy shrimp in there.
Well, let's move on.
Okay, that article, by the way, was from the BBC, and the one before was from CNN. I don't know if...
And this one's from CNN.
But we are up to Friday, August 16th.
Solar power is now cheaper than the grid in hundreds of Chinese cities.
This is amazing. Some 344 Chinese cities, I looked it up, that's a little bit more than half of the cities in China, were found to have solar systems producing energy at lower prices than the grid without any subsidies. Research published in the journal Nature Energy says, according to the authors, that would encourage further investment in renewable energy.
Well, the Chinese grid is pretty much driven by coal.
Yeah.
Okay, a lot of coal.
Yeah.
And China has long relied on coal.
Yep.
But they started to close mines and coal power plants. And they have to. I mean, we've seen some pictures of downtown
Astonishing.
Shanghai.
Yeah.
And you couldn't
and now
even-
they've got another reason besides air pollution to shut them down, which is that they're too expensive.
Yeah. Well, China's driving down solar prices around the world thanks to the scale of production.
They are responsible for 45% of all renewable energy investments worldwide.
I think we either talked about that or we're going to.
Yeah.
Because that rings a bell.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. This is a byline, but a Chinese firm also built the world's largest concentrated solar farm in Morocco.
Yes.
There's a picture of this place is huge.
The Chinese are also responsible for 80% of the solar panels made worldwide. 99% of electric buses. And they, And they, you know, electric buses are over 50% of all buses made now.
Yeah, not over here.
And you know, I had a shocking thought, which is when renewable energy really takes on strong, which it hasn't even begun to do yet, the people who make money on it are going to be the people who have experience with it. And we have a government which is purposely preventing us from getting experience with it.
Okay, so the Chinese, we're just giving them another gift.
We're giving them gifts, that's right.
This farm solar farm in Morocco, as
Yeah.
I said, it's huge. They
Yeah.
say it's the size of 3,500 soccer fields. That's a large, and the
large.
picture of it just goes on and on and on.
On and on and on.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It produces enough power for a city the size of Dallas.
Yeah.
Just this one installation.
Just one installation.
Let's move along. We've got a
Okay.
picture of Kansas coming up here.
We have a wind farm in Kansas.
I think that's what it is, if I can find
What it says. All you got to do is click on it. There you go. This is from The Verge.
Renewable energy can generate billions of dollars in health benefits. Well, if you've been following this show, you know that.
This is another study. 10 states across the Midwest and Great Lakes region could see $4.7 billion in health benefits in 2030 if they stick with current renewable energy standards, according to a study from MIT. Building the renewable energy infrastructure that would give them those benefits will cost $3.5 billion.
Sounds like a lot, but compared to the health benefits, it's ahead of the game.
Yeah, you're way ahead of the game if you put in the renewable energy.
Well, this article mentions 10 states.
Yeah.
And they call them the Rust Belt.
Yes.
And basically, they're all in a row, starting with Delaware, ending with Wisconsin.
Okay.
From the Atlantic seaboard, right in a row, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin.
Indiana.
Indiana.
Michigan, probably.
Michigan wasn't included.
Wasn't it?
No, not
Okay.
not among the 10.
Well, it should
But
be.
it's called the Rust Belt region, and it tends to have poorer air quality due to greater reliance
You know,
on coal.
when I was a kid, I lived for years in Illinois, near
Yeah.
Chicago, and my grandmother had a house in Winchester, New Hampshire, which is just across the
Right
river
across
from
the
us.
river, right.
And we would come
You
to
spent some
Winchester
time
and
there.
spend the summer there. You know, it was a place that I regarded as kind of a home away from home, and eventually it became my home. And I can remember every single time we drove through Gary, Indiana, about 15 miles from Gary, I would get a headache. You could smell the steel mills. And
No kidding, yeah.
and I'd have a bad headache for the next probably hour.
Wow.
And it was just as predictable as and it was more than 15 miles coming from the east, but it was probably more like 5 or 10
So the
miles.
pollution was getting
The
you in
pollution
a
was
brief period of
amazing,
time.
amazing pollution, and they were just pumping out, you know, fumes from. I can remember 14 stacks from coal burning operations.
14
14
stacks.
in a row. And
Wow.
I believe that was met coal that was being used for making steel.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's move along.
Our next one is from CNN.
It is that. July was the Earth's hottest month on record.
According to NOAA, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, is that what that is? Earth faced unprecedented heat in July, its hottest month on record. July's temperature across the land and ocean surfaces worldwide was 1.71 degrees Fahrenheit, above the 20th century average of 60.4 degrees Fahrenheit. It was the hottest July on record since records began in 1880, besting the record of 2016 by 5/100ths of a degree. That doesn't sound like a lot of difference. But, you know, we just get hotter and hotter and hotter.
That's what's happening.
And the
That's
thing
what's
that happens, and, you know, you've got people who are out there saying, no, it's not happening.
Well, this is a CNN website.
Yeah.
And like most CNN websites, there's interesting stuff to do.
Yeah.
In this case, they got a 1-minute video.
Yes.
And it says what not to do in a heat wave.
Yes. Well.
And this is what they tell you. Avoid ice cold drinks.
Yes.
Okay. Avoid sugary sports drinks.
Yes.
And avoid high protein food.
High protein.
Yeah.
So don't eat hot dogs, hamburgers.
Well, just don't eat many of them.
Yeah, and
Doesn't say abstain,
don't,
but
you know,
cut back.
the ballpark meal of a Coke and a hot dog
It's not good for you.
is not what
in
you
hot
do.
weather.
Yeah, and I could have picked a lot of other things.
Well, from the article, significant temperature differences were seen across Alaska, Central Europe, parts of Asia, Africa, and Australia.
Yes.
They're all hotter than normal.
Yes.
9 of the 10 warmest Julys have occurred since 2005. We've talked about that on the show
We
right
have,
here.
and it's like
July normally is the world's warmest month of the year. But this year's July record temps affected the Arctic and Antarctic as well. The
Yes.
Antarctic is in the wintertime.
it's in winter.
And it's
Yeah.
still affected them.
Okay, we are up to Saturday,
Yeah, we
August
got a picture here.
17th. We've got a picture and an item from Clean Technica. This picture is one of those Tesla non-ads. You know, Tesla's got a lot of
Well, it's a
pictures.
Powerwall picture.
Yeah.
And there it is over there on the right.
On
that
the right,
box
you
is
can
a
barely
Powerwall.
see it against the wall. Tesla's non-ads, which they, you know, the pictures they distribute to the press to accompany news items, are all, they remind me a little
They
bit of
stick
the,
the ad right in there.
yeah, they
But it's
remind,
it's not a bad thing to have.
no, and you notice the solar panels on the roof.
Yep.
It reminds me a little bit of the old VW ads from the 1960s. They were very sparse. They'd have a VW bug and maybe one line of large type and a line or two of small type, and it just extremely simple. And these Tesla ads are all, they're all very kind of clean looking. Well, they're all, you know, there's no people in them.
No.
And they're extremely clean looking. You
Yeah.
know, here you've got an impeccable lawn and you know, everything is perfect. Except there's no people. But nevertheless, we shouldn't be
It's
talking
too
about
perfect for people.
That's right.
Well, here's what they're saying about it. Tesla makes solar affordable again with new monthly rental plan. This is a good idea.
Yeah, Tesla is making solar affordable again with new solar rental program that lets homeowners simply rent a solar system for a flat monthly rate. To further sweeten the deal, there is no upfront installation cost at all, and there is no long-term contract.
Boy, that's a winner.
Details vary by state. You know, yeah, I'd have to look at that and find out if it's actually cheaper than grid power. I imagine it probably is.
Well, from the article, the estimated cost per kilowatt hour comes out to about 13 cents.
So it's going to be higher in some places, and it would be lower
in Vermont. The average rate's about 16 cents.
Yeah.
So it's going to save in Vermont. You're going to save money.
But a lot of states have electric power for prices that are below 13 cents per kilowatt hour.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Okay. Our next item is from Scientific American.
It certainly is. And now, the really big coal plants begin to close.
When the Navajo generating station in Arizona shuts down this year, it will be one of the largest carbon emitters to close in American history. Of the coal plants to be retired in the U.S. in recent years, none has emitted more. But this plant is not alone. Other large plants are also closing down.
Well, that's what they're saying. The old small plants were the early retirees. But several of the biggest U.S. coal burners, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on, and CO2 emitters will be shuttered by the year end.
Yeah.
And here's what it's all about. The economics keep moving in a direction that favors natural gas and renewables.
Yeah. I noticed in the news today that there were 4 coal-burning plants scheduled to shut down in Illinois. They announced that yesterday.
4 more?
4 more.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, they're not making money.
They're not making money. Like Skoda Citigo. But, you know, I don't know.
Yes,
I don't know what
I would say Skitty. Let's well.
You want to put the picture up?
Yeah, why didn't I do that? That would be helpful.
There you go.
I thought I had it up. I was looking at it and I was reading it and I was saying Skoda Citgo.
Yeah, well, that's what our eyes do to us.
Well, let me give you the headline here.
Okay.
The Volkswagen triplets are going 100% electric, and I'll explain why after you talk.
Okay.
Why they call them the triplets.
German carmaker Volkswagen AG announced that it is replacing its inexpensive A-segment cars, which are powered by fossil fuels, with 100% electric vehicles. A-segment cars are the smallest in the European standard, and the VW vehicle will be the only full EV in its class.
Well, this particular model that you're looking at, and I'll put it up again, it has a 165-mile range, which is not a whole hell of a lot. This is a small city car.
Yeah.
And you can see in there the batteries and all of that.
Yep.
Now, why they call them the triplets? Because they're all basically the same car.
Yep.
They're for sale in Europe and in different parts of Europe.
They have different
names.
names.
For historical reasons, VW is using the old-fashioned name. Like Skoda used to be an independent company, I think, from Yugoslavia.
Czechoslovakia.
It could have been Czechoslovakia. Yeah. It was behind the Iron Curtain.
Yeah.
They made a pretty good car, actually.
Really?
The old
That's
Skoda,
kind of
yeah.
Amazing.
So they're almost identical. It was sort of like back in the 50s when you made Chevys and Pontiacs.
Yes.
The only difference was the chrome.
Oh, I don't know. In 1959, they had different fins.
Chrome, yeah. These things have the advantage of electric driving, though, which we don't think about. There's one pedal driving.
Yes.
Okay, there's no transmission.
Yes.
They're silent, they're sporty, they're low maintenance, and they're selling these things in Europe for a price around 20 grand.
Now, the interesting thing that to the people who wrote this for Clean Technica, I thought, was they're saying they're going straight from internal combustion engines to all electric. They're not going through the hybrid route to step from one to the other.
They're getting ahead of the game there.
And this is, for 20 grand, you're getting a car which is not some tiny little thing. I mean, it's very small, but
it's a 4-seater.
It's a 4-seater. This is a 4-door car.
And this is not for taking a family on a picnic, but it's okay for commuting to work.
It could be for taking a very small family.
It's a small family.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. We're up to Sunday, August 18th, and we've got an item from Japan Today.
This is interesting. Climate deniers get more media play than scientists.
Wow. You know, who would have thought? I would have thought that actually, because that's the way the news media does things. You know, I have a saying. There's an old saying, those who can do,
Yeah.
those who can't teach.
Yeah.
And I have added to
modified that.
those who can do, those who can't teach. Those who can't teach become journalists. And as a journalist, I will swear this is true. Okay, from Japan Today. Climate deniers have far more media attention than prominent climate scientists, a report shows. Why not? I mean, science is boring. This is a quote. Climate change contrarians have successfully organized a strong voice within politics and science communication, end quote, according to the report's authors.
Well, they're getting more news, but this is normal. A dog bites a man, it's not news. A man bites a dog, it's news.
Exactly.
You know, and that's what's
Yeah.
going on here.
Yeah, and you know, I keep going back to this thing that when Barack Obama was president, he said 97% of scientists agree. And it was an old figure, and I don't even know where that came from originally, but a bunch of news organizations looked into it to find out whether it was true. And 3 of them in particular went to scientists and with a question, do you believe that human-caused climate change is not happening? And they all got pretty much the same percentages, but MSNBC had the one that was the largest study. They went to almost 70,000 scientists. They weren't actually going to the scientists. They were seeing that a scientist had published something and then checking it out. And all of the scientists they were concerned with were either climatologists or meteorologists. So they were all professionally engaged, and they were publishing things in professional journals. And what they found was that out of 70,000 scientists, there were 4, not 4,000, 4 who denied this.
Before.
And my take on this, which I've said on the show before, but not all that recently, is I would expect more than 4 positive responses if I went to 70,000 physicists
You
and
would have
asked them,
figured that, wouldn't you?
is it true that you believe you are the reincarnation of Isaac Newton? You know, and I would expect more than 4 physicists to say, yeah, that's what I am. And this is, you know, basically we've got the overwhelming support for this idea, that is to say, that human-caused climate change is happening. And
there's a negative aspect of this, and what it is, and I'll read from it, disproportionate contrarian arguments misrepresent the distribution of expert-based beliefs and undermines the credible authority of climate change science.
Yes, absolutely.
So the public is reading this, and they're getting misinformed.
It's almost as though you've got somebody who says, I'm going to tell you that 2 + 2 is 4, check it out. And then somebody else says, I'm going to tell you that 2 + 2 isn't 4. And, you know, ask all the mathematicians and then ask this person. And if you put both of them into an article, it's going to sound like there's some kind of question about whether this is true. Okay.
Let's move along. We got a picture here.
This is a picture of By Aerospace E-Flyer. We're still on Sunday, August 18th. And this
Interesting looking little plane.
It is. We've got another plane coming up too, but they're different, which is why.
About this one.
Yeah.
By Aerospace and Oxis Energy as a company to commercialize lithium sulfur batteries for urban air mobility.
By Aerospace is a busy electric aviation company developing the future for our urban air mobility world. It has 2 electric airplanes along with developing projects. It is working with Oxis Energy to commercialize lithium sulfur battery.
So urban air mobility is going to be a phrase you'll be hearing more of.
More and more.
And it's basically the future. And what they're talking about is airborne taxi cabs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although
they'll land in your front yard.
Well, this is a little different.
This one is not.
That guy is.
Well, it's about the batteries.
The article here is about the batteries.
And the reason why it is about these lithium sulfur versus lithium ion is they're lighter.
Yeah.
And it makes a lot of sense for a lighter battery in an airplane.
Absolutely, it does. Okay, We have an
We'll be
item.
talking about more on this later on.
We
later
will
on in the
indeed.
show.
We have an item from Nikkei Asian Review, which is hard for me to get stuff from because they only allow a very, very, very limited number of articles per month. So, you know, I have to play games sometimes to get articles.
To
from
get
these.
the articles. Oh,
Yeah.
they allow you to see a limited number.
I think they allow 2.
And they want you to pay them money for more? Or?
They want money for more, although there are ways to trick them into giving you more than 2.
I'm familiar. I've done that.
Yeah.
Well, you just get a third party who has repeated.
Well, or a second computer.
I don't have a second computer.
I've got about 18 of them. I used to be a computer science
let's talk about the article.
Engineer.
China storms past the U.S. and Japan to take the lead in wind and solar power.
China has come to dominate worldwide solar and wind energy generation, thank you, Donald Trump, in terms of both its own capacity and the company's share of global markets. Again, thank you, Donald Trump. Leaving previous renewable energy powerhouses, particularly in the United States and Japan, to play catch-up. There was an article that we don't have that talks about Donald Trump he's doing this now, having already apparently destroyed about 20,000 jobs in the solar industry in the United States. He wants to do more.
Good for him. Boy,
yeah.
We need some.
I mean, we've got some very strange things going on here, and we're going to pay for it in the end.
Well, this article has a lot of pictures.
Yep.
And it's got one picture that impressed me. It is a huge solar and wind combination plant.
Yes.
I mean, this thing is big.
Yeah.
I mean, we couldn't put it on the screen here. It's that big.
Is it bigger than all those soccer fields that we were talking about a few minutes ago?
Well, Beijing's pivot to renewables is one reason for a trade war with Washington, which is just what you mentioned. China's wind power capacity soared 22-fold and solar nearly 700-fold in a decade through 2018.
Yeah.
And we're going the other way.
Yeah.
China accounted for 30% of the world's renewables last year, with the U.S. a distant second at 10%.
Yes. So 30% of the renewables are going in China.
And that's growing.
Why are they going in? Why is China going to renewable energy? Well, there's 2 answers that I can imagine for that. 3,
it's
actually.
Cheaper.
It's cheaper. It doesn't pollute Beijing with coal fumes, and they're actually acting on climate change, which of course Donald Trump says is a hoax from China.
Well,
but they're spending money on that
hoax.
hoax.
Yeah.
You know. So anyway, should we quit that one?
Yeah, let's move on to Monday.
Monday,
we got a picture coming
August
up here.
19th. We have a picture here.
It's an interesting picture.
It's an interesting picture, but it made
Very
me think.
futuristic, but they're actually making a plane looks like that. It's a prototype.
It makes me wonder about whether this urban mobility thing is actually going to work. But why don't you read the title and we can talk about that.
Embraer, Bell, Brazil, and Uber Elevate, are shaping our urban air mobility future. Now there's that phrase again.
Yeah. The Latin American Business Aviation Conference and Exhibition is over and heads are spinning. Aviation startups are challenging our current air mobility system with urban air mobility. Embraer, Bell, Brazil, and Uber Elevate are a few of the innovators, and there are a lot of innovators. But you know, I thought when I saw that picture, I thought, that's Embraer. They've got a picture there with 4 units in the sky. Now imagine what that city would look like if you took up as much as...
they're talking about taxi cabs.
Yeah, but if you took up 5% of the ground transportation in that city, how many vehicles would there be in the sky? You'd have a sky that was full of those things like mosquitoes. They'd be all over the place.
That could happen.
And I really wonder if that's such a good idea. I think people should slow down their expectations and figure that they don't have to get from, you know,
if you like pictures of planes, look at the article.
Yeah.
They got a short video.
There's a lot
very
going on.
Interesting planes.
A lot going on. But the other thing too is, I don't think these things are going to be landing in people's driveways, because I think it would just stir up too much wind and mess.
Well, in places like downtown Manhattan, it won't be possible.
But it will be possible to do it on rooftops.
Yeah.
So I
things
think
will change.
Things will be a little different from what.
Well, they have to start making flat rooftops.
Yeah, well, they already do, obviously.
Some of them are flat, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that was
So
from Clean
let's-
Technica.
Yeah, a quick
Our
takeaway on it.
Oh, good.
Urban air mobility equals small planes and short rides.
Yes.
Okay, and it's ride sharing. We've
Yes,
talked about that.
That's Uber is right there with this idea that you
And what
ride
they're
share.
saying, it's fascinating to watch the birth of an industry that will take flight in a decade happen before our very eyes.
You know, it's interesting also, my father told me that when he was young, and he was born in 1916, so this might have been 1930, he had this idea that people should be flying around in airplanes going instead of cars.
Well, I bet you Popular Science had articles
Absolutely,
on
a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, our next item is from Reeve.
Yeah, it is that. Indonesia has the potential to I can't even accept this number, to generate 788,000 megawatts of power from renewable energy
Yeah,
sources.
yeah. That's what it says.
That's what it says, and they back it up.
They do. Indonesia, which has a pollution problem, has a potential to generate 788,000 megawatts. And I'm going to say that's the equivalent of a little over 1,000, that's something over 1,000 Vermont Yankee nuclear power plants.
Well, they're talking potential here.
Yeah, potential. 788,000 megawatts of potential from renewable energy sources such as wind power, solar tidal, and geothermal. This is more than 14 times the country's current electricity consumption.
Well, this is potential they're talking about.
That's right.
But they have a lot of potential because of the way the country is arrayed. They got all this ocean. It's a whole archipelago of islands.
Yeah.
And they're all in the trade winds.
Yeah.
You know, so and they're also in a high solar penetration zone.
Yep. And
so they have a lot of potential there.
I don't know how much of Indonesia is 100 miles or more from the sea, but I would bet that it's practically nothing. And it's a huge country, and it has
geographically,
a big population.
It's bigger geographically, bigger than the U.S.
Which is hard. It's hard to grasp that in your mind.
Well, it's just a bunch of small, skinny islands.
That's right. Small, skinny islands.
And they also have, by the way, geothermal.
And they've got a large population. This is not insignificant. But you know, the thing that came into my mind when I read this was that article that we had last week, I think it was last week, about the idea that, or we've talked about it several times recently, about the idea that there would be a 10 gigawatt solar array in northern Australia to supply power to Singapore.
Yep.
And I thought, why would they get it? Why would they put in a system that long, which is 1,000 miles of submarine cable, when they could generate the power in Indonesia? And so I'm kind of thinking that these people who are talking about huge solar plants in Western Australia and Northern Territories are probably not going to see those come, although they might see very large ones just supplying local energy.
Well, it seems that northern or northwestern Australia has a heck of a lot of solar potential.
Well, it sure does.
They don't have very many cloudy days.
No, they don't.
And where they're situated, they get a lot of intense solar.
They get
every
a lot
day
of
the year.
It just goes on and on. Okay, we're back to Greta Thunberg here, and we've got an item
got another picture
from
of
the
Greta
BBC.
again, in case you forget what she looks like.
And this particular
Same picture.
this particular article, which this is actually Greta Thunberg at sea.
At sea.
On that boat.
There's the ocean.
There's the ocean. There was another picture of her that I really thought about putting up, which showed her inside the cockpit of this thing, because it shows her with a big smile. She's got a smile here, but that was a big smile. And I think she's having a lot of fun. Anyway, this is from the BBC. What do you got, Tom?
Greta Thunberg, how is her climate mission going?
Teen activist Greta Thunberg is now 5 days into her boat journey across the
further
Atlantic
than that
Ocean.
now.
She is indeed. Yeah, this is today. This is Monday, and today is Thursday. So she's 7, 8 days into the boat journey across the Atlantic Ocean as she sails to attend two big climate conferences in the U.S. They must be, this is the second time it said U.S. I must be wrong about Chile. But the journey will take around 2 weeks in a high-speed yacht called the Malaysia 2. She said the food is good and she has not been seasick. So this is just an update of that.
It's basically the same article, the same pictures, and there's about 5 pictures. They're worth looking at.
They're worth looking at.
And let's see, she's going to be at sea for 2 weeks. Been keeping everyone up to date on social media. I read some of her quotes, and we already said that the yacht doesn't have a toilet, a kitchen, a shower, or any privacy.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
It's like, I need to go to the bathroom, don't look.
Well, let's move along to Canada.
Yep, this is Tuesday, August 20th, and an item from the BBC.
Canada election. Charities warned against climate change ads. This is kind of weird.
Yeah.
This article.
This is weird. Canada's election watchdog warned environmentalists that saying climate change is real could break the law. The issue arose because one party running in October's election denies that climate change is real, so paid advertisements about climate change could be considered partisan activity.
This is kind of nuts. This is what the party's platform states. It is an undisputed fact that the world's climate has always changed and will continue to change. Duh.
Yeah, it's not the fact that it's changing that's a problem. It's the fact that it's changing the way it is.
Yep.
There was a more recent article, which I did post at the blog, about this. It was an opinion piece because Canada is putting a lot of money into subsidizing fossil fuels. And
are they?
Yeah.
Wow.
And billions
Good
of dollars.
politics, huh?
Yeah. And but it explained this business of illegality here.
What are we talking about here? We're talking about the tar sands and stuff?
It's mostly in Alberta.
That's tar sands.
Tar sands, whatever extraction methods, but it's mostly tar sands.
Have
I think
you
you're
seen
right.
tar sands from the air?
Appalling.
They're horrible.
They are. Anyway, the punishment, if you will, for this kind of activity for charities is that if they do this, if they participate in political activity, they lose their charity status.
Well, that could hurt.
Yeah, it could hurt.
You mean like non-profit status?
Yeah, they
paying taxes and stuff.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
right. All of a sudden, they would lose their charity status. That doesn't mean that ordinary people or profitable organizations or whatever can't take a side in this thing, but it's still, we're getting into a point here that I think is, yeah. Okay, should we go on, Tom?
Yeah, we got to move on.
We have an item here from
here,
CNN.
Let's take the picture up.
Let's put the picture up.
That's Greenland ice.
That's ice in Greenland, that's right. What do you got for a title?
At the bottom of a glacier in Greenland, climate scientists find troubling signs.
Scientists in NASA's OMG program, which is Oceans Melting Greenland.
Not oh my God, huh?
No, but they did it, the initials based on that.
I bet you
yeah, they admitted it. Are investigating how ice is being attacked. They have found that the ice melt results not only from rising air temperatures, and actually primarily not from rising air temperatures, but from the fact that the ocean is warming.
Well, that's pretty scary.
Yeah, which is eating away the ice from underneath. Now, the calculation of the amount of ice Greenland has lost in the month of July is that it would raise the level of all of the oceans of the Earth 1/2 of 1 millimeter.
Doesn't sound like much.
Doesn't sound like much, but that is just one big island in 1 month. And that, when you think about the rest of it all, the Antarctica and so forth.
From the article, it says 1 billion tons of ice lost here raises sea levels in Australia.
Yeah.
Okay, this is an interesting article. CNN again.
Yep.
There's a scary, and it is scary, 3-minute video.
Yep.
And there's a lot of pictures, and some of the pictures are animating. They're
Yes.
showing the glacier calving and stuff like that.
Yeah. And
interesting
stuff.
website to visit.
Yep, it is. Okay, our next one is from... I'm sorry.
Yeah, you read about it. Well, Greenland lost 12.5 billion tons of ice to melting on August 2nd. Just one day.
One day.
The largest single day loss in recorded history.
Yep.
And this is also scary. There's enough ice in Greenland to raise the sea levels by 25 feet,
Yeah.
which would be devastating to coastlines all around the planet, like New York City.
Goodbye, Mar-a-Lago.
Goodbye, Manhattan Island.
Well, actually, that is true. At that level of sea level rise, it might not be possible to save New York. If you think about building levees and dikes and things like that,
yeah.
As you double the height, you quadruple the amount of material that's going to be needed.
Yeah, okay.
Which means that at 25 feet, you're going to have a huge amount of material that would have to be put in to guard Manhattan. And yeah, there are parts of Manhattan where you wouldn't have to guard them, like, up by the cloisters. But it's not much of that island is protected.
No, where the island meets the New York Bay is very vulnerable.
Wall Street.
Wall Street. And
vulnerable.
across the bay from that is Staten Island, which
Yeah.
is also very vulnerable.
And Brooklyn Heights, which is not vulnerable in the slightest. Although all the docks along, the waterfront in Brooklyn Heights would
I think
disappear.
they're gone now.
No, are they?
I think so.
They might be.
Yeah.
Wow, it's been so long since I was down there, I wouldn't
I
know.
used to work down there, and I used to look at them, and I think they're all gone.
Wow.
They had no use for them anymore.
Really? Okay, we are up to an item from Clean Technica, still August 20th.
It's official. Wind power is catching up to natural gas.
If you blinked, you missed it.
Whoops, I just blinked.
Yeah, the US DOE has released a report indicating that the price of wind power is becoming competitive with natural gas for electric generation in some markets. Actually, it released information that goes a little bit farther than that. Good luck finding the press release, though. It's a no-show on the DOE homepage.
Well, this is what it said, and you got to go look for it. The national average price of wind power purchasing agreements has dropped to below 2 cents per kilowatt hour.
Which is a little tiny bit more than half of the levelized cost of electricity from the lowest price natural gas plants in the United States, according to Lazard. The lowest price that they include in their listings.
Oh, they're anticipating that it's going to go lower than that.
Oh, it will. I mean, this is Wright's
Bigger
law at work.
turbines.
Yeah.
They're enhancing wind power project performance
Yeah.
because they're bigger. Increased blade length.
Yeah, there was an article.
Taller towers.
A blade was delivered. I don't know if we have it in here. I don't think we do.
I don't think it's this week, but we talked about it.
There was a wind turbine blade that was delivered to the UK for testing that was 107 meters long.
It came from France.
That's right.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Last week we talked about that.
We saw a picture of it on a specially made trailer.
This is as
with
long,
about a zillion wheels on it.
Yeah, this is as long as a football field with the end zones.
Yeah, that's one trailer.
One blade, and that's just the windswept area of this turbine is going to be twice that. And
the turbines are just getting bigger.
They're just getting bigger.
Well, how are you going to get 12 megawatts out of a turbine without it getting bigger?
I don't think you are.
And we haven't seen the end yet.
No, we haven't. Okay, we're up to Wednesday.
Got another picture here coming up.
August 21st, and we have a picture of a micro dam. And
water over a dam.
That's
what
right.
it says.
Okay, this is from ESI Africa.
It is that. And it says, and I quote, Germany, 72% of power needs to be met by non-hydro by 2030.
This is
72% of Germany's power needs.
Yes, that's right. This is a difficult. I looked all over the place for a better title for this, because there's two ways of reading that. Germany, 72% of power needs to be met, or
They
Germany
should put a comma in there, huh?
Somewhere, 72% of power needs to be met is the way it actually is supposed to be read. The share of renewables in Germany reached 53.4% of the country's power mix in 2018 and is expected to reach 72.7% by 2030. Non-hydro renewable energy is expected to meet the country's power demand after nuclear and coal is phased out, according to global data. Now, I want to point out that 72.7% does not include hydropower as a renewable.
No, they don't. I wonder why.
Well, it has to do with regulations and who's getting.
And the hydro's been around a long time.
It has been. Who is getting subsidies? And
Yeah.
they're not subsidizing hydro, but they are subsidizing a bunch of other things. And what that means is, with hydro, you're seeing well in excess of 80% of the electric power, coming from renewables. And my guess is that that figure is very much too low.
Uh-huh.
Wouldn't you guess?
I would
mean,
guess,
the only
yeah,
thing
'cause-
left would be natural gas.
Well, they started putting in some of these hydro plants a long time ago.
Yes, they did.
And we're talking the 30s.
Yep. Germany is dependent on Russia for natural gas. And I think they're going to be looking for some way of stopping that.
I think the economy eventually is going to do it.
The economy is going to do it. But, you know, this is something that I find scary. If the stuff that we were talking about last week, we were talking about the possibility that oil would hit a wall within 5 years. When oil hits a wall, natural gas is going to hit a wall with it, because it's all the same industries.
Basically.
And it's, you know, well, oil and natural gas are 65% of the export income for Russia. So what happens when oil and natural gas hit a wall?
Russia's going to hit a wall.
Russia's going to hit a wall. And what is Vladimir Putin, or whoever is in charge, going to do when Russia hits a wall?
Quit.
Well, you know, basically the United States is putting itself in the same boat with Russia. We want to have
We
big...
are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
we're putting China in the cat's bird seat.
It's really troublesome.
Keep America great.
Yeah, well, you know, I've said it many times. We have a government that wants to return to the era of... Koifel and Esser made the world's best slide rules, in my opinion.
Yeah, they
Now,
did make a good slide rule.
Great slide rule. And Remington Rand made the world's best manual typewriters.
Yeah.
We could return to that greatness. You know, and I loved steam locomotives. Absolutely loved
They were
them.
neat.
They
Yeah,
were neat.
they were neat.
Fun to watch. Okay.
Well, according to this article, Germany has planned officially to phase out nuclear power by 2022.
That's right.
And coal by 2038.
Right.
So
but
they're coming up quick on that nuclear power.
I
They're
don't
gonna be
think
closing
I
it.
don't think there's going to be much coal left after 2030.
Well, let's move along
Okay,
here.
our next item is from Renews.
From Renews it is.
Yeah.
Renewables to reach 30% of U.S. energy by 2030.
All right. Germany's going to be 72%, and the United States is going to be 30%.
I didn't make that comparison, but it's back to back.
Back to back. The contribution of renewable power to total installed capacity in the United States is expected to double to 30% by 2030 from today, a study from Global Data forecasts. The study also projects that the share of coal-based capacity will decline from 27% in 2018 to 13.5% in 2030. And you know what I think? This article, you know, this news that of this projection was all over the place, and I think it's total rubbish.
You think so, huh?
Yeah, because it wasn't 27.2% in 2018. It was closer to 20%. And
is that so?
Yeah, and you know, I'm looking at the information that comes from FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission.
It's out of date by the time it's published.
Well, a lot of that stuff is way out of date
Yeah.
by the time it's published, and it's like, there was an item that came from the Energy Information Administration several years ago, and I was doing the blog at that time, and I was stunned because the thing said we will be at whatever level it was by 2025, and a different office of the same U.S. Department of Energy said we have achieved this much already. And the amount that we achieved already was greater than the amount that the U.S. EIA said we would achieve in 5 years. And it was solar power. You've got different people saying very different things. And in this case, I just think they're way off base.
Well, buried in this article is an interesting statement.
Yeah.
Renewable capacity expansion will necessitate grid modernization.
Yeah.
In order to manage a high volume of distributed renewable energy. We're going to see the evolution of a new type of grid in America.
We are, but I
the
don't.
big transmission lines are going to go down. They're going
I
to
absolutely agree.
And we're going to have a whole collection of microgrids.
A whole collection of microgrids. I think there will be big transmission lines still around.
But they're going to be bigger and go further.
And they will be organized. So I think it's organized so as to distribute power in hubs.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You know, and the hub will like a
spider.
Exactly.
Yep.
And that will tie into these little microgrids. We can have the grid could wind up not being a grid work anywhere so much as a network.
That's what's going to happen. It's going to be a network. It's going to be.
Which means Brattleboro has its own microgrid and Wilmington has its microgrid, and if the Brattleboro
it's just going to make sense.
If the Brattleboro microgrid has too much electricity, it'll contact the Wilmington microgrid and say,
"Hey, you want some?
You want some?
Yeah, we'll give you a break."
Yeah, right.
Well, let's move on here. We have another aeroplane coming up.
One more item. This
is
our last item for the week.
We'll do it. We'll fit it in.
We have about 3 minutes.
Got a picture coming
4
up
minutes.
here.
We have a picture.
Let's get that picture. That's an interesting plane.
And this is a particularly interesting plane for various reasons. This is from Clean Technica.
Zero Avia is the name of the company.
Yep.
Testing hydrogen-powered electric airplanes.
All right. Now, this is a hydrogen-powered electric airplane, which means it may have a battery, but the battery isn't the primary source of storage. It's hydrogen gas.
And it's for saving weight, just like they went to a different kind of battery.
Yeah.
This is a different kind of storage. They're going to put hydrogen on a plane, and they're going to run a fuel cell to generate the electricity that's going to run the engine.
Absolutely.
Sounds complicated, but it makes sense.
Yeah. Zero Avia, based in California, announced that it is developing electric airplanes powered by hydrogen fuel cells. The airplanes would carry 10 to 20 passengers. This is not a tiny airplane. This is like a medium-sized commuter airplane.
That's what it is, exactly
on
what
flight,
it is. Yep.
On flights of no more than 500 miles. 500 miles is a fair distance. That's, not...
Well, that's a limit. Most of these are going to be a lot shorter than that.
Oh, I'm sure it is. But, are we 500 miles from Washington, D.C.?
Just about.
Yeah, I mean, that's a long ways. That's a day's train ride.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so they're going to take these on flights of no more than 500 miles. Zero Avia claims it will be cheaper to make the airplanes and it will be cheaper to operate the airplanes than conventional aircraft.
Well, what the article says, to date, the batteries needed for electric airplanes have been too heavy for flights of more than a few miles.
Yes.
So they're looking for a way to get around that limitation.
I think by a few miles, they're talking maybe 150 miles. But,
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what we're looking at here is I think if you wanted to take an airplane from the Metro airfield in Brattleboro, does that exist? I think not. But if you wanted to take an airplane from Brattleboro to Boston,
there is one in Keene, but there's no
that would be a
airport
snap.
here.
Yeah, there's one in Keene. Or if you wanted to go to Albany or you wanted to go to New York City, it would all fit in. And
well, that airplane there is a prototype.
Yes.
And right now, it's the largest electric airplane operating anywhere in the world.
Is it really? I didn't catch that. That looks like it's a pilot, co-pilot, and maybe 6 passengers.
Maybe 8.
Maybe 8. Yeah. It's not a huge airplane, but it's not a pilot.
Well, it says it seats 6.
Okay.
And it has a takeoff weight of 4,000 pounds, 2 tons. Most of that's airplane.
I had a friend who had a Land Rover. Yeah, it was more than 4,000 pounds. I used to have an F-350, and that was more than 4,000 pounds.
I had a big Chevy Impala. I'm sure that was too.
Yeah, that F-350 would actually carry 4,000 pounds of gravel.
Would it really?
Absolutely.
Wow.
It was a 6-cylinder engine. It was an amazing truck. That's what I learned to drive in. It wasn't mine, really. Okay, we have come to the end of the road here. So we have to say goodbye.
Yeah, we got about 3 minutes left.
No, we
don't.
No? We don't. We started a little bit early. So we'll have to say goodbye. Goodbye from
folks.
Me and him. The amazing him.
Call this meeting to order. Select Board regular meeting for August 19th. First item on the agenda is a question for you. Have you any additions or amendments to the agenda? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next item, approval of the minutes of August 5th. I think the board has copies of those. And any action?
I make a motion to approve the August 5th meeting minutes.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
Is there discussion on the motion on the table? Hearing none, please. We have a motion, a second for approval of August 5th minutes.
I haven't really seen him, so I'm just gonna say no.
I was absent at that one time.
Yeah,
We both
that's
absent.
great.
So there's a stand.
Okay,
Oh, right. For August 5th, are you saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's only you three. Because I wasn't here.
all in favor of approval of the August 5th 5 minutes, please say aye. Next up, August 12th,
Was that
special
three?
meeting. I'm sorry?
Was that 3?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Gentleman said speak up to me.
Make a motion approval.
Do we have a motion for the August 12th minutes?
I'll second.
Is there discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of approval, please say aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Road business, road foreman and road commissioners report.
After looking at many roads with Emily from Wyndham Regional Commission, Timpson Hill is the next road that will have ditch and culvert work with the grants and aid money. We have until June 30, 2020 to complete this road. I have a proposal from Renault Brothers to extend a short cement culvert on the South Wardsboro Road. It would be a 3-sided cement box extending the culvert by 6 feet for $4,500. I looked at the stone wall on Cemetery Hill Road. It's bad enough that it looks like it should have an experienced stonemason relay the fairly significant section of the wall, because it's also a retaining wall for that hill. I've received the scope of work for the Lynch Bridge project, and I'm awaiting comments on it from the river engineer before I can go out to bid. So I've sent, I think Pete has the draft as it is right now. The radio repeater on New Fane Hill is now covered by insurance. We went back and forth a few times because if they thought it might be covered, but then they determined it wouldn't be, so it actually is now officially covered by insurance, so if something happens to it. And I just, half hour or so ago, got the summary for the speed data from Wyndham Regional Commission. I'll review it and I'll be sending it along to you guys to look at also. That's about it.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions?
That Renault Brothers to fix that culvert on the South Wadsworth Road. If we have the money to do it, I'd make a motion to have them do it. Second.
Been moved and seconded that we give Renault Brothers an opportunity to fix the culvert. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. I'd like to go back to the crumbling wall.
Yes.
Have you anybody in mind that we might approach on that?
I don't know who to tell you.
Henriette had mentioned to me at the history fair that she knew of someone, and I told her to reach out to you. So
It's
But I did tell her you were on
It's
vacation.
gonna be
so-
significant work, and I haven't looked, but I don't know quite where that money would come from yet, but we'll have to cross that bridge, I guess, when we get to it.
There's also, there is down at the orchard, I can't think of what the name of it is, but they have a stone,
Yeah.
mini-
Scott Farm.
Stone farm?
Yes, Scott Farm, they do
Scott
the,
Farm,
they do the
yes.
stone wall thing, yeah.
Yeah, and they have certified stone wallers that go through
Classes.
programs. I would recommend that.
It's worth looking into. Anything else for the road report?
Is there any money in the cemetery fund or something like that?
I don't know.
Is that a town cemetery? It's not, is it?
I think so. If this, well, no, I take that back, because
No, that's a private one.
that's not mowed by Mark Ray, that's mowed
No,
by.
no, that's a private
Yeah.
cemetery.
That's right.
So,
But we would be responsible for the,
it's the retaining wall
Is back way
is
from the road.
on the, it's gonna come in the road if it's not fixed.
yeah.
But I don't know how else to
I
word
mean,
it.
because we have what, a certain amount back from
Right.
the center.
Yeah, our right of way goes way beyond the walls.
Yeah.
So it's our wall. Or you-
No, it's not.
Yeah.
We just have the right to go through.
It's not our wall, it's our problem.
It's our problem,
Okay, well, if you would check on possible funding and we'll follow up on that.
Get some quotes on it too,
yeah.
fixing it. Another one would be Steve Fisher, he does that kind of stuff, doesn't he?
Yeah, I was thinking of some of the, I mean, there's some real well-known guys, but I don't think we could even afford to go near them, so I was thinking some of the smaller guys might be good choice.
Thank you. Administrative assistance report is the next item on the agenda.
August 8th, we had a meeting with Cotton Design regarding the changing floor plans to create the walls between the 3 office spaces. Allowing these walls to go to the ceiling will help control the privacy issue as well as controlling the noise and echo throughout the rest of the building. Today I phoned Mr. Cotton to discuss their recommendations, and Mr. Cotton understood our needs and suggested using the same floor plans that were created 4 or 5 years ago. Going with this concept, he could estimate our project at about $25,000, including extending the heating ducts. He recommends getting some contractors to submit bids on the project. Hunter Brook project went out to rebid with the minor changes that were recommended. With a mandatory site visit on Thursday morning and Labor Day on Monday, September 2nd, we will accept bids until 3 p.m. Tuesday, September 3rd. And we're experiencing intermittent issues sending and receiving emails. 2 technicians from SV Cable worked for over an hour on Friday, and then 2 wired guys did an update with Microsoft. Unfortunately, we're still having issues this morning, and 2 wired guys was contacted again, unsure when this problem will be fixed. Melissa and I did some extensive testing this afternoon, and Gmail and EDU is one of the problems still receiving. I was able to reply to Shelley at consult.com, and she was able to get my email then. But as far as why we're having issues, we don't know yet. On September 18th, I will be attending the municipal budget workshop in Montpelier. Is there anyone on the board that would also like to attend?
I'd have to take a look at my calendar to see if that's a possibility.
Okay. The deadline for early registration is the 11th, so if you could let me know by then.
September 11th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Enclosed in my report is a draft of a letter to Sheriff Anderson inviting him to attend a select board meeting at his convenience. And for the board's approval, I'll send that out.
In order to keep things moving, you have that letter, that draft of that letter attached. If you take a couple of minutes to look it over, if we have an okay for sending it.
I take a motion to send the letter out to the sheriff.
Is there a second?
I have a correction on the first sentence. Congratulations on your appointment by Governor Scott, not by the Governor Scott.
We already got that.
Oh, you did?
Thank
Okay.
you, yeah. I appreciate that.
That's all I got to read.
Appreciate it. We have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you.
We do need to make a motion to accept both of the road commissioner's report and the administrative assistant's report.
Thank you. Let's start with the road commissioner's report. Commissioner of the road foreman's report.
I make a motion to accept the road foreman's report.
Second.
There's a discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? Any abstentions? Okay, administrative assistance report.
Make a motion to accept it.
I will second it.
Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Scheduled members of the public.
First?
Yep.
Okay.
Think you are.
That's me. So I'm Pamela Corbett. I'm going to pass this from, if you could take one and just pass it on to everybody. There's some hand out. So I am from the health department in Brattleboro. Thank you for having me. What I want to talk with you all about is for you to consider becoming what we call a closed point of distribution, or we use the acronym a closed pod. So I need to do a little bit of quick public health education so you understand how the state would work with the towns and all the other healthcare entities, so you can put into kind of a framework of what I'm hoping you're interested in. Before I get started, can I ask, do you have an emergency management director for your town? Is it you? Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Good, because this is really also, you'll be a key guy in this. So if we have a public health emergency, and let's say, for the benefit of this conversation, let's say we have an anthrax exposure in this area, the health department is going to open up what we call open, meaning open to the public, points of distribution, open pods where we are going to dispense prophylaxis medication to help protect the public. And we've got memorandums of understanding in place with 5 different sites in the Brattleboro area that we can give them 4 hours notice if we have to charge in, and we can dispense, open up clinics and dispense medications. Part of this is because our mandate from the Centers for Disease Control is that we need to be able to protect our population in the event of an emergency, everybody in 48 hours. That's a tall order, and the reality is we would have a real hard time doing it. So kind of with that recognition, the idea came of what we call closed pods, meaning you are close to the public, but you can protect your own staff or your own employees. So again, if we have like an anthrax exposure, I would be contacting whoever you tell me to contact and say, do you want to accept medications? And you can then distribute it to your town employees, to their families if you so choose. And where towns are really critical is because you've got emergency responders. We want to protect those emergency responders, make sure they get the medications they need, and so they can go out and they can do their job. You don't want your emergency responders tied up in line at Brattleboro Area Middle School with another 40,000 people, and they're going to be in a big long line not able to respond to the needs for the town. So what this would be, now the beauty of this agreement is you do not have to open. So again, if we should have a public health emergency, perhaps you're my primary contact, I contact you and say, do you want to accept medications and do you want to distribute them to your staff and to their families if, again, if you so choose. You might say, we don't want to do it. We'd rather send everybody down to Brattleboro Area Middle School or wherever our staff will be distributing medications. So it's kind of a win-win situation for you. You really can't lose because you can always turn it down. You're under no obligation, but what we're saying is if you do want to accept them, tell me who to contact, tell me how many pills you would need. This is not vaccinations,
Right.
This is distributing pills. And sign this memorandum of understanding. So it really is, again, we're looking at, I can tell you town of Brattleboro has signed up, town of Jamaica signed up, Putney signed up today. Certainly all the healthcare facilities have signed up, all the school districts have signed up. So again, it's for us to say, how do we protect the maximum number of people in the shortest period of time? The one caveat would be you do need, now understand first, I should have said this at the beginning. This isn't a governor's declared public health emergency. So all normal operations would cease to function. Schools would not be open, businesses would not be open. This is a true public health emergency. The caveat would be you do need a health care provider, and that being a doctor, a nurse, a pharmacist. There's a couple other different types of licenses to oversee what you're doing. They do not, laymen in a public health emergency can actually dispense medication, but you would need somebody with a licensed medical provider to kind of oversee and make sure everything is going okay. So that would be the one thing that, if somebody
In town had that kind of license?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody has a spouse that's an RN or somebody who's a pharmacist, and I would certainly work with, if you choose to sign this agreement, I would certainly work with them, make sure they understand exactly what is expected of them and what the protocols from the health department would be. What would happen is, again, if there were an emergency, there would be all sorts of public health announcements and they would direct the public. Best case would be go online, fill out, download this medical information form, fill out the form, and they would come here with their form already filled out. In that, it's like when you go get a flu shot, kind of the same, they're like 5 questions. Are you pregnant? Are you allergic to latex? Those kind of things. They would fill it out. And then this form would automatically tell them what medication to give, what medication they could get. So it makes it very easy. They would come to wherever you would dispense medications with their form filled out saying, I'm gonna get Cipro. You give them a Cipro, and they're kind of done. So it is a way that we can get prophylaxis medications out as quickly as possible to the public. And like I said, we really look at towns because you have emergency responders. We want to make sure they're protected. The fire department could also be part of this agreement. So it would really depend on how you want to structure your agreement. So I just threw a whole bunch of stuff at you in 5 minutes. So back me up, tell me what your questions are.
I open it up to questions.
It sounds good to me, having somebody identified in the community that would want to do that.
Yeah, and I would work very closely with them. I would sit down with them and certainly give them, kind of make sure they understand the forms. Talk with them about where you would dispense medications, those kind of things. I think the other discussion, if you're interested, is Who do you want to open it up to? Do you want to open it up to the staff? Do you want to open it up to the staff's families? I would suggest you want to open it up to the highway department, the fire department, and make sure they're protected. So that would be the only really kind of thing.
What kind of emergencies they were looking at? What kind of body specs coming into like the areas and stuff that they need all this stuff? And
Well,
where was all the pills and all this stuff being kept? I mean,
they are kept. That's actually top secret. Even I don't know.
no, I mean, do
But
they have that kind of supply?
Yes,
yes.
the feds.
300,000 people that needed it.
The feds have 4, I believe, sites around the country where they have very large caches of all kinds of medicines. If we have an emergency, our central office would be contacting the feds. They would actually release whatever we need. It gets flown up probably to the Burlington area, is my guess. It gets broken down into who needs what up in Burlington, and then it comes down here.
What's left over.
Hopefully a whole lot more. We've actually practiced this. We do what we call exercises, and they actually brought them down. We had 3 Black Hawk helicopters actually fly down with what were Tic Tacs, but they were medications, and we pretended we had a public health emergency.
We're getting some there.
Yeah. So we've practiced this. We are. There's an awful lot of work that happens to respond to public health emergencies. There is.
I'm just curious why all of a sudden they're looking at this kind of thing. I mean, just because what's going on around or what?
No. And this program, Becoming Close Pots, has actually been in place for a couple years, and that is my job to get people to sign on. One of the pieces of my job. And so the first places that I went were the hospital, were the long-term care facilities, to the facilities that work with people that are not ambulatory, because we don't want to be moving people that are in a wheelchair and bringing them to an area where we've got 40,000 people clamoring for medications. The school districts, where there were large groups of people and where there was a medical provider right there. When I come to the towns, it sometimes becomes a little bit trickier because you don't necessarily have a medical provider that you can easily get on board. So that's why I went to the low-hanging fruit first, which was where the medical providers. If you can't find a medical provider, there are a group of volunteers called the Medical Reserve Corps, which is kind of like the Red Cross, but for health. And I might be able to get with some towns or some entities like School for International Training didn't have somebody, so we're able to get one of those volunteers to say, yeah, I'll oversee the close pot for the School for International Training. So I might be able to find a volunteer for you that would be available. Their name and their license number would go on that form as the person that would oversee the pod for the town of Newfane. There is nobody on that is a current volunteer that lives in Newfane, otherwise that would be pretty easy, so I'd have to kind of look around and see, who else might be.
Quite a few medical people in town that we could probably
talk to. Yeah, and I'd be happy to sit down and talk with them and meet with them if you want to be part of that, certainly. And then have them see the forms and understand exactly what their responsibility is.
I think it would be beneficial for the town to collaborate with the fire department, as that is a nice space to have available if something were to occur.
Well, what happens in an emergency, Jay, if something happens, like where do people go and that sort of thing?
Fire station.
Yeah, okay.
So you might want to think about another place where you're distributing, because this would not be for the general public.
Right.
Will be coming to our clinic. So you would just be your 75 people or whatever you choose. So you might want to keep them away from the place where you're going to have the public gather.
Do it here or something.
Yeah.
You do it here.
Yeah. Here.
Yeah. And this information would not be available to the public, so it's not like you're going to have the public clamoring at your door saying, give me pills. And we certainly are concerned about that. We're concerned that there's going to be a lot of anxiety. The police will be there, we have mental health professionals here, because we don't know what will be. But you want to be kind of discreet about what you're doing so you're not having to think about that.
It's public information now.
You haven't signed up. You haven't
There
signed
can
up.
all be a
But I mean,
decision made off
you know,
an executive session, I would think, since it's gotta be somewhat private.
Yeah.
Well, I make a motion that we,
I have a question.
okay, sure.
To what extent have town health officers been involved in the discussion leading up to this?
That's an excellent question. Town health officers, I actually presented to them on the pod concepts, but it has been a couple years. It would be very interesting to have the town health officer aware of what you're doing. Who is your town health officer? Dr. Schaefer.
Dr. Schaefer.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, certainly.
And the gentleman behind you too is the assistant.
Oh, I mean, Dr. Schaefer might
Right,
be certainly willing to be your medical provider.
I was just curious about potential collaboration to date.
Yeah, I mean, and I would expect that Dr. Schaefer would probably be very willing to sign on and be your medical provider.
Any discussion and decision.
Yeah, yeah. And so what I could do, I've got other paperwork if you really want to take a look at what the memorandum of understanding that would actually happen between the health department and the town, just really kind of just lays all this out. And I could even show you, I think I have copies with me of the registration form. And the registration form, what happens if you sign the memorandum of understanding, it comes back to me, it then goes up to the health commissioner, he signs it, and a copy will come back to you. The registration would really be who are my contacts, so who's the primary, secondary, and tertiary contacts if we do have a public health emergency, and how many pills you expect you're gonna need. So I don't expect, I don't expect you to go to all your staff and say, how many people in your family, if you open it up to their families. We actually kind of use the number of the census average of 3 people per family. So if you tell me how many staff there are, you just do the math. Okay. So, I have some, I think I do have the other handouts for you. I do. I can pull these out for you. Any more questions while I'm getting these out?
Meanwhile, there could be something happening in the public health or general public in other locations. It's to relieve the pressure off of that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And, we don't know. It could be something that happens just in the Brattleboro area, or it could be something that happens statewide. If it's just a Brattleboro area, the health department will call on, there's 12 district offices, all these other district offices will come down, they will help us, and we will open up, we've got 5 or 6 different pod sites that we could serve the public. If it's statewide though, they're not available to us, and we're really on our own, and we're a staff of 12 people. So we're not, we're gonna be probably opening up a pod at Bradbury Area Middle School or perhaps a VFW, and we're gonna try to get a whole lot of people through that the best that we can. So
it's open pod and closed pod.
Right.
Yeah.
And open pod meaning that's us, we are open to the public.
Right, generally.
You are closed, you're only to who you say can get medications.
Right.
Okay? So here's, can I pass these around without memorandums of understanding. Just want to do that for a moment. See if I have some of these registration forms. I did. These are the registration forms that somebody would get to fill out.
Yeah, I got
the MOU and I also got this. I don't have an extra registration form, but they might have an extra one. And they're, unless, cool. Thank you.
Well, can I ask one more quick question?
Absolutely.
A pool, if you will, of potential providers would be off-duty nurses and others. So have you had coordination with the hospitals? With any of that idea in mind?
Say again what your question is. I think I'm a little bit.
If a town were looking for someone to do the administrating and you're looking for a medical provider.
Right.
Somebody that's home alone, not working at the hospital today because it's her day off, might be, so that checking with the hospital to find out who might or might not be available.
Well, your paperwork, you would designate who that provider is. So, say it's Dr. Schaefer. Dr. Schaefer would have to understand that if there were a public health emergency and you were distributing medications, that he needed to be available to the town of Newfane for the period that it would take you to distribute medications. If you're distributing medications to 70, again, I'm guessing 75 people, you're gonna do that if they come with their forms filled out, you're gonna do that in 15 minutes, no more than, I would think you're just kind of giving them out.
Less than 5 hours.
I'm sorry?
Less than 5 hours.
Yeah. So he would just kind of just make sure, his role would, I'm sure he's painfully familiar with the protocols from the health department. He would need to make sure that medications are inventoried when you get in. So if I say I'm giving you 75 pills, somebody has to make sure there's 75. What you don't use comes back to us. I mean, they're just kind of standard protocols that I'm sure he does every single day in his job. So that is the one thing he would need to understand is he is going to help you through the time that you need. So if he is feeling like, I'm not sure I can agree to that because I feel like I need to be available to the hospital, then I think we need to look at who else, what other medical provider in town would be willing to sign up.
So at the site, someone would be, some medical person, designated medical person would be supervising.
Mm-hmm.
And other medical personnel would be administering.
No, in a public health emergency, you could be handing out pills. Okay. So we just need that medical provider to oversee everything, but laymen can distribute medications.
So
It would be handing out pills, it's not giving vaccine. So laymen can hand out pills on a public health emergency.
I was stuck with a needle.
Yeah. And again, and I'm not a clinician, I'm not a nurse. But if somebody comes to me, I've got a box of Cipro and I have a box of Doxy, and those are the two medications we're talking about at these clinics. Somebody comes with a form to me to say, I can get Cipro, you give it to them. The online forms will say if somebody can take Cipro, if they can take Doxy, or if they can't take either of those. And then there's a big X on the form. And so if they come, you would just say, we can't give you any of the medications that we are giving out at this clinic. You need to talk to your healthcare provider. It's very easy for a layman to give them out.
Anything else? Any other questions you want to throw out?
So how should we leave this? I'm assuming that you want to talk about it.
Is there a time frame that you'd like to see, or is it just open-ended until we make a decision about it?
Yes, this is open-ended. And I unfortunately did not bring a card with me. I could call you tomorrow with my, I can email you my contact information.
We can find you.
Good.
Yeah, so I'd just like to make a motion for that we would proceed on investigating how we would do this for the town, employees and staff.
I'll second that.
A discussion on the motion on the floor. Hearing none. Anything from the public? Call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you and thank you.
So why don't I, if I don't hear from you, I'll touch base in a month or so.
Definitely.
Good. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Do you need any extras?
No, we should be outside. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes.
You're up.
I'm here to talk about homestead late filers. And I gave you a memo and some information. For the past several years, the town of Newfane has waived the penalty for late filers for the homestead. This year, when you set up to do the tax bills, there's a little box that you check that says waive the penalty. That box didn't get checked. For whatever, we have 13 property owners that have been charged an 8% penalty. Not sure the reasons for some of these late filings, but I know that some, the tax preparer did not file it on time, even though they had the information from the taxpayer. The amounts range from $135 to $512 for not filing the HS 122 and on time. That's just supposed to be by April 15th. Now, this year on the tax bills, on the back of the tax bill, if you notice, there's a information about that you're supposed to file it and file it on time, but you don't get the tax bill until the end of June. So people wouldn't necessarily realize that. It's the select board that determines whether to impose the penalty or not. So, and I have attached some of the information on the law about that. Excuse me. And so it's up to the select board to decide whether you want to impose that penalty or not for those people. The municipality retains any penalty and interest assessed and collected in this section, The amount for these 13 people is currently at $4,200. What would happen if you decide that you don't want to assess the penalty as you have, waive the penalty as you have it in the past several years, then a new tax bill would have to get sent out for those 13 people. And also at the Board of Abatement, there's going to be a discussion about this list of 13 people at that Board of Abatement meeting on Thursday at 6:30. So it's up to the board to say whether they want to waive the penalty or not. If that box had been clicked, we wouldn't be having this discussion.
So my question is, it sounds like it's been happening through the years because it's been waived?
Yes, it's been waived for several years. That penalty has been waived for several years.
And then those people that have not clicked that box, were they?
No, it didn't get clicked when we went, before we printed the tax bills.
So it could have been an oversight or just something like that,
Yeah.
I make a motion to waive them.
Yeah.
Second it.
And I would just notify those that had not, that there is a, a potential penalty in the future.
Well, I talked to Melissa about it today too, and I said I think that there should be some information in the town report that explains it more fully for people, that if they don't file on time, then they're gonna, it could be that the select board may want to waive it again, or they may not, but so that they understand that what happens if they don't file on time too. Some of them are considered to be non-residential if they don't file. And then there has to be another tax bill sent out when they finally do file. It just is, I don't know. If you told people that they were gonna be getting $1,000, they'd be paying attention, but to a lot of the other stuff, they don't pay any attention at all.
Okay, we have a motion to waive, is there any more discussion?
Well, I have my other question is how can we remedy them not, having this happen again?
You can't control
Can't
people.
really, it's not gonna be
You know, you can't
resolved.
control the people who are filing the taxes for people. You know, if you had a tax preparer and he didn't do it and do it on time, which I'm sure is what a lot of these are.
Okay.
You know, so.
Anything else? Hearing nothing, all in favor of the motion to waive in this instance, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to, well, I will not do that yet, I'm sorry. Unscheduled members of the public, I don't think I see any unscheduled members of the public. However, are there any?
Hi, Marion.
She's always thank you. The next item on the agenda is old business, and I think I'd like to skip those two items and go forward to new business so that a couple of the members of the public can leave if they want to after that discussion is done. And Frank, do you want to start, please?
I don't know, we picked up a couple dogs a few weeks ago on Depot Road. They were tied to a tree in the woods. Marion showed up and Melissa showed up and my daughter and a couple friends. And we wound up taking the dogs down to Humane Society. And the people have since paid to have the dogs vaccinated. They haven't had the dogs licensed as of 10 minutes ago. So the Humane Society wants to release them. I'd like the people to have the dogs back. They visited the dogs, they bought the dogs the right food, they've spent a lot of time with the dogs this whole week. So I, for one, don't want to see the dogs taken away from them. These are the people who were staying at the South Dufresne store. So the good dogs, they've got all their shots, they've got everything they need, they just haven't been licensed with the town. I only found that out this afternoon. Otherwise, I was recommended to the board that we should release the dogs. So it's really up to you folks. The other thing is you got a letter, I think, from the Arados about the two dogs on. One take at a time? Okay. Yeah.
My suggestion would be that we, if we do want to release them, that we ask that they be licensed before they are released.
I talked to a lady down at the Humane Society this afternoon, and I asked her if they were, they got all the shots, yes, and they paid their fees. And I said, well, to the best of my knowledge, they haven't been licensed with the town clerk. So I said, you can't release these dogs till I call you. So she's well aware what's going on.
Further discussion, questions? Questions?
So is that a motion?
I'm looking for a motion.
I'll second what you just said.
Thank you. I would, I guess, amend it to include that they have licenses and the evidence of all applicable fees at the Humane Society having been paid, show it to the town. Is there discussion on the amendment? All in favor? Is there a second to the amendment before we get too far down the road? Hearing none, is all in favor of the amendment as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Is that done? All in favor of the original motion as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you both. Okay, we have a piece of correspondence. I'm jumping around a little bit on the agenda, but I think it makes sense. We have a piece of correspondence from Jake Urado, an email. I think you have copies of it. It is somewhat tied to what we've just talked about. And I'd like to get that discussed as well. Any suggestions or reactions?
Doesn't the town have a leash law on this?
Yeah. The town does have a dog ordinance that was originally enacted in 2004, amended in '05. I've gone pretty carefully over that ordinance since I heard of this complaint. And there are some areas that do touch on it. I think there are a couple of places that it could be stronger and perhaps even a little bit different. At this time, my suggestion, and I'm just throwing it out as one possible, would be to have a letter drafted, and I'd be willing to try that if you wish, to the owner, outlining that the board has received complaints about the activity of the dogs, and that so far there have been no serious incidents. However, we wish to avoid that and ask that they be more careful about control of their animals, or words to that effect.
Sounds good. Is that a motion?
No, that's a suggestion.
Okay.
Only thing I got to say about this, certain people, my dog is not leashed, and never will be leashed, except when he goes to the vet or downtown. But certain people come by my house and call my dog to pet my dog. So
Well, I don't have my dog on a leash when he's in my yard either, but if he runs out to the sidewalk to say hello, I call him back and expect him to come, not chase somebody barking and growling and being a threat to a passerby. If your dog is friendly and nice and is in somewhat control and can come back to you, that's good, but if your dog is being a threat to another person, I think that's a different story.
It's the big difference.
Absolutely.
that's why I live in the country, not in the damn town.
Well,
Would
this
you
is the
be
country.
willing to let us know for the audience and me? I don't know really what the incident is or what this letter is about. If you
yeah,
could
that's
just summarize it
another
for us,
point.
please.
Basically, Jake was walking her dog, and said, I walk my dog often around Parashel Baker Brook. I've had to deal with a few aggressive, unleashed dogs who aren't under voice control of their owners. In addition to that, owners are slow to do anything as these dogs are charging toward me and Gabby, who is smaller and timid. I think that paragraph pretty much, and
And may I respond?
sure.
This just doesn't happen in the country. It happens in the town, in the village here too. And we had a former animal control officer who was informed almost every time that particular dogs would just run out of somebody's driveway, literally cross the street to a woman with children, and was extremely aggressive. That was one incident. Then we have another dog on the street, for example. The owners don't see any reason why they should put the dog on the leash. So the dog is a well-behaved dog. It was already hit by a car when it was a puppy on Route 30. This dog comes over to my house, to other people's homes. They have been spoken to several times, but they're not interested in putting the dog on the leash unless they feel like it. And I know that we have a town ordinance and a village ordinance about leash dogs, and it was very difficult for us to get anything done. The former animal patrol officer finally did address the woman who had the aggressive dog and said that she would be fined if it happened again, and I don't know what happened after that. Actually, she moved after that. But it's a problem, and I think one of the things that we should be doing as a village and a town is to make it much more known to people that there are ordinances and that we shouldn't have to wait several times before there's a fine for that. I mean, remember we had the woman with the kennel up the road. There was an issue with that. And it just seems that it's almost like we're waiting for an event to happen, a bad event to happen before we are very strict about it.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to see anybody get bitten by an aggressive
I
animal.
sure don't.
Right.
I don't.
Yeah.
And these are aggressive dogs, the ones we're talking about. And I understand what Marion's saying. And the thing is, what do we do? I mean, suppose I went there and these dogs attacked me. I have no tools. I have nothing to defend myself.
What did you find when you said in the email, it says that you told her that you were going to go up and take a look? What did you find in the email?
I took a ride over there that day and there was no dogs around. And a lot of times I'll take a ride from my end of town to another. By the time I get there, the problem's over with. You never find anything. And it's, you know, it's an issue. It's also an issue. What do you do if two dogs are coming after you? What do you do? I mean, I don't want to hurt any animals, but then again, I don't want to get hurt either.
Right.
So, I don't know. The other thing is, the Humane Society will not take an aggressive dog. So it's really up to the town's responsibility. If, say, these two dogs that are in question here were captured, where do I take them?
Right.
I take them at my house. And I've resigned from this job, by the way. I don't know if you guys remember, but my name is still on. No, and it's still on the, yeah, I know. It's still on the website, so I get the calls, and I don't mind. I really don't, and I'll stay doing it. But the problem is, what do we do with an aggressive dog? I mean, I've got enough land. I've got a dog kennel in my barn, and Carol gave me a big cage. But you know, what do you do? I mean, the ordinance, I read it too, Pete. The ordinance is how wolf hybrids. It was probably the time that wolf hybrids were a problem in town. And it's all over the ordinance. But what do you do with an aggressive dog? Your Humane Society has told me, we don't want them, so don't bring them here. So that means the town's kind of stuck with it. So.
Well, I like the idea of your suggestion of writing a letter to the homeowners and then citing what's in our ordinance. And that way they're aware that we are taking action at some.
Yeah, they could be fined.
Yeah.
And whatever, you know, as it escalates.
Well, I agree with Chris too in one sense. I mean, like he said, his dog's never on leash, he doesn't have to, but they're not chasing everybody down the road.
Yeah, right.
That makes a big difference too, you know, I mean, and a lot of people got them electrical wires around their land, so the dog runs up to that and that's where it goes, you know.
Right, well, that's one thing that your dog stops at the end of your property. It's another thing when your dog is being aggressive out in
And
the
chasing somebody
roadway
down
and
the
chasing.
street with another dog trying to walk.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
You know, sooner or later, you know, something will, you know, happen to it. And then people end up in lawsuits and all that stuff, you know.
And this didn't just happen to the person who wrote the letter. There are other neighbors who've walked their smaller dogs and picked their dogs up. She had a nice conversation with her on the phone, and I felt real bad for her because all she wants to do is take her dog for a walk, and as she should be able to.
You know, you warn them and stuff like that, tell them, but yeah, they ought to know enough to do it themselves anyways, because if they have a problem, like I said, if somebody ever gets bit, you got a lawsuit. Just like you said, you go up there and they attack you, what are you gonna do? If you have to fight them off, you end up killing one of them dogs.
Yeah.
They're gonna sue you for killing the friggin' dog, you know?
Yeah, and that's the thing. What do I do?
Yeah, and they want them attacking me, I know what I
after
do.
me.
Yeah. These dogs are fairly new to the neighborhood. They haven't been there that long.
So make them aware.
Yep.
If my memory serves me, we have a suggestion on the table, but not a motion yet.
I will make a
Oh, I
motion.
have an idea.
Okay.
So I was just thinking that when Carol gives us the licenses, when we have to come in and get licensed, maybe at that time, a letter should go along with the license that the owner has to sign, and they have a copy in town hall, that there are laws and ordinances in the town. And that part of having a dog and having it licensed is that you as the owner are responsible for your dog. I mean, I know my dog, I know her personality, she's adorable, and I don't trust her for a minute. Really, I don't, you know, she's 3.5, and she's like, you know, she allows us to live in her house, that's what I do. But truthfully, I think that something could be given out from the town clerk when you come in for your license every year. And have the person sign it and the town keep a copy. And that if something happens, X amount of money, fine. If you go beyond that, what's the next consequence?
It's all written out in this.
So attach the ordinance to the registration.
And have them say that they've received the information.
Yeah.
And it's the village and the town both have ordinances. So, you know, then maybe we have to have a copy of the town of Newfane and then a copy of the incorporated village of Newfane, because sometimes people think different laws, but it's not.
How does that work?
What?
The town, the village
The town,
ordinances.
The Village of Newfane at our annual meeting could, when we send out our letter that we're having our annual meeting, we could attach something in there about the ordinance for animals. But I think for the purposes of attaching it to your registration, it's pretty much similar to this. So,
the town has the ultimate responsibility, but the village plugs in.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking.
I like your suggestion. I think it's something we could work on between now and license time.
So for now, I make the motion and we go with Pete's suggestion.
Is there a second?
second.
Is there discussion, further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? If I don't write myself a note, I won't write a letter.
I found a dog that's on loose. That's where I find the owner. If I don't find the owner, I take it down to Humane Society, and it costs them money to go get them.
Yeah.
So, loose dogs, how many times are they gonna go down and pay $60, $70 or whatever before they say, well, maybe we better put them on a leash? So.
Or at least train them to stay on the land.
Pardon me?
Or at least train them to stay on their own property.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to take a little detour for a second, because Frank has noted that he is no longer, but is still animal control officer. And we've been looking supposedly for some time for someone. And I was wondering if there might be 2 or more adjacent towns that might be willing to go in together and have one person as the animal control officer for the towns that agreed on it. I don't think there's any requirement that the animal control officer live in the town. It might be that Dover and Warrensboro and Newfane could get together, or. And if it sounds like an idea worth pursuing, I think we could do some pursuing.
I'll continue to do it for the town. I think come budget season, we need to have a chat.
Oh, what season?
Budget?
Oh, budget, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Chat is always awkward.
Thank you so much.
And it's free.
I think we need to invest in a couple of things for the animal control officer, like a
Well,
pole with a whole body.
Yeah.
Something to protect me.
Yeah.
I don't want to hurt an animal, but then again, I don't want one latched onto my leg and won't let go. You know, I'm old, I can't move around like I used to, you know?
Yeah. We could look into what they suggest for the municipalities, for town, you know, for the.
I'll start with the bottom, ask Brattleboro.
Ask Brattleboro?
They have equipment they have quite a bit of equipment.
Oh, do they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Even-
Well, they have a truck.
Even a vehicle.
Yes, they
Yeah.
have a truck, yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't want you to get hurt either.
Okay.
We don't want you to get hurt.
No, and I don't wanna have to carry a gun. I don't wanna hurt an animal.
Yeah.
Then again, what else do you do? If there's two dogs coming after you, what do you do? What can you do? Think about it. And then what do you do if you catch them? You gotta take them home because you can't take them down to Humane Society.
Bring hamburger.
Bring them to Winnetta's.
Okay, I think at this particular point, if, unless I hear objection, go back to the old business item relative to the South Newfane General Store. And I guess I'd throw this open to what people have heard, seen, know of activity there since, well, recent, let's just put it that way, because I've heard some rumors, things I can't really hang my hat on yet. I was wondering if anyone had anything else. The rumor that I heard was that other people have been going in and living in the store or in the building.
Other people?
Other than the ones that were in there.
I'm sure, you know, once one or two get there, it creates a following.
The only...
What's the owner say about extending on to?
Well, owner does not respond to correspondence. Only mail comes
Melissa
back.
told me today she get no response. She lives in the Virgin Islands. And she just doesn't get any response. I noticed that the electrical meter for the store is gone, but there's also a meter in the house. There's 2 meters on the property. And I opened the door to the store was open. The floors have collapsed in the store. They've literally caved in. And I don't know, Melissa told me on the phone today that somebody peeked in the door of the house and it's a mess inside. So I don't know what the town can do about it other than screw the door shut. I don't know.
I think there are 2 things. One is probably very difficult, if not impossible, that's to try to get a hold of the owner. And there may be some avenues that we haven't yet discovered or used. The second was, and I don't know how this would work for us, but can we get that property declared a public nuisance? And if so, what advantage, if any, is there? That would have be something I guess we'd have to turn to our attorney for. I think that I worry that the town has some, maybe just a little, but it's still some responsibility if we don't, knowing what we do know in regard to that property, if we don't take some action.
Well, there was another building in town that was kind of under question as far as whether or not it could be condemned. So no matter if there's somebody in it or if the building is in bad shape, the floor's collapsed or whatever, or inhabitable, you know, a risk to the community, I think we should make an attempt to figure out what to do with these properties so they don't become more of a waste to our community and draw unsavory people.
Well, one of my concerns at the South Newfane store is that there are gas pumps, tanks of gas in the ground, and the current owner of Barrow's Coal says they're not his.
I wish that they were.
And bad brother, that's why I called him.
Me too.
So,
Yeah.
If it is amenable to the board, I would contact our attorney and have them start to work on ideas.
The state police can't go out and arrest them for trespassing and stuff?
They go there all the time.
They don't have a complaint.
You have to be told, according to the law, there has to be signs or placards posted outside and around, or you have to be told by the person in possession of or who owns it, or be given a trespass order by law enforcement, otherwise it's not a chargeable offense. So because she doesn't have those things on her property, or she hasn't given the authority to anybody to issue a trespass warning, then
Same thing goes with your own house. Somebody can come onto your property if you don't have a no trespass sign statement. They're not trespassing.
Are the taxes paid every year?
Yes.
Oh, they are.
Oh, yeah, it's just like you said.
That's what's happening down in Brattleboro. People are going all over the place, and they can't arrest these people unless you have a no trespass sign.
actual communication between the owner or a law enforcement officer.
Actual, what does that mean?
So verbal or a trespass order. So if you were to tell somebody you cannot come on my property, that's verbal communication.
Okay, but also signage, I think, too, right?
And signs and placards.
Yeah. So, I mean, your own home, anybody could come on to it and do whatever, and they wouldn't be trespassing, correct?
Unless they were told not to be there.
Right.
Well, like you said, the problem is if you don't do something pretty quick about it somehow, there'll be 15, 20 of them living in it. Because if they can get away with it, that's just what it's gonna end up in.
Well, we may find that we're up against a brick wall, but I'd like to find out how soft that wall might be.
Does this have anything that Merle as zoning administrator would have ideas about? No.
That's land use, that's.
Uh-huh, no.
I am your deputy health officer. If you folks want me to go there, and I will go investigate it, I would like to have at least one of you come with me. Preferably Pete, because he lives out that way. But in other words, the doors are wide open. If we think there's a health problem.
Well, you already said the floors are all falling in.
I wouldn't walk
Did you say
in.
that already?
That's a little help.
That's in the store. They're in the house.
It's all connected though.
Yes.
Not really.
Well, it's considered one property probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you could condemn one area and the whole thing is gone.
It's on one parcel.
Yeah.
So. And there's no setback.
And it's on the postage stamp.
Yes.
What I think probably the routine would be to find out what the possibilities are, and then what we have to have in terms of evidence or whatever to make that possible. Don't bother stopping at my house to pick me up on your way.
But not,
First time.
but also not, not just making it for this one property.
No,
But for
exactly.
any property in town.
Well, but to the extent that the situations are the same, yes, if the situations are different.
Yeah.
Okay, does anybody feel we need a motion for me to approach the town attorney, or do you think the sense of the meeting is that it's okay?
I think it would be good, just go ahead and do it. That's my personal opinion.
I agree.
We could just make it official and make a motion.
Well,
So it's documented.
I'll listen to almost anything that happens.
Well, I just make a motion that we give you the authority to speak with the lawyer,
Okay.
Town attorney.
town attorney regarding, buildings that are
Also,
nuisance buildings.
town liability and how to avoid it or deal with it.
Second.
Potential. Thank you. We have a motion, we probably discussed it as far as we can. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions. I'll work on it. Okay. The conflict of interest policy is on our agenda for this evening at the request of one of our members. And I wonder if it would be useful for us to not spend a lot of time this evening worrying about it, to take a little time between now and we can put it on the agenda for next meeting, and each of us as individuals develop reactions to it and things we think ought to be changed, added.
Excuse me.
Sounds good.
So, under review.
Okay.
I make a motion to continue the conflict of interest policy for the town of Newfane and have it under review until our next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wouldn't have understood what it was without you. Okay, we have a motion to put, to have board members as individuals do some thinking on the conflict of interest policy, and we'll keep it on the agenda. And we'll put it on for next time.
What is that date? September?
It'll be 3.
September 2nd.
I think not. That's Labor Day, right? So we vote tonight before we leave to meet regularly on the 3rd Tuesday. Remind me, please. We have a motion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Act 250 up at the Kendall Farm. It's in recess. You have copies, I think, of the action to date. And when it's reignited or brought back to the commissions.
I have a question. I mean, I'm getting stuff on email about it, but I'm not really sure what's happening, what's happening with that.
Why it's in recess right now?
No, what it is. What is it?
Well, it was before I came on the board, so I have to admit, I have no idea.
It looked like it was because of the huts and things that they added to the property without
the Act 250
approval.
Yeah, the 250.
Is that what I'm thinking? Huts and walkways, bridges.
Yurts.
Yurts, correct, that's what I mean, yurts. So they're being reviewed because they
Is that
had
there?
already built them?
I think they hadn't filed proper paperwork.
Right.
I guess I take it back, you do not have copies of the action at this particular point. So, if you'd like to have one, would you please let Lynetta know before you leave tonight and get one for you. I think that we really don't have to do anything at this particular point. We are a party. When it gets opened up again, we'll be notified and we can do then what we want.
I think they had sent out a letter saying that whatever they were supposed to do had been taken care of. And they just wanted the select board to know that. That was while I was still on, so it had to be before May sometime, maybe.
Well, I just started getting emails regarding the Act 250 with Kindle Farms, and I read it real quick, and it looked like they had been asked to do X, Y, and Z to modify because they hadn't filed the correct paperwork.
And that was taken care of.
So it's being done.
The hearing is in recess while they get together more information for the commission. Okay, we have a letter from business manager, or local business manager for Verizon. He would like to come talk to us at one of our meetings. Any reason why we shouldn't let him?
What is it about?
For what?
No.
stationery.
Unstationary.
It's only in the correspondence folder.
Oh,
Sorry.
That's okay.
okay, it's quick and easy. I'll read it. Hi, he says. My name is Joe, and I'm the government rep for Verizon in Southern Vermont. I was hoping to meet up with someone to discuss what we offer municipalities in the way of public safety plans as well as other solutions and discounts. Who should I look to talk about this? Thank you, Joe. So we could invite him into a meeting and listen to him.
Sounds good.
Okay, we'll let him know when our meetings are, and he can let one another know when he wants to come.
Okay.
Okay, also under correspondence, I'm afraid I jumped over Bob Litchfield's letter, which was very nice relative to his impression of the looks of the front of the, and around the building, this building.
It was a very nice letter to the editor.
The Brattleboro Reformer.
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah. Go ahead. Find it. Read it.
Here it is. Newfane Town Office looks beautiful. Editor of the Reformer. As a resident of the town of Newfane, I was driving by the town office and it happened to catch my eye. What a beautiful building. Whoever put the bunting on the gable facing Route 30 and the streamers down each side of the front door made it look really sharp. The paint job to the exterior of the building and the flowers which are taken care of by the Newfane Garden Club also make it look very attractive. I grew up in Newfane and went to grade school there, as well as my mother. Sometimes you have to stop and smell the roses. Robert H. Litchfield, Newfane, July 23rd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, continuing with some correspondence that some of it came in late. This is from Emily Long, who is a member of the Windham County Legislative Delegation, and I'll read it. It's relatively short. I want to make sure you're all aware of a meeting the Windham County Legislative Delegation is pulling together as an opportunity to learn more about a new grant program to help our communities identify ways to expand broadband to our rural, unserved, and underserved areas. As you can see, we are holding a meeting at Memorial Hall in Wilmington on September 11th at 6 p.m. We hope you will not only attend, but will identify individuals in your communities who are interested in this topic. Encourage them to attend the meeting as well. Please share this broadly with them and others. Please share this also with members of your broadband committees if your town has one. As you can see below, the Windham Regional Commission has offered to act as a contact recipient for interested parties. So add yourselves and any other folks who are interested in this topic to the contact list, even if you cannot make it to the meeting. If you have questions, please feel free to contact me. Thanks very much, and I hope to see many of you there. That meeting again is September 11th, Memorial Hall, Wilmington, 6 o'clock in the evening.
We don't have a broadband committee, do we?
I don't believe so.
But that would be kind of like maybe planning commission?
Could be one of their topics.
Possibly,
Yeah.
possibly. To the extent that towers or anything along those lines would have to have permits, would have to be subject to zoning. I think I'm down to the last piece of correspondence. And and it's not for any action this evening, but I'm going to read it so that you know that this is in the works. The incident at the Williamsville Hall after the play Nickeled and Dimed. It's from Karen Kors. Because you're involved in the Williamsville Hall events, I'm letting you know that last Saturday night, after attending Nickel and Dime, I fell and twisted my ankle crossing the street to my car. Because it was pitch black outside, I stepped off the blacktop onto the grass, inverted my left foot, and collapsed onto the ground. My husband was there to help me up. I was seen at Grace Cottage and I'm hobbling around, but likely will need physical therapy. I ask the people responsible to be more careful about illumination at night for people leaving the building. The hall, representatives of the hall will be with us at a future date. Is there a date set for that one?
The next meeting on the 3rd.
The next meeting. So I'd like to put this off until then, but I just want you to know. This could go in several different directions in my thinking. Okay, what have I forgotten? Anyone have anything they want me to give a little crack at?
There's one more thing here.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm sorry.
What's this? Civics education workshops at the library. Who's it from? Erica Walsh, from the director of the Moore Free Library. You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Wonderful.
It says, hi all. There were a lot of questions at town meeting this year that indicated that many newfangled citizens don't understand how town meeting works, how to read the town report, and how local government functions. In response to that, we're putting on a series of civics education workshops at the library. They will be once per month, September 2019 through May 2020. The November 9th workshop will be on local government, specifically who does what in the town. We will have a guest speaker, to be decided, who will talk about the overview of local government in Vermont. We'd love to have some representatives from Newfane and Brookline be on hand to discuss what the different offices and officials do. We're not looking to get into people's individual issues, so if there's a question about why did you build that darn road on X, Y, and Z, we will reroute the conversation. The goal is to let people know who is responsible for what, so they can then direct their questions to the right person later on down the line. We'll also have town meeting prep on February 8th and town meeting debrief on March 14th. Would any of you be interested in attending any or all of these meetings? We'd be happy to have one person from each department come if you're interested and available. The dates are on all Saturdays and the time will be 3:30 to 5. Thanks for considering it, Erica Walsh, the director of the Moore Free Library. That sounds interesting.
Erica had asked me quite a while ago if I would be interested in speaking about local government, but that was after my incident.
Yeah.
And so I said that I really couldn't commit to it. I didn't feel ready to commit to it. So I'm suggesting to you, if she hasn't found somebody else, if a member of the select board would like to go to Erica and offer your services. I think it's the one for November 9th.
Yeah. Local government, who does what in the town.
Yeah, I just wasn't ready to commit to something. But I think it would be great if she hasn't found somebody else, if one of you would be interested.
I'm not proficient on it, so I probably would be attending to learn more information.
It's just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's still a ways down the road, so.
What?
That's still a ways down the road, November 9th. I hardly know what I'm doing tomorrow.
It feels that way right now.
What are we
but
doing
it's-
today?
Sneak right up on us.
We can always visit that at another meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there any other business to come before us this evening besides work on the pay orders? Anything anyone would like to bring up? Thank you. We will move to consideration of the pay orders.
I have a question. Oh, when is the bids coming back in, the ones that were rebid? Was that the 22nd or?
22nd is the on-site at 9 a.m. It's a mandatory meeting at the site. We're accepting bids until 3 p.m. on September 3rd.
Okay, so that's good to know.
And that's the select board meeting, so I would assume that you would open them that night.
We did it. Thank you. We do have one more piece of business. We need to act to have our first regular meeting in September on Tuesday the 3rd, as Monday the 2nd is Labor Day.
Make a motion that we meet on September 3rd.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Who wants which?
I forgot to mention this, that about the conflict of interest, if I can revisit that real quick, that I just had a member of the public stop me, that they had concerns about it, but I will address it when we do it at the next meeting, if that's okay.
Sure.
I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that someone talked to me about it, and I wanted to bring it to the board. They'd like to stay unknown, so, but I will address it at that time.
I think it is key enough and in the spotlight, and I think it would be very helpful for us to take a few minutes and hold quiet and take a look at it. And I thank you.
Okay, pay orders.
Pay orders.
Pay orders. Who wants which?
Take whatever's on the top, I guess.
So we're all done over it.
We're all done with camera.
Yep.
Look, yeah.
Greetings and welcome to another edition of Montpelier Connection. I'm State Representative Mike Merwicki from the Wyndham 4 District of Putney, Dummerston, and Westminster. And I'm here today with Senator Becca Balint.
Welcome to me.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming.
We have finished with the 2019 legislative session, so we've been having this series of interviews to kind of rehash what went on and then maybe take a peek of what went on. Overall impressions, I feel like we did a lot.
Exactly.
Got a lot done.
Get a
and
lot done.
Your sense?
Same thing, Mike. I was sitting down this morning thinking about just how much we were able to get done across the aisle. Both chambers really working together. Very long list of accomplishments, and the one that I know we both are keenly interested in talking about some today is the issue of reproductive rights here in Vermont, because we both have heard from colleagues around the nation who are so grateful for the work that we were able to do here in the state.
I was recently at a national conference of progressive legislators in DC, and I heard from people in Georgia, Ohio, Tennessee saying thank you, because we want somebody to hold that light up there to know we can do that.
Yeah, it's a light of hope, and it's also a very clear statement that we made that we trust women and their families to be making decisions about their own body. And that, as I've said before, that should not be a radical idea, but it feels radical to have to say that. And
that it's not a government decision.
Exactly.
Government has no business in this decision.
Well, that's it. And I brought that up several times on the floor of the Senate when we were debating both the bills in my chamber, which is, I am not a doctor. I should not be weighing in on people's healthcare decisions in this way. And so proud of that work that we did. It was not, unlike what many people thought, it was not an easy conversation to have here in Vermont. There are still a lot of very strong feelings about it religiously. But what we know from looking at national statistics is, regardless of political affiliation, there are either majorities or pluralities within religious denominations that believe the government should stay out of reproductive health care decisions.
Recent news, though, is in the same vein. Title X funding is at risk, and this affects Vermont.
Absolutely.
There were some discussions last year, some preliminary discussions as to whether we can backfill that funding. And any thoughts on that?
Well, I think there's a strong sense within the legislature that we do need to try to find a way to backfill that we do not want people to be making choices that are not in their best health interests or the interests of their family, because they don't have access to the reproductive health that they need and deserve. And so we're going to have to make some important choices about funding, but I think that there is strong support for that.
Yeah, well, I hope we can reassure the many women out there that depend on this.
Absolutely.
Thousands.
Absolutely. And it was interesting. You and I were both at that event for Planned Parenthood a few weeks ago, and I stayed afterwards to talk to a bunch of folks, and many of us, our very first reproductive health examinations and care that we got were through our local Planned Parenthood affiliate, and that's true for so many women around the state.
For my daughters, who are now in their 30s. But when the time came, it was, let's go to Planned Parenthood, start a relationship, start to get your exams, know what you need to do as you get older.
And get real information.
Get real information.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
and you know, my daughter just had her first child at 37.
And congratulations.
She was ready to have it. This is what family planning is about.
That's right.
And this is why family planning is so important.
And as you know, Mike, and you're actually a great champion of this, is for us to really talk honestly and openly about these issues. It does no good for us to have whispered conversations about women's reproductive health. And so I really appreciate that about you as a male ally in this work, that I can always count on you, that you're going to be standing up for all the women of this county. And it is critical that we have those allies.
Well, thanks. And thank you for all your work on this, and for Vermont. We are leaders on this.
We really are, and I want to give a shout out to Senator Lyons. She is a senator from Chittenden County, and she was really the one that said to us last summer, the group of us on the Senate leadership team, she said, we're absolutely going to support the work that the House is going to do going forward on the standalone bill on reproductive health. And she said, I really want to make sure that we are moving forward on a constitutional amendment that really supports reproductive liberty for all Vermonters, male and female. And so that's not an easy thing to undertake, and I thought she did a wonderful job.
Yeah, we have talked about this with other guests, but just to highlight what the two-pronged plan is in Vermont.
So H57, which was, I have to give an incredible shout out to your leadership team as well. Jill Korinsky, Mitzi Johnson, and Emily Long. The three of them worked so closely to make sure that you in the House were ready for these really difficult conversations. And
put together an incredible vote.
Absolutely, such a strong vote.
2 weeks before the vote, we were wondering if he had the votes, and then we wound up with 106 votes, I think.
And you stood so strong on all the attempts at floor amendments, and it was just one after another. And again, you fought people with the facts. It was, this is not a real thing that you're talking about. And so we felt really buoyed by your work in the House. And so when we undertook the constitutional amendment, it was, this is something to protect our rights long-term if, for some reason, we have a governor that comes in, a legislature that changes its focus in the future and can change the statutory language. We want to make sure that we have it enshrined. And the beauty of it is, it goes to the voters. And it goes to another legislature, right? So we will pass it, this session, it will be passed out to the next legislature, and they have to also weigh in, and then it goes to the voters. And I'm really hoping that the voters of Vermont will understand that it is not our role as citizens or as legislatures to weigh in on people's private decisions about reproductive health. So that is my hope.
And basically, H57 only puts into statute what was
Exactly.
practice.
Thank you for that clarification. It codifies what we have already been doing. And that is what was so disheartening about the conversations as it took shape among some of the religious leaders in Vermont. We felt like early on there was some hysterical, I don't want to call it news because it wasn't news, but news alerts for their members in their churches, and it was full of misinformation. What we were doing was codifying what was already in place, and as it should be. And some people said, well, why codify it if we've never had a problem? We say, Kavanaugh has been placed on the Supreme Court, and the landscape has changed dramatically, and we cannot stick our heads in the sand and pretend that that's not true. There are already challenges working their way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. We have to be proactive in saying we believe in women and their ability to make their own decisions, and we believe in families. It's really what it's about. So,
well, thank you. So another concern that has come up or that we have worked on and continue to and will continue to is the idea that we need to continue to work on cleaning up the environment and recognizing climate change. Now in Vermont, going back to when Peter Shumlin was governor, he made this a top priority.
Absolutely.
He brought Bill McKibben in to talk to the legislature and started the ball rolling. So what we're doing in Vermont now is so far ahead of what other states are doing. Not that we don't have to do more, but not many states have the main electric producer who has a 90% green portfolio. Last year we put $160 million of climate actions into the budget. What do you think are next steps as we move forward for next year? Because this is not an easy problem, it's an ongoing problem.
It is, and I'm feeling much more hopeful about our ability in the legislature to get some climate action policy forward, and I'll tell you why. We, in the days after the session wrapped, the Climate Solutions Caucus met off-site, big retreat, many House members and senators there at the end of May, and we said, okay, we all have passion and drive and commitment, and yet our efforts are so diffuse.
Yeah.
And we have to be better about naming, sort of a punch list. These are the things we're going to try to get done in the upcoming session. And in order to do that, we need to break up into subgroups, because what's happening, as I'm sure you well know, we come as citizen legislators to this building and we have our own ideas about what needs to happen. But when you get 75 people in a room who all care about climate change, but they care about different aspects of how to attack it, in the end, we don't get as much done as we want. So we met and we broke up into 4 subgroups, one on green economy and renewable energy, one on transportation, which I serve on the subgroup along with Molly Burke, one on building energy and thermal efficiency, so important to so many of our builders here, and the last one, which was on communicating and messaging, that we're not doing a great job of telling the story to Vermonters at large about why we need to care about climate change. And so those subgroups are working in the off season, which we'll talk about later, perhaps in this interview, on what the off season really means these days. And we're going to come back with concrete suggestions for, both to the pro tem and to the House leadership to say, this is where the caucus would like to go. And we also had a very strong group of House and Senate members who supported the Vermont Global Warming Solutions Act. The number in the Senate was S-173. I'm not sure what the companion bill was in the House. But we will, once again, really be pushing to take that up, because it's not enough to have recommendations or suggestions for how we're going to get somewhere. We actually need some teeth in it to say, if we're going to reduce carbon emissions, these are the things we need to do. So feeling really hopeful about that. But I want to remind folks what we did do, which I think got lost in sort of the drama of the end game. We passed a very strong bill on hydrofluorocarbons, highly potent greenhouse gases. We, as you mentioned, millions of dollars in investment, a lot of it in weatherization. We know that one of the strongest challenges for us is in home heating fuel. That's where a lot of our carbon footprint is. The other, of course, in transportation. And so investments in electric vehicles for more state workers, expanding the infrastructure for charging stations, and trying to expand the program for e-vehicles to lower income folks so they actually can afford these vehicles. And then one that I don't know a lot about, but I'm eager to learn, is on the forest preservation, doing carbon sequestration. And again, some things that are lower down on the radar screen that people aren't necessarily tuned into. But many of the committees have a lens to climate change and what we're going to do about it. And so although there will always be more to do. And I know some of my friends in the advocacy community were disappointed that we really didn't get more done in the first year of the biennium. There's another year, and the Climate Solutions Caucus is much more organized this time. So I'm feeling hopeful. And I think we need to stay hopeful, because when we let despondency take over, then that's what leads to inaction.
There's great opportunities here.
Absolutely.
Both environmental and economic.
Absolutely. And another topic I know we were interested in talking about, and again, might not at first blush seem to relate to climate change, but absolutely does, is the issue of the broadband bill. That we would like people to work more remotely several days a week. We would like there to be an opportunity for people not to be on the roads all the time. And we know that is a huge challenge for us in Vermont. We don't have a lot of viable mass transit. And so one way to engineer that is to say, let's get towns the help that they need to build out the broadband. So that is what we see as a critical component of the climate discussion.
And there will be an event in September coming up.
Yes, I'm so glad you mentioned it. It is going to be, make sure I get you the right date, September 13th, and the Wyndham Regional Commission, I believe, is going to be hosting it. And it is such an exciting thing to finally have somebody at the Public Service Department who's going to be sort of the point person for helping towns to implement their vision. So there's funding available, but there's also technical assistance, because that's where a lot of it broke down. So in the same way that I'm feeling hopeful about the climate change discussion. This broadband bill is not, it's not going to fix all of our connectivity issues, but it's finally acknowledging if the providers that we have were going to connect these rural areas, it already would have been done. So can we just admit that and get a different model in place?
And quite frankly, the free market has failed us here.
Yes, it is.
The government has to step in.
Absolutely. I believe that most sincerely, because these rural areas need, not just for the economy, but for their schools, for
safety.
Absolutely, for safety. It was a big one out in our colleague Laura Sebelia's district.
Yep.
And so I feel like people are getting, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, I think they're getting to the point of saying government is the solution. You know, it's the solution in this. It's not government.
We're here to help.
We're here to help. Like, we're really here to help. And the private sector has not been able to do it because of our population is so dispersed.
And we have a model for how these municipal utilities can work with EC Fiber.
Absolutely. And Kingdom Fiber, there's a bunch of groups around the state who have really taken matters in their own hands, and we can use those as models. So it's very exciting.
It is exciting, and I know people that have been waiting a long time for this, and I think this is some of the best hope we have to hold up for them. So, and you're right, if we want people driving less, this is one way that work can happen.
Absolutely. And the other piece that I think, again, that people may not realize connects to this issue of broadband is we have an aging population in Windham County. Many more people taking advantage of telemedicine. They can't get to, whether it's a psychology specialist or somebody to give a consult. Telemedicine needs good connectivity as well. So,
and the concerns of economic development and growth go hand in hand with this, because this is, I think, one of those factors or barriers for economic growth. And this is something that you've been involved in for a while now. Where's the direction we're heading? Because Vermont's economy is a concern.
Sure. So what I've seen, and you and I were talking about this a little bit earlier, what I really see as the nexus for economic development and for our population demographic issues is the issue of housing. And it is a huge issue for most parts of the state. And it was interesting, I was just talking to our colleague Emily Kornheiser yesterday about how Chittenden County always gets the press on how tight the housing market is. We have a tighter housing market in Windham County. We do. And it's not particular to Vermont, but we have a real problem here. And I think many people are coming around to that, but there's still work that we need to do to let folks know that if you don't have the housing at all levels, from modest income to middle income, you are going to have a problem with your economy because there's nowhere for the workers to live. And that is a serious concern. And so right now, I'll make sure I get the right figure here. Right now, over 60% of low-income Vermonters will not be able to secure decent, affordable housing in Vermont. 60%, because we simply don't have the units. And if you're in the market to buy, it's not much better. Most of the units being built right now, again, not just in Vermont, but statewide, nationwide, are at the high end. It's a great time to be a rich person looking for a home. It is not great for everybody else. And I know these are difficult conversations to have in many communities, but I am telling you, throughout this county, we have a housing crisis. And we need communities to acknowledge that, because it is the future of our rural economies, and it's also the future of our schools. Absolutely.
You bet.
And so
what we're finding, we're seeing this already. I've had people call me and say, tell me where I find an electrician. Tell me where I can find a plumber. People are retiring.
They are.
Medical providers, dentists, specialists. They're retiring. We don't have people coming in.
No, there's nowhere in the pipeline.
The housing shortage contributes to all of this. It's a barrier to our economic growth.
It's absolutely true, and it's been interesting personally. So my spouse and I live on South Main Street, and we have a very small lot. And great house, we love the house. We always say if we could move the house to just a little bit bigger yard. It would be easier for the dog and for my very two rambunctious children. We've been looking and looking and looking, and there is nothing in the range for us. And it's not only frustrating for us, we want a little bit bigger house, it's a little bit more expensive, not available. We could spend a lot more money for a lot more house we don't need, but we're taking up a house that another family could use as what we say a starter home, but I kind of don't like that term because you could stay in your starter home your whole life and that would be fine, right? But a modest home, and it is to have been looking for a year and a half, and we finally just admitted we're not going to find it. And so I had a contractor come yesterday to look at a crawl space in the attic, like, could we turn this into another room? And so that decision is happening all over this county. And many seniors who'd like to either age in place or move to another home that's all one floor.
Or move to the village.
Exactly.
From the mountaintop.
So it's walkable.
Yeah.
And so it impacts all of those segments of the population, and I feel like the conversation is still too much based in fear. Fear of the too many people moving in. There's going to be too many people draining the system. There is no danger of that.
Yeah.
We are losing people. There is no danger of that. And so what we need are decent, affordable rentals and homes for people to live in. And that's good for all of us. It's good for communities.
I can talk to my 2 adult daughters who are now in Massachusetts, because when they were ready to start out, there just wasn't affordable housing here.
That's right.
You know, and now they're on either end of Massachusetts.
Yeah.
And I wish they would maybe someday be back in Vermont, but it's a barrier. So
it is a barrier. And the other piece that is connected is and I know we don't have too much time to discuss it, but the issue of the amount of student debt that folks are carrying. That is also a barrier.
It sure is.
Matt Dunn's group out of Heartland, Vermont. They also have one in Springfield. They did some research. What are the barriers for people moving to rural areas? One of the biggest ones is cannot afford to pay my student loan debt because the amount I'm going to make in Vermont in a rural area and the amount the housing is going to cost me, I can't stay ahead of the payments. So they're going to stay in the Boston or New York area even though they don't want to be there because of that additional burden.
And luckily, this is part of the national conversation now.
Absolutely.
And as we move towards what I think is a consensus about debt-free college, the fact that if you need help with college, you shouldn't be burdened with the level of debt that people have. You should be able to refinance those loans. And the rules are really stacked against people getting ahead on this now.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it was one of the things I mentioned quite a bit when I was first in the legislature and on my housing committee is trying to convey to people that I was someone who had a college degree. I had a graduate degree. I had a good job. I was working in the school system. I had good benefits. And even so, I couldn't buy my first home until I was almost 39 because I didn't have the down payment and I didn't have the closing costs. And for me to be able to say to them, but I'm a Gen Xer. I'm not carrying the debt that the millennials.
I can't imagine.
Right? And so, but you have to make it real in that way because people are like, well, I paid off my debt. It's like the debt that you had is nothing compared to what these young people are carrying. And it impacts settlement patterns. It impacts choices that they're making around families. And I feel like we owe them better. I absolutely believe that.
Yeah, this is the future.
Absolutely. And
let's
we
invest in the future.
Let's make Vermont a place where people feel like they can come here and build a family and build a life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a lot to offer here.
Oh, I love it here.
And it's not going to just happen for us to continue that way.
Right.
We need to make those investments as in any part of our lives.
Absolutely.
What we invest in will grow.
Yeah.
We've got a couple minutes left. A question about your experience in the legislature. You're heading into your
sixth year. Yes, it'll be my sixth year. Yeah.
Before you came into the legislature, I'm sure you had an idea of what it might be.
Right.
And here it is, the reality of it.
Right.
Can you share a little bit about the differences in that experience?
Yeah,
Do you remember what you thought it might be like?
Well, I have to tell you a quick story. I had so much anxiety about starting that in the weeks before my first legislative session, I had this recurring nightmare that not only was I going to have to serve in the legislature, but I was going to have to serve in the judiciary at the same time. It was like this level of anxiety. Couldn't find a place. Speaking of housing, in my dream, I couldn't find a place to live. And I got there and I felt like I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And so that, I definitely had this fear of not being able to do the job well. And I think a lot of people feel that way with a new experience. I thought there would be more. I thought there'd be more support in terms of folks, legislators all over the country have staff that help them do their job. And just to be clear, here in Vermont, we do not. We have a wonderful team of lawyers on legislative council
who write the actual bills.
That draft all the bills for us, who are incredibly overworked. And I just want to tell folks at home that you may not know this, but at some point this session, we were told by legislative council, do not send us any more bills because we are flat out. We don't have enough capacity. And so that's a structural problem, right? And so you've got constituents that want you to introduce their bill and you say, I can't get a drafter. Okay, so I thought there would be more, a healthier infrastructure. I didn't realize the extent to which the job really is full-time. Full-time, but reimbursed part-time. And you know, it's hard for me to say that because I don't want to be seen as a complainer, because I love my job and I'm lucky to have it. And every day I walk in that building and I'm so proud to have it. But now when we come home from the session, people say, oh, it must be so great to have
how's your break?
How's your break? And I always laugh. I said, oh my gosh, if you saw my email inbox or my voicemail or the number of trips we've all made back and forth still to Montpelier and meeting with constituents, it never ends. And that has gotten worse, I feel like, over the last few years. And especially since Trump was elected. Because there's this level of fear and anxiety, and then there is the real effects of those policies. Right? So the need is great. And you can't say no to people, right? I can't, I know you can't either. And so you make it work somehow, whether you're meeting on the weekends or taking calls early in the morning or late at night. And so I guess that's what I want people to know is that there's often a lot of fury at us, whether it's through emails or someone stopping me on the street, why didn't you and your legislative colleagues do this right? Why didn't you do that right? And I always try to remind them, we are a citizen legislature. We do our work without staff, and we do the best we can. And we certainly make mistakes, but we are accountable directly to the voters every 2 years. And this past session, it felt like things got a little nastier, I think, because we were talking about reproductive rights.
There's another piece to it, I think.
And
especially Burlington's our biggest city.
Right.
And basically, the newspapers there are tabloids. And they act like tabloids now.
In terms of how they report the
They're
news.
looking for what's more sensational than, the reality is we passed a lot of good work. We're being looked at as leaders in some areas around the country. And yet the media's take on it for a while was we were a do-nothing legislature.
Right. And so, so let's name the elephant in the room. We didn't get the paid family leave bill through both chambers, and we didn't get the minimum wage bill through both chambers. We each got those through, and we will get them through. And that, Jill Korinsky, the House Majority Leader, and I have met several times. That's going to happen. But that became the story. You couldn't get it done. And what I would encourage people to really think about is, to your point, is what you're reading in Digger or 7 Days or wherever you're getting, or even on the Free Press, is that the whole story? There have been numerous times when I've gotten emails from people locally who got the story wrong about what we'd done. And I'd say, oh, no, I know what you're basing it on. Let me tell you what happened in committee. Let me tell you what wasn't in that article. And so I don't want to say to trust us writ large, right? We are,
Yeah.
we have to be
But ask
accountable,
us.
but ask us.
Yeah.
Please don't assume
Yeah.
malevolence,
Yeah.
because we are not, we're not part of a machine
No.
here in Vermont.
And we can do more, for instance, right here, to get the word out.
Absolutely.
And how we share it back home, that's up to us as well.
Right,
But
right.
we're here. And so thank you for that
Yeah.
perspective, and thank you for your service. You've been a great addition
Thank you.
to the county caucus and a great addition to leadership. We have both House and Senate, I think, a very effective, hard-working leadership team, and that's why Vermont continues to be looked at. Again, I was talking to a legislator from Oregon. Oh yeah, we look to Vermont all the time when we want to do something.
Yeah, because we're thinking broadly and long term.
We are.
Yeah.
Yep. So thank you for your service there. And speaking of getting in touch with people, if
Yes.
people want to get in touch with you, what's the best way to do it?
So the best way to do it is to reach me through email, bbalint, only one L, BBALINT @ledge.state.vt.us. You can call my home number, and it will give you another number that is just for legislative calls.
Yeah.
And I don't have that number memorized
Yeah.
yet.
But
Yes.
we'll show that up on the board
That would be great.
when they do the post-production.
That
work
would be
here.
great. I'll get that
they
to
do
you.
great work for us.
Because, as we said, the work continues. I love meeting with constituents.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite parts of my job.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's a great place to live, and we want to keep it that way.
It is. Yes.
So,
Thank you, Mike.
So thank
Yeah.
you, and thank you to BCTV. Once again, you help us do our work here, and we appreciate that you're having your struggles here too.
Right.
There are some things happening
Right.
nationwide that I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit
Sure.
before we leave.
Sure, I meant to mention that earlier. So we are in a situation where the public access TV stations all around Vermont may lose a considerable amount of funding because of an FCC rule that may go through. And so I am chairing a committee that was formed through actually the broadband bill that was passed. We set up a work group to really bring together all the stakeholders who want to make sure that public access TV is viable long-term in Vermont. We know that so many of our constituents get information from BCTV. It's incredible how many people will stop me on the street and say, I saw that interview or I saw that select board meeting. And so I can't overstate it. And that's not just true for Windham County. And so we're trying to come up with whether it's statutory language that is going to help these various outlets around the state, or whether it's a different funding stream. But we also are taking public comment every time we have a meeting, and you can go to the legislative webpage, to the work group page on Public Access TV. You can decide that you want to come up to Montpelier and testify. We have 4 more meetings, I think. So, yeah.
So we're working on it. We want BCTV and all the people here to know we appreciate what you do here. You help disseminate this information to people locally, and we're working to help keep this going.
Absolutely.
So thank you,
Thank
and
you.
thanks for tuning in. Bye-bye now.
calling the meeting to order at 6:02. I have a few ads. I'm adding in, under new business C and D, I'm adding a quick first review of some policies the policy committee worked on. Dog policy and facility use, and then I'm adding a quick VSBA update. I'm also under recognition of visitors. I'm just going to clarify some statutory requirements about Robert's rules under that heading. And I have a request from a student who would like to speak about the Sustainability Council very briefly. And so while we're holding all of the public comment to the end, in the interest of making sure our students get to bed before, say, 11 o'clock, as the meeting sometimes may go to the end, if it's acceptable to the board, I will add that bit of public comment under the Sustainability Council because it is a relevant agenda item. And I'm getting nods. So with that said, I would moving on to the clerk's report, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of 8/7.
I moved.
Is there a second? Who moved that? Was that Ann?
I did, but somebody else did.
I'll call that Ann move that. And then is there a second on that?
Policies.
Second. Thank you, Emily, for seconding that. Any discussion?
Christina?
Yes.
It looks like you still don't have a secretary.
Right.
And I think I've run out of patience with we're a $54 million organization and 700 people on our staff. I think maybe somebody's going to have to be assigned to come until we find another solution. Somebody that has those skills and is not, on a contract. Somebody's got to. We have to have somebody doing it. We don't have Tim in our meetings, and it's time. We have to find another solution if hiring somebody for the 3 days of work.
So we actually have a motion to approve the minutes. So can we get through that and then take that business up? Just keep it going. I just want to get the minutes approved and then so I don't lose track of that as my first order of actual business, and then we'll talk about. We'll hear from Lyle if there's anything.
Well, we can put it on the next agenda too.
Yes, that's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, I didn't expect to solve it now. It has to change.
I noticed that there's some names missing, I think, that were here, so I will add, and I kind of made a list of them, so I'll forward those to you,
Okay.
Tim.
Okay.
I think the sheet is there a sheet going around tonight? Okay, so if somebody could get a sheet going around so people could sign in and just say their name so we can make sure we get all the visitors tonight, that would be super helpful. Any other changes to the minutes? All those in favor of approving the minutes of 8/7, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Nays, abstentions? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The minutes are approved with the changes that I will email to Tim. Recognition of visitors. There's a sign-in sheet going around, and so we are required to know who attended the meeting from the public. So if you could please make sure you sign in at some point, and if somebody comes in late, whoever has the sheet, if you could just sort of pass it along to them, that would be very important. We will be leaving time for public input on every agenda item of the board. Non-agenda discussions will be at the end of the meeting because we have people that have to leave. And if we have scheduling at the end and they have to leave, we can't get our scheduling done. And it's much easier to do it here. There's bathrooms right out there in the hallway. I have copied the board on communications. There were 3 letters from town clerks, 1 parent email about Putney Aftercare, 1 David Scholes email, and another parent letter about idling cars. Did anybody have any other communications? So those were all attached or sent to you by me as part of the agenda, part of the backup that I sent this morning. Any other communications? Excellent. We are moving fast today. Moving on to finances. We do not have the chair of our finance committee. The finance committee didn't meet, but Frank is not here, so I think we can say that we can move on with item 5 because there's nothing to report. Am I correct? Excellent. Wow. This might be the fastest meeting ever. So the committee and council reports, the finance committee, as I said, has not met. but I did attach the minutes from the meeting that we had prior to the 8/7 board meeting. There's a few items on there that you might want to take a look at in terms of the process of how we're going to be approving warrants. And in Sean's absence, that's pretty much all the Finance Committee has to report. Has the Personnel Committee, which consists of, what's the committee list? Anne, Sean, and Kelly. Have you had a chance to convene yet and choose a chair?
No, I believe you appointed Sean convener.
You're right, I did. So Sean has not convened?
Sean has not convened.
How convenient that he's not here for the shaming. Okay, I will.
Yes, I was gonna say, put it on the agenda for shaming next time.
And the Policy and Amendment Committee met, and the minutes, thank you, David, for taking those minutes, were attached to the backup that I sent today. Two of the things that we worked on, the facility use policy that we talked about at the whole meeting last time, and the animal policy. We started to work on policies for that, and I sent you today sort of our first glance at those. We're talking about those later. The Leadership Council policy I still have not gotten back, so I think I think that's still in Barb's hands with some adjustments being made to that, so hopefully we can get that in a format for principals in the next couple of days. But I know you've got kind of a lot on your plate at central office the week before school starts.
We're gonna have to talk about that.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't think I would do any changes in what we said.
Okay. We were adding the advisory nature of the leadership process to that.
I'll check that.
And a suggested ratio of staff to community members. Was that it?
Yep, and I communicated that to principals, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
So okay.
And we also worked a bit on representation as a group, which I feel like I will be doing that till the day I die somehow. There has been some follow-up today from the Secretary of State, which I got at 4 o'clock. Did I haven't even had a chance to forward that? I got it.
I just got a call back from Will sending this afternoon, just before coming here. A couple of things, just quick updates, because the committee hasn't really had a chance to talk. One of the questions was about voting on the amendment to add members and voting on the members at the same time, and his recommendation is not to have that happen. Vote on the amendment, and then if the amendment passes, then people run for those slots. He did say that they could not be appointed. The only way you appoint new board members is if there's a vacancy, somebody resigns, so they would have to be elected positions. He also said, depending upon when you have the vote on whether or not to increase the membership, if that's mid-October, then you're looking at end of December to mid-January for an election, and then another election in March. So he suggested we really look at timing that out to see if it even makes sense to have an election in December, January for a position that's going to last maybe 2 months at most. His other recommendation was around voting, and if we want to do something different with how the ballots are counted, that our attorney should write that into the amendment so it's voted on at the same time as the amendment. I think that's very much so.
Yeah, that was really interesting. I think that was sort of a new concept that you don't have to completely. It sounded like to me, from my very quick read on my smartphone, that we maybe don't have to commingle everything and have things counted separately, that we can have them counted.
But he did say that will be different from what was what we were directed to do. So he did say that Mark Ottinger should get in touch with him, with Wilson, to talk about how that would work.
Christina?
Yes.
Question. Did when they commented on have the election after the amendments passed, were they thinking about in terms of a commingled election? Was that the context they were thinking?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's when he said,
Because it
if
would
you
be
want
if
to
we
change that, put it in the amendment. that we're
Right,
voting on.
right. So if we change that, then the election could happen a month later, just in one town.
The new members would still have to run, and they need to have the 6 Mondays. So they have to take out their petition, there has to be 6 Mondays. They have to have time to have their petitions signed, then the 6 Mondays. So he was concerned that that's going to put us into December or January.
So it's almost not.
So it's almost not worth it to have.
If that's where we are, it's not.
Right,
worth it to have.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
But if it was just going to be in one town, it would be less
Exactly,
difficult.
yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Lyle, for that. So the Policy and Amendment Committee will continue to work on that, but it doesn't sound like we're getting new board members for Christmas. But maybe.
No, but at least we're figuring out how we have to go about it, which we've been struggling with for 3 months now, or 4.
At least.
4 years.
4 years, yeah.
Christine?
Yes.
I have a question. Will those 2 new members be 1-year terms? Because
We have to figure all
We
that
have
out.
to figure all that out.
because if it's more than 1
Everybody
year, then it
starts,
makes sense to go
Well,
and do it.
yes, that would be something we'd have to talk with our attorney about, because if we're having new members that are filling until a regular election, then it would still only be that 6-week period. But you're right, if it's a 2-year term, then it seems like it would make sense.
The whole term thing is spelled out in statute that we haven't even tackled, Liz, until we kind of knew exactly where we were going and what the vote was going to be. So, like, we wanted to get the big
I'm trying to get you help sooner rather than later.
I'm just a big minute taker. That would be great. The Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee, which consists of Tim, Emily, David, and Kelly.
We have not met, but we are planning to meet.
So you've scheduled a meeting?
Not exactly, but we have a day.
We almost scheduled one for today.
So at the end of this meeting, that committee, of which the whole committee is here, will be scheduling a meeting and warning it through the central office. This is excellent progress. Thank you, Programmatic Performance Equity Committee. Next, the Equity and Diversity Committee, which has met. Congratulations.
Yay!
And Beekman, you convener. I believe that was yours to convene. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say we elected a chair and we have minutes that Dave took. And I have some things that I can't pass out to the public this evening because they're only drafts. When they're in their completed form, they will be posted on the SU website. Everybody can read them. So I guess.
Actually, once they're on the table,
Okay,
they're public.
well,
Yeah, some of
they
us,
asked
but they're
now.
drafts, so you're not gonna get the whole.
Yeah,
It's just their spelling errors and their grammatical errors.
Yeah, entire sentences.
Don't make it
wrong
come
part
back.
We know.
Educators, school districts have to be careful about their grammar.
Yes.
Yes, they are unedited, but Dave has the minutes here, because he took them
I'll
and
just,
typed
I'll
them.
hit the highlights. Lyle circulated a document from the annual meeting of the work of the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Social Justice, which includes a lot of goals and a lot of the plan of work. Lyle's met with the staff, which is Michaela and Judy Dow, and they're both here. And they're developing goals, the document that included essential learnings and actions as something else that I'll get to later on when I get there. The office is going to develop create a core study group to start conversations going, developing teams in each of the schools to coordinate activities, looking for teacher leader positions in each of the buildings with stipends, which will come to us when there's a proposal. Teacher leaders will meet with the administrators, and Julie and Michaela will be joining administrative meetings to work with them as well. Principals are encouraged to attend all the activities. Talked about the importance of creating an environment that is attractive to hiring and retaining diverse staff. We talked about our committee learning and training and board training, and we're looking at a model that was developed last year, a study group model we're trying to put together. We're going to think about that, talk about it again, and figure out how to get started at our next meeting. Judy circulated a document regarding work with students, the essential learnings match the standards. She'll be meeting with people, coming up with additional learnings, connecting work with the new state ethnic studies framework. Judy also works with the Gedakina partnership. Gedakina? Gedakina, thank you. The Gedakina partnership, and hopes to create a directive of resources for teachers in the community. All these documents will be posted with minutes when they're finalized. The curriculum coordinators will be working with processes for engaging and accessing and engaging teachers in this work. And we talked about how are we going to assess our progress, where are we now, looking at our goals from the documents, and then how are we going to measure what we've accomplished, how we've accomplished over the course of the year. So, productive meeting.
So are you the chair, Dan?
No.
No, I am.
Okay, you said you elected a chair.
Yes, I did elect a chair. It was me, but Dave thoughtfully took the minutes and they're on his computer, so I figured it would be easier for him to read them.
So just a question, so when you said the teacher leaders, I was trying to find it on here, I didn't see it, but so the teacher leaders would be at a certain school in all grades, can you repeat that?
I think, yeah.
So, it was one of the things we wanted to make sure we brought to this subcommittee, because in the proposal that we brought forth on January 25th, it was not on our list of what we were thinking we would spend some of the money on. But we have teacher leaders at pretty much every school for literacy and math, and we thought that, actually it was Jerry Curry, the former principal at Oak Grove, who wanted to also have a diversity equity teacher leaders. So that was something that Michaela's been thinking about and developing, so that each school has diversity equity teacher leaders as well, would meet as part of the district diversity equity, maybe be part of the study committee, but it would be their responsibility to take some information back. And those teacher leaders often meet with the administrator in the building, so that's another way to loop the administrator into what's happening.
So just a quick question, so they would be making goals through whatever goals were set through the diversity and thinking office? Okay.
Excellent, thank you, Diversity Committee. Communications Committee Council was not listed on the agenda, but is there anything to report from Communications?
No. Okay. We're gonna meet, I think, probably back to back with the next week, so we'll return to that after.
Okay. Well, that works well because nobody's on finance, that's great. Okay. Now Sustainability Council.
I was trying to set up the first meeting. David, I didn't understand. You can tell Bart we're going to have a meeting, not ask. I was waiting for a reply, what dates are good. You told me, you tell her. So I'm aiming for before the next meeting, directly before whatever date it is next today. Yeah. Unless it conflicts with another committee that has not the same people. But that's what I want to try to do. Because you're right, David. Cut down the carbon footprint. Council should do that. So if we're driving somewhere, let's try to do it at the same time. So that's the idea. So within the next 2 weeks.
And so have you thought about how you're going to outreach to community members who might be interested in that?
I'm not sure yet. That's hopefully what we'll talk about in the first meeting. I haven't come up with any yet.
Because at this point, you're running that show. And I don't know if there's any other board members that are available, have some time to serve to kind of help get this going.
Tonight, maybe?
No, at the next meeting, I just think it's a heavy lift. Thank you for taking that on. And just in terms of understanding how you coordinate with central office and all the nuts and bolts and the nitty gritty and knowing who everybody is in the schools. A lot of us have spent a lot of time in various schools in this process over the last couple of years. So I'm on finance committee, so I can't be at the same time to help you out. But perhaps I can sit
Let me
on
do some
too.
research before the next one.
Yeah, and I'm certainly like would love to help you get that going and figure out some people in the communities that might be asked to help serve.
The communications committee maybe will help you with some outreach.
Ellie, could you just pass the louder? The
So
fans
the
right behind you.
communications committee doesn't have any, like, we don't know what we're doing yet, but it might be that we could help you if you need something written up or whatnot, since we don't have anything on our agenda at the moment. So,
Thank you, Ellen, great idea. And so Lyle and I spoke, and just in terms of bringing the board and the public up to speed with our current curriculum content about climate change. Lyle, take it away.
All right, I will. So there was some question last time about whether we're teaching about climate change in our schools, and the answer is absolutely we are. We teach it as a significant issue that affects global climate patterns, and we talk about teach about greenhouse gases. We want students to have a deep understanding of the underlying science, and to ensure that students know that it's human activity that really does affect climate change. It's something that's really shared among the science community, this understanding about climate change. So some of the topics, weather and the processes of influencing changes in weather, climate, the role of oceans in affecting climate, Earth history, ice ages, warming periods, food webs, flow of energy, and all of these topics sort of circle around. So we start in kindergarten with weather and climate, and then it will come back around again in 3rd grade and back around again in 8th grade. And each time it comes around, of course, we're studying it in a little more advanced and a deeper way. So we ask students to define some problems, design solutions, make arguments that are based on evidence, on some of the research that we've done. And it's all based on the science standards, the next generation science standards. Specifically at the high school, we have classes that include sustainability, the earth space science. It's required by all 9th graders, includes sustainability. Wildlife ecology and management talks about sustainability. There's an environmental science and policy class. That class actually did what's called Project Atlantic. It was a combined project with the Brattletown, you remember, Brattletown Energy and the BUHS students. They have presented their findings around the state. They consult with Bernie Sanders. Last year, I think the Brattletown School Board had a presentation done by 6th grade academy students on creating a green roof and what that would entail. So I feel like whatever was said that made me think like, wait a minute, people think we don't teach about climate is incorrect. We do a lot of work on climate and sustainability. So that's a little overview of what we do. And Mike Auerbach, who's actually the teacher at the high school that's created the Project Atlantic, would love to come to the presentation. Probably Ian and Sean's not here, but he did a presentation of that project with students a few years ago with BU6, but he's happy to come and talk about that with us anytime.
You read the mind, that sounds like fun.
It is fun. It's great.
Put that on for the winter.
Yep.
And global warming sounds not so bad in San Francisco.
Just one point, I think partly the select board's been getting similar input from the community, particularly youth in the community. And I think that what's different is not so much what we've been doing, from what you just described, for the number of years of the project. The Atlantic project was a while ago. It's been going for a long time. We've had things going on kind of commensurate with the sense of urgency and the sense of importance. I think that what's different now is that it's astonishingly more urgent. As the information comes out, I just read a review today of a book, and the first thing about the 2 books, and the first statement was, does it make sense to write a book about the climate emergency because it's getting so much worse, so much more quickly. So there's just a much greater sense of urgency in wanting it to be a lot higher priority. And obviously, school districts don't change their curriculum on a dime like that, but the awareness of it and the focus of it, I think we can affect and try and develop it.
Thank you, Lyle. Thank you, David. So I am entertaining public comment from anybody under 18.
That's great. It's me. I'm going to keep this kind of quick, but two things. First of all, I think that you guys are definitely teaching us about climate change. Speaking as a kid who has been through public school, I went to academy for the first 7 years of my curriculum. I do think you guys are teaching us about it, but I do not think it is enough. I didn't really learn anything about it in 3rd grade. Kindergarten, I don't remember learning anything at all. 6th grade, it was my teacher's choice to teach us about. I was part of the Green Roof Project, actually. So I think what you guys are doing is great right now, but I think we need more, and it's like a pressing issue. We have 11 years, and you're educating, like I said in my letter, you're educating the kids right now that are going to stop it, like me. And I personally, I would really love more going into high school too. The second thing is, on September 20th, there's this huge, it's a global climate strike. It's a protest declared by the youth activist Greta Thunberg. The last time we tried to organize a protest here was in March. Actually, that's not true. Well, the first protest that I went to here was in March. And I would strongly urge the school board or district to allow students, if not encourage them, to come to this event, because the last time we were actually opposed by the school's system. We weren't allowed to stand on school property. There was a thing about the printers. Recently some kids tried to leave the school to protest, and the principal of BAMS denied them not being able to leave. I guess he was doing his job, but he justified it by saying that it would be dangerous for them to leave because of counter protests. So I really don't think that's a legit excuse, and I think that there definitely needs to be more flexibility around letting kids protest and be able to go to these events and stuff. And this is, if you don't let us, we're gonna have to. We're not gonna abide by you. We're gonna strike either way. But it's whether you guys stand with us or whether we have to take it into our hands. Thank you.
Any other committees that I've missed, or any other additions to the committee discussion on sustainability? Cruising. Robin.
Hi, Robin Morgan, Brattleboro. I just wanted to briefly request that the board look into the green roof proposal by the 6th graders from Academy last year. That we had said on our board that we were going to explore that and maybe see if it would be financially feasible. One of the things that they mentioned in their proposal actually was that when it's raining on a flat roof, it becomes so noisy that it's difficult to hear in the classroom. So everyone can get a taste of what the 6th graders are going through, plus all of the ecological benefits that they had talked about. So I hope you guys can put that on a committee's agenda to maybe get a quote or an estimate or a walkthrough from a relevant agency to see about if that's possible to do that work.
So if there's any former Brattleboro Town School Board members that could forward any information, contacts they had, so that we don't have to start from square one, and forward them. It would seem like it would belong with the Sustainability Council, so if you could forward.
Yeah, it does. I think that Kelly and John are looking at it, and Frank are looking into this. I think there's some. Maybe it's a good. I thought that the administrators were exploring that.
Thank you, Robin. Any other? Sorry.
So what would it mean? So I've heard a few different times, and I didn't get your name.
I'm Jacob.
Jacob?
Jango.
Jango, sorry. Oh, okay. You actually emailed before. Okay, that's so. Well, Well, if we didn't mean, because we have talked about it a little bit before, and I don't want everything just to fall in the sustainability committee, for climate to be more integrated into the curriculum, and who would actually be doing that? Would it be individual teachers if we were taking a stance, let's say, okay, we want climate to be more integrated, or to feel more like the emergency that it is? It seems like a lot of work, and I know, having been a teacher, like everything ends up falling, like try to adjust your curriculum a little. But like, what would an overarching approach be, and are there enough kids in each grade, if students are really asking for this in all grades, are there enough kids that could be engaged that they could adjust some pieces of the curriculum as kind of like almost like side projects for project-based learning or whatnot that could then be integrated, so it's not all just falling on the teachers. I don't know, there's so many systematic things that would have to go on, but I guess if we do want to make progress on this, especially in this year, we have to have some kind of way to talk about this more substantially and say like who's actually going to do something.
I would say that the sustainability committee should first meet with Paul Smith, who is the curriculum coordinator who oversees the science portion of the curriculum. Paul Smith.
Hey, can I ask, is there a policy on student protest or staff? I know there's union has a thing where the staff, I know staff has been told we can't, but like what, is there?
There's not a policy. Our job is to make sure students are safe.
Right.
And letting a 7th and 8th grader go off campus would never happen.
No, but I'm asking about the policy just because I know that there's been times where like I get an email that like, oh, the students are protesting social transgender rights and they're doing it at such and such time at such and such a place. So like there's a way that it's happening at the school. So that's what I was trying to understand. Okay, it's by each principal. Okay.
Okay, moving on to unfinished business. As we move into the regularly scheduled school year, I've heard some feedback from board members, maybe this is not the optimal time, so I wanted to kind of check in with board members and find out if Wednesday at 6 o'clock works for the school year, because I know people's lives change. So is there anybody that has an issue with a Wednesday 6 o'clock board meeting time? Excellent.
Is it possible to start earlier, or do we want to keep that 5 to 6 time for committees?
It's very hard for me to start
Okay,
earlier.
yeah, if people have the work schedule, it's not, it can't be done. Yeah, I just didn't know that. Okay. End of question.
If we were going to
Next
be in
topic.
Dummerston for every meeting, if the location is in Dummerston, yes, then yes, but driving here, it's
So
hard to
6
get
o'clock
here.
is great.
Yeah, 6 o'clock works. And so the statutes require us to have a time and place of our regular meetings. And maybe we can't meet that in our effort to be in every building, but one option I thought of was that we would have the first meeting of every month be at the high school, and then go to the more far-flung locations. Do you have a question?
The time and place of our regular meeting should be clearly designated. It just means that the place, I don't think it means we have to have it at the same place every time. Because we've never done that. Well, in Brattleboro we have, because we've got 3 schools, so we always, and Triple School, we've always moved around. I think we have to say the time and the place where we're meeting, but it doesn't have to be always the same.
Because I kind of read it as by a resolution, not by an agenda. So when I read that whole sentence, it seems to me, but I'm going to take your read on it, David. I like your read of the statute.
Well, it's past practice, so
Yeah.
that's like statute. Until you go to court.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. So do we want to have the first meeting maybe at the high school and then do the other schools, or do we want to keep moving it around as we have? I just wanted to take people's pulse before we set our next agendas.
The high school is the most centralized location, and so at least half the meetings being, I don't know, the easiest for all of us to get to, because I know for people from Guilford, Putney is a drive, and driving here today is a drive. And I think we're wasting a lot of gas when we can pull a lot of people to the farther flung locations. Putney is equally a far flung location than Guilford as far as I'm concerned.
So should we
Maybe at least half of them, or at least trying to
school
be,
and then
yeah.
make sure we're getting into all the buildings during the year? Excellent. So I will go forth and schedule the first and the third Wednesday at 6 o'clock. And the first meeting will be at the high school, and then we will mix it around as we have been doing. And I'm hoping that we can, as part of these meetings, have a 30-minute walkthrough, as we've discussed many times. Once school is in session, there's actually stuff in the schools and principals and teachers around that we'll have like a 30-minute walkthrough with the prior to the board meeting or at the start of the board meeting, just so we can sort of hear from admin. Excellent. So I will work with Lyle to come up with that schedule so I can find out when principals are available on those Wednesdays for those opportunities.
So when we're talking Brattville, are we gonna also include the Brattville Elementary School in the mix?
We could do that.
Otherwise, we don't ever get to see a Catholic Green.
Well, they could be part of the small rotation.
Yes, that's what I wanted to do.
I mean, that's what kind of I meant
Okay.
first.
That's good.
So the board retreat, which is, I sent around an email this morning, we have finally, nothing like planning things for the first couple days of school. We are going to meet at EES September 29th from 3:30 to about 6:30, right? And we're planning on a light supper being served in there. I have read on my VSBA webinar that a light meal is a good idea for the board retreat to create cohesiveness and build teams. So when Lyle said, oh, I think we should have a retreat, I was like, well, why? And she said, maybe so we could come up with a mission statement and a vision statement and come up with some goals. And I was like, oh yeah, we're so far in the weeds when we started out this process of, we have to have a budget, we have to have policies, that I think it would be great that we can come up for air for a little bit and do some long-range planning and work together as a board, not approving warrants and policies, but really think in a more visionary kind of way, which is kind of fun to do after 3 or 4 months of really just getting the work done. So I just want to make sure that that vision is shared by the rest of my fellow board members and the superintendent, who actually suggested, so unless she's changed her mind, but that we work on mission and vision and come up with some tangible goals for this board for the next 6 months of its tenure as we launch the ship of the WSESD in a big way. And I'm happy to entertain some other agenda items for that, if anybody has any suggestions.
Is there gonna be any pre-work in the sense of, I don't know the goals that the whole school district has still, that are related to their strategic plan or individual schools. And so if I was gonna plan some goals, I would like it in some way to be linked to what's actually going on in the schools. Because then we can actually have some ways to track these things. So if that's possible to get at least, 5 days or, by the end of this week, then we'll have time to review them and everybody can come in a way that seems like forward thinking.
Thank you, Emma, that's a great idea. Do we have that?
We have the continuous improvement plans.
Okay. Any other thoughts on the board retreat?
It's Thursday, 3:30?
The 29th. Yes.
Because I had it in 2 days, I took it out of one. I took it out of Wednesday, and I want to make sure.
Yeah, there were obligations at central office, so it took us a little bit to work that out. EES is available.
Yes, but not till 3:30.
Right, yeah, okay. Excellent. So moving on, so I will put out an agenda for that in the next couple days. Always an agenda. We have the adoption of the new policies, the new substitute teacher policy and D6, as well as LSP1, the BUH dress code that was adopted by the previous BUHS board. I would entertain a motion to approve policies D6 and LSP1, local school policy for BUHS dress code.
So moved.
Thank you, Anne. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve, before I do that, is there any public comment on either policy? Hearing no comments, all those in favor of adoption of D6 and LSP1, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays and abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We have 2 new policies, just in the nick of time. I also want to go back, because I did not do this before. There had been a public comment, and I meant to do this under communications, that the board should abandon, there had been some discussion in public comment, the board should abandon Robert's Rules of Order. And I said I believe that Robert's Rules we are required to use Robert's Rules. And then the public said, no, we aren't. And I looked up the statute the other day, and it's 16 VSA 554. This is, I'm not an attorney, I'm not giving legal advice, but the plain language is this. A school board meeting shall be conducted in accordance with Vermont open meeting law. Robert's Rules of Order shall govern the conduct of school board meetings, period. So, and there's no other, a school board shall afford a reasonable opportunity to any person in the school district to appear. So it's, to me, that's very clear that we, while we're hoping to get a facilitator and when we need one for certain parts of the agenda, that we cannot abandon by statute Robert's Rules of Order. So I just wanted to clarify that for the board.
Just to be on the record, I wouldn't support banning it. It's designed, I mean, people have used it to obstruct things, but none of us are sophisticated enough to use it that way anyway, and it really makes it possible to get your work done and to stay, to have a structure to organize the conversation. It doesn't restrict anything. And because we've adopted the one for small boards, it also doesn't restrict you, and we can talk about things before we have motions, and we can pass things just because everybody agrees. I mean, it's really about as simple as you can want, but it's a really useful structure.
Thank you, David. It's also helpful that people know, people who are used to Robert's Rules, like there's a set of rules that people can look up online, and as opposed to making up our own rules, we've got a lot of things to make up right now.
This is not about Robert's Rules.
Okay, what is it about?
It's about restorative justice. I have 15 minutes more of babysitter time, and I wasn't sure where that is on the agenda.
So, it's under other business, and we're adding the public comment as one of the last items. Okay. If it's okay with the board, how much time do you need?
Oh.
Well, yeah, I would like to bring the board up to date on what's happening in terms of.
Like 10 minutes?
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Can we do it under, well, we're doing restorative practices right after this update from Lyle on Putney Aftercare, which is probably 2 minutes. Would that make sense to do it there?
Yeah, that's next.
And then we're staying on agenda, and I don't have to get everybody to agree or mad at me.
Keep us from wasting a lot of time on childcare.
Okay, moving right on. So we received it's not been an ideal situation that Putney Central's aftercare program, as it has existed in the past, does not appear to be happening at the start of the school year. So Herb and Lyle have been working to try to mitigate that circumstance, and it's not the way you want to start the school year, and we all understand what an important thing it is to know that your children have quality care and where they're going after school. So Lyle's been sort of monitoring this, and she agreed to give us a few-minute update on kind of where they stand.
And Ruby's been a part of this, and Herb is here if he can fill in anything. So Herb was, as you know from our last meeting, Herb was contacted not too long ago by Wyspire that they would no longer be offering a program of aftercare at Putney. Herb has reached out to people at school to see if anyone's interested from the school employees. to stay and do aftercare. I think he's put it on Facebook. Dora Levinson, who is the area of Building Bright Futures and Child Care Counts person, has been in touch with her as well to see if there's anything that they can do to help find people. So far, I'm not certain that we found anyone permanent, but why don't you talk?
Yeah, sure. No, we haven't found anybody yet. The last conversation, which was today, I had with Dora, was that they have quite a list, of emails. We talked a little bit about the possibility of maybe seeing if we could get a couple of people, we need two, to run the program after school at PCS, even until, commit till Thanksgiving, right? And between now and then, we'll try to work something out. The other thing that's, I think, is a remote possibility, because I think they're already full, is that if we had some people who are really in a jam, I think most of the people are, given the news, have been scrambling, trying to figure out, okay, what can we do instead? We might be able to join Dummerston. That does complicate things mightily in terms of transportation. So that's really where it's at. I mean, we're doing the outreach, we've got the information out there, we're looking for people, with unemployment scraping rock bottom. Pretty much anybody who wants a job has one, and so these after-school gigs for 3 or 4 hours a day are not as appealing as they've been in the not-too-distant past. So that's where we're at.
Thank you, Mark. So moving on to restorative practices training opportunities. So shall I turn it over so that?
How about if I do a real quick update?
Okay.
And that is going to include the work that I did with Michaela and Mel and some other people last year, and then turn it up to Mike. So last year, Putney worked all year with Greater Falls and Brattleboro Restorative Justice Centers. So they've had some study groups around restorative practices. Mel is here, so she can probably fill in some specifics on that. Vernon and Green Street both have restorative practice groups comprised of students led by an adult at the school. Academy spent all of last year really researching restorative practices in schools around the state, and they're working, so they worked last year so that this year they can reframe sort of their discipline system so that they are more reflective of restorative practices. John Sessions, overseeing that, has been working with Mike Sostak. Mike also talked about Amelia Glickman. Are you going to talk about her today? So I won't talk about Amelia. Mike can talk about BUHS and BAMS. And the other thing that I want to make sure everyone knows is that we applied for a grant. We have the grant here. It took quite a few people a long time, and I want to thank Mike and Mel and Michaela, Marissa Lazarus from Putney, Julianne Egan, John Sessions, Tess Peterson, Diana Wally spent a lot of time putting together this grant. Very, very comprehensive. And unfortunately, we didn't feel as though we got good feedback, or I'll leave it at that, from the state people that were looking at that grant. But I'll turn it over to Mike. That's as polite as I can be.
And with that grant, there was actually 2 pockets of money the state had. One for this grant that would go to some schools or multiple schools. That's what we applied for, and we did not get. I don't know who got it, and I don't know why you didn't get it. And I did ask, and still didn't get a response. And the second pocket of money was for a contract. They turned as a contract to support the schools. The organization that got the contract was Restorative Approaches Collaborative. And the collaborative is composed of about 35 people throughout the state. I'm actually one of the 35. Mel is another one of the 35, although I haven't been an active participant in this collaborative. Anyway, they got this pocket of money. And so a week or so ago, we get this letter that says, hey, okay, if you want help from the collaborative, you have to apply. And it's due August the 28th. And that's a little bothersome to me because most people like myself aren't even here to respond to that until next week. And if you look at what they're asking for, it's like it was written by a college professor. I mean, it's asking stuff that goes beyond what I think is reasonable. But the question would be, okay, there's this restorative, this piece of support out there from the collaborative, but I don't really know what that means, what that support actually would mean yet. So the question would be, or two questions. One is, do we apply for this or not? And secondly, do we apply for it as a district, or do we let each school apply for it separately? For the grant, we decided to do it as a district. And I don't know. I don't know what the best way to handle this is. Again, like I said, I'm a little bothered by just how the whole thing's being handled. It makes me a little queasy about applying, but I'll do it if people think we should do it. And, you might have, well, another important thing to say is when we applied for the grant, one of the key things we were looking for two key things. One is someone to kind of coordinate things for the district as a whole. We don't have anybody like that right now. I sort of filled in that role temporarily for the grant purpose, but we don't really have anybody like that. And secondly, was to have support resource primarily from Mel and her staff. So that's what we were looking for money to do, which we didn't get. So right now there's a real problem, and I know this because I work with Mel, that there's a real problem. We have one of the strongest resources in the state in terms of Mel and our people, in terms of restorative work, and yet getting access to that now is going to be really tough because, well, I'll let you talk about what availability, what would
Sure. I can just re-emphasize too how we've spent the past year working really closely with Putney Central, which has been amazing, and that's included monthly PLCs, that's included in-classroom circle work support, that's included being available to respond to conflicts that come up and help coach teachers and students and kids through those conflicts, and we really actually would like to keep working together. And I don't have, when I think about the entire district and partnering with the Justice Center to do that, what we would need is an entire staff person, which we tried to go for with this initial grant. So while applying for this contract funding might give access to the district or specific schools to work with a restorative professional throughout the state, it wouldn't necessarily be us, both because that's not how it works. There's a bunch of criteria that go into deciding who gets to work with each school. And also because I'm not sure that we have the capacity to put together piecemeal PDs here and there. As it stands, I have a very, very part-time contract person that's probably able to work with 2 schools right now with the funding that we have. So I don't have a yes or no as to my recommendation for this, but what I will say is that we have had such a great experience working with Lyle and Putney Central and counselors throughout the district in this last year, and I'm certainly committed to working together with individual schools and the district to try to find funding that can support this type of partnership, whether that's this or something else.
But again, you're not in a position to do much without some kind of funding. I mean,
Certainly not, yeah.
And that's kind of what we're up against right now. So, again, going back to the question, August 28th, do we look for resources from this collaborative? And again, it's not clear as to what that even means. And if we do look for those resources, do we let each school go after it, or do we apply as a district?
My understanding from just looking at the materials we do have is that there is somewhat of a prescribed method for how schools can engage with it. There are some dates already set up throughout the year for regional PLCs. There's data analysis that goes into it as well. So there are a few things that are laid out, which could be a good thing or a bad thing. I think something that's been really valuable as we put together this grant proposal is schools got to say, here's what we want to do. And how do we match that with what the state is offering is something we have to look into as well.
Well, there's a really liquid piece that you promised to talk about.
Oh, yes, and one other resource. Right now, the resource I have is just myself at the high school, and I've been working with, doing work for the high school and for bands. We had about 130 restorative requests to handle last year, just to give you an idea of the volume cases. But this year, I'm going to have a person doing independent study who's going to be working with me every other block, fourth block for the first semester, and that's Amelia Cookman. So I'll have at least some resource, some additional resource that I've never had before, and she's really good. She's a very talented person, and she's been a real key person on my restorative campus. So she's also on the board of the Justice Center. So, but again, that's kind of where we're at.
I appreciate all the important work you're doing with so few resources. Amelia Glickman, though, is a supercharged human being. I've known her since kindergarten. She's been like that since kindergarten. So I'm glad the world has provided in some ways. I think perhaps it's helpful for us to hear all this, because there's nothing more frustrating than putting a grant together and then the only thing more frustrating than not getting the money is not getting feedback as to what you could have done and have it be a learning process. So I think that in my view as a board member, I think it's not ours to give you that guidance. I think it's really important that we're hearing about it, but you all need to figure out in this limited time what the best use of the resources are through Lyle. And I just wanted to make sure that I think David's concern was that, wait, here's an opportunity, and it's getting this background is super helpful.
If you decide to go ahead, you want me or us to apply for this as a district, I would pretty much fill in this questionnaire by just referring to our grant and say, we laid it out, what we're doing, our plan, our approach. I don't think I would attempt to redo everything in the format that they're looking for. I think it's unreasonable.
I think the timing is unreasonable as well. If we'd had more time, maybe, but the fact that, we have to reapply for something that we've already worked on is very frustrating.
That might be a good strategy, though, just to resubmit that and say, see the report, because everybody else is under the same time constraint, so there may be fewer people vying for it. Who knows?
I'm willing to do that if you would like me to.
Yeah, that won't, other than changing the date, it won't require.
Well, I will use their format, but simply, many places, I'm just going to say, see grant proposal.
Yeah, I agree with Christina. This is really, really helpful to get more information. I didn't even know that you worked with the schools, and I didn't know that Bucky was doing what they're doing. And I found out this year that you're in the high school, and I know that Green Street's been doing something, and Academy started doing something, and it's just like, we need to be doing this everywhere really well and really comprehensively. But I also have I don't know what the right word is, but I wasn't surprised by an unrealistic deadline or a PhD dissertation application form. And because I'm familiar with the agency and their resources and how they do things. And it sounds like what you're doing is really the right thing for us to be doing right now. And that if we want to expand, what we need to it was exactly what you said. When budget time comes, we need to ask you to bring a proposal, obviously working with the administration, bring a proposal for support resources for the Community Justice Center and support and for district coordination. I have a feeling that this is something that the community would really support, and I also have a feeling that we and certainly the administration wouldn't mind not having a brand new huge initiative to have to start this fall as well. So maybe maybe we're on the right track and we just need to support what we're doing. The other thought that came to mind, I looked through the some of the application because I remember how many pages it was too many to read. But it seems like the decision's already made to try and, by applying for the agency money, the decision's already made to try and do it across all the schools. And so I think, everybody's nodding their head. I think that's good, that's going to be our goal as well. And but one thing that we can definitely do this year, once the Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee meets, is set up a system for getting the precise numbers for the number of days of lost instruction in an exclusionary discipline, and any other time, just to really get details about what are these issues really, what's the impact really in terms of numbers, quantitative, because we know qualitatively what it does, but to just have those numbers so we can talk about that.
Part of our proposal, our grant proposal, was to actually put in place a better data capture system. That takes time.
So this committee made, this Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee just decided that we'd like you to do that and ask them to put some resources into that immediately. So we'll see.
All right, so thanks.
Thank you, Mel and Gail and for coming tonight.
So anything else on this before we move on? We have a couple of policies as I added to the agenda. The community use of school facilities. Policy committee took a look at the model policy from the VSBA, part of the central office, added our changes. It's our community use of school facilities H3. The big change that we made was what we talked about as a board last time, that all users shall be required to make clear in all announcements and publicity that their events and activities are not sponsored or endorsed by the school district. This should be immediately adjacent to the school site location in a font not less than 75% of the school site location font. So if you're saying you're having an event at the Guilford School, you will have to say that use of school facilities does not imply endorsement by the school board, and that font will have to be 70. If you write Guilford School like this, your font has to be 75% of that in the disclaimer so that it isn't somewhere around the back. Also, Robin Morgan had forwarded the Anti-Defamation League's sort of white paper sheet that explained in great detail their recommendations for how to assure that schools are not running afoul of the law. And one of the concerns that's in the case law was that teachers should not participate in those meetings in the school where they work. So if a teacher wants to, and they teach here in Guilford, they shouldn't have it in Guilford because it could be confusing to students, and it would move into that realm that church and schools are not separate. So that was one of their other recommendations that we added here. So we're certainly not precluding teachers from participating in club meetings, but just they can't, they're religious in nature, they just can't do it in the school where they work because that might be confusing to small children. So I know you got this kind of last minute because it's very busy this time of year. We could warn this, we could give it a 10-day warning and get it ready to go, or we could wait till the following meeting if people want to take it and digest it a little bit more. But I think the policy committee is pretty comfortable with this as it stands at this point. So, seeing that I'm not hearing any protest about this from the board, my plan is that we will warn it for adoption because we can always not pass it and make changes. So I'll put it on for a 10-day warning. And if you have any concerns when you have a good amount of time to go through the policy, send them to the chair of the policy committee, that's me. And when the policy committee meets, we can see if we can address it and then decide if we're going to pass that policy or not.
Sure. So one of the things that the policy committee did spend just a few minutes on was the fee structure. I've taken that to all of the different groups, the outlying town principals, the in-town principals, and the EU6 principals. The EU6 principals reported that they have not reviewed and updated their fee structure in many years, so they want some time to do that. The Brattleboro town principals do not have a consistent fee structure. They want to meet to create a consistent fee structure. And then Guilford, Dummerston, and Putney, I've gotten some feedback from them, so we also would want some time to work on some consistency around fee structure. So we can pass this policy, but fee structures are going to come a bit later.
I think that's fine. That's not really the policy, so I think that's fine. So the other policy that we were looking at is the school animal policy, and with many of our policies, they were not in concert because we were 5 separate districts, so trying to come up with a consistent policy. And this policy comes mostly from the VSBA model policy, I believe.
And we had a couple of schools that had policies, but not all, so we took what we had and
added and married up. So obviously, any animals that are service dogs, guide dogs, hearing dogs, those are covered under ADA, and those are of course allowed on school grounds. We're moving towards looking at dogs that are on campuses are certified therapy dogs, and that applies to the whole campus. It's as dogs have. I own a dog, he's wonderful, so I have to say I love dogs, but I know on the Deverson fields, a lot of families have been bringing their dogs to the fields, and some of those dogs are well behaved, and some of them are not so well behaved. And there's been incidents of dogs lunging and nipping at kids when people are bringing their dogs to sporting activities, and so I think it's something that we're taking, if we're allowing dogs on campus, we're opening the schools up to liability too, of dogs that are not certified and trained. So this is what the Policy and Amendment Committee came up with, and happy to have a discussion about it, thoughts. A lot of it's left up to the principal. If you're bringing animals into school for programs or whatever, a lot of that's going to be left up to the school principal with this policy. And I apologize you got this so late, so perhaps we can, yeah. I have a hard copy. So perhaps similarly, I will put that on the warning, and then we can, if you have concerns, we can address it at the Policy and Amendment Committee meeting, and we can choose not to pass it or pass it. Was that public comment or bugs?
That is, well, what's the second choice?
Or bugs in this? Or did somebody bring insects into the school?
Probably. So is it okay to comment on our history with dogs at PCS? Okay, so I'm Herb Pelletier, principal of PCS. I am entering year 10 as the principal there.
PCS.
Sorry, yeah, Putney Central. Yeah. One of the things that we really worked hard at Putney Central, I know this is common across the district, so I'm not trying to make us sound like we're somehow special and different, although I think we are. But is the idea that we're dealing with a student population now that's increasingly challenging in terms of trauma, right? And one of the best ways to provide what Dave Melnick, who's an authority on trauma, refers to as stress buffers for children, is to have a distraction piece. In the past, what we've done is we think of these things as sort of brain breaks. You go for a certain amount of time with instruction, give a kid a break. it hasn't proven to be effective with kids from trauma. What has been proven to be very effective, and the research backs this up 110%, is having animals in the building, specifically dogs, and believe it or not, sometimes horses. You won't get worse. But Stacy's here as well, because we are the two people who have dogs. Ellen actually in the past has had her little Pearl in from time to time. And what we found, based on our past practice and experience, is that they're extremely valuable to have in the building. My dog has been with me virtually every day. His name's Blue, he's a black lab, some of you may have met him. Virtually every day for 6 years. And he's going in year 7 right now. It's proven invaluable. When kids come up to my office, they're sitting outside, they're whimpering about something, they're upset about something, or they're enraged about something. He knows, because he's been trained, I trained him, he goes over to that child and he sits next to them, right? He doesn't do anything, he doesn't necessarily get there. And all of a sudden, what I observe, I don't need to say anything to him or to the child. They put the hand on him, something happens, and it breaks the thought pattern. And I think that, and we've been doing this, there's been pets, dogs specifically in Putney Central, that long predate my arrival 9 years ago. And we've certainly got the endorsement of all the sort of mental health people in the building. Marissa Lazarus happens to be in New Mexico, lucky her. She would be here, I'm sure, to speak to this, as would Barry Shaw, who's one of our counselors, and Susan Wagner on the advocacy. So there's lots of really strong reasons why you want to have animals, dogs specifically, in the building. And just a quick comment, I'll let Stacy speak as well, but just a quick comment on the certified therapy dog notion. I don't anticipate bringing my dog into the ICU anytime soon. You know? So that bar, in terms of that piece of the certification, is not one that we're striving for. What we're trying to do is to add to a very positive school climate one other aspect, not just for the kids who are struggling, but for everybody. And in my experience, my perspective on it is it's been hugely successful. And we had just one last thing. I'm thinking about one little guy in particular who came in as a kindergartner, absolutely terrified of dogs. So we're always near the entrance in the morning, most days, standing there talking, greeting families and kids as they come in. And this guy, he jumped out of his skin when he came in the door. I couldn't believe it. And so over several months' time, sort of made it work. We just made it work for him. And now when he sees the dog in the hallway, he gives him the bear hug. And it's really changed his attitude towards school. So I know many of you, this is Vermont, have dogs and you think very highly of them. And I'm no exception to that. But I do think that this serves a very specific purpose in our school. They're not pets necessarily. I think of them more almost like, search and rescue dogs, or canine dogs, right? When they're on the job during the day, they're on the job. When they go home with the owner or the handler, the trainer at night, that happens to be us. They're the family pet. And then we go back the next day and we do it all over. So I just wanted to put that out there because I think that the overwhelming majority of people feel that this has been a very, very positive thing at PCS. You want to add?
Sure. And Christine, I totally get what you're saying about animals on the field and, the mistreated dogs and dogs fighting and all that kind of thing. That's really not what you're looking for, obviously, in the school setting. So I understand that. I think coming from it from an educational standpoint, I've been a director of a camp that allowed dogs. I've been a Kindle farm that allowed dogs. I know the Putney School allows it, the Greenwood School. Like I've had a lot of experiences with schools that allow dogs and seen it work very well. Like anything else, there's liability and concerns because just like people, not everyone is well behaved and dogs aren't always well behaved. It's more about the people than the dogs. I'm a special educator by my background, and so for me, just to give a little different background, is that I came to it coming into that school, developing relationships with kids that I worked with that were having a hard time. They heard about my dog. I would talk about my dog at school, and they would say, "Can we meet your dog?" And And then they wanted to, we would like earn a walk with my dog at lunchtime, and things like that. They would read books and they would earn walks. And so there was this interesting connection that I developed with the kids, that they developed with my dog, that at one point, I only brought her in once a week and we did fluency work with kids because I had done research that dogs help promote fluency with kids because they don't feel the stress of reading to a dog that they do to a person. And so I would bring my dog in and we would have what we called Furry Fluency Fridays, and kids would read and practice reading to my dog in my room. So it wasn't necessarily just bringing my dog to school to have a dog there. And the connections for me that I've been able to make with families around animals, and sometimes challenging families, has been pretty impressive. Just this bridge of having an animal, and they say, "Oh, we've heard about Molly at home, and tell me more." And just a really different, I guess, way of looking at school. And like anything, I feel like, yes, we need rules and we need parameters around things, but my concern, not just about this being on the soapbox for a second, is that I know we're merging, and we are merged, but like not to lose like the individual schools. And like if there's things going on in the school, like how are we, this is a bigger question, how are we dealing with it at the school level versus the board level? How are we bringing concerns as parents or teachers? Like what are our protocols for dealing with things? Because this is the first I heard that it was a concern was before I came to this meeting, right? So being there a long time, I'd never had a parent approach me, I'd never had an email, I'd never had any sort of like idea that this was something of concern to people, which I would have been happy to have a dialogue with, because I'm not saying I have all the answers, but, and of course I want kids, my primary goal is to advocate for kids and to make them comfortable. So if kids are uncomfortable, like that's not what I'm looking for. So I guess my bigger question is like, how does this work in general? I mean, as a parent and as a teacher, I'm just sort of trying to figure that out. Like, what are our steps when we have concerns? And just from an equity lens, you know, this meeting is a half hour away from us. And, you know, obviously not all the voices are at the table. So how do we do that? How do we make sure all the voices are heard, and not just the people who have the means to get to meetings?
I have a concern when it talks about farm animals, and I know that here in Guilford, the pre-K or kindergarten, I'm not sure whether it extends to first grade. I know they hatch chickens, and so I believe one of the teachers was just asking about looking for a rabbit for her class and that sort of thing. So I think those are things that they do each year, and so for academic purposes, and so I'm concerned that this doesn't start affecting the academic.
I think that's covered in a different, I had the same question, and I think they talk about birds and stuff, and the birds you can have. I was like, okay, that kind of, the chicken thing is kind of covered. It does say chicks and ducks that you have to encourage hand washing immediately following contact, but you should not have parrots, parakeets, macaws, pigeons, and doves, because those kinds of birds carry psittacosis. I'm going for it. So sort of to put some parameters on that. So from that perspective, I think the chicken hatching would. God help me if I'm in a room with a rabbit trying to get anything done, or a guinea pig. So because my eyes will close up and seize up within 30 seconds. So that's, you know, just Emily.
So with your concerns, I'm wondering, is it a concern with the certified therapy dog? Is that the concern? Because it sounds like the dogs aren't certified therapy dogs, which I don't even know how rigorous that training really is, but
expensive too.
Yeah, so,
yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
But so just a quick word on the therapy piece. That's sort of become it's a big moneymaker for AKC and other large organizations like that, because you have to pay fees to get your dog to walk down the hallway and ignore another dog, for example, that sort of stuff. I think it's just, and I'm not necessarily averse to that, you know, given some time to respond to that request. But I think what's more important is to consider these animals emotional support animals. That's really what their role is. And like I said earlier, I wouldn't bring my dog to the ICU unit. I wouldn't bring him to the oldest patient, frail person in a nursing home and say, hey, here's the visitor, you know, because he's not that dog. He's a kid dog, he's a people dog, but he's not a dog that's gonna go and you know, just stand there and be a presence for someone, for an old person. I should add too, and I forgot to mention this earlier, both the dogs really, but they're so ingrained in the culture of the school right now that my dog has been written into a couple of behavior plans for kids, right? And Pearl too. Yeah, so it goes to show that people sort of get it around the value added by having these animals in the house. We did have a rabbit, by the way. Jen O'Donnell had one for, what, 4 years, I think?
Before that,
He
there was
lived
a
in the
hamster.
classroom.
Oh, you weren't here for the hamster.
So I don't know if I answered your question, but.
So I guess the main thing is because I think when you're talking about, like, there's service dogs and therapy dogs, right? Service dogs cost a super amount of money and usually come pre-trained. And then therapy dogs, you know, there's all different traits. But I guess it's a new set of language, and what we would want to do around that is what the question is, right? It's like, do we want to have some standards? Do we feel like at this moment it could all be left up to the principals, and individual principals could decide if they thought that certification was necessary, or the therapy dog certification? Is that what the question is, kind of?
I think the question is, are we going to put some criteria around the dog? And I think the difference between a service dog and a therapy dog is a big walk. It's a big walk
That's
around.
pretty profound. Yeah. That's not what
We're not looking to.
No.
Service dogs are for people.
They're for people who have specific needs.
Yeah, but a therapy dog is a lot lower bar to cross. It sounds like Blue would be ideal for a therapy dog, given how you illustrate it. I've seen people get therapy dog certification for dogs that can't do that. So
I think
it's a pass-fail class.
Yeah, one suggestion, and then I'll shut up because I like to talk too much sometimes. It might be worth thinking about some language, policy-wise, that says something like, you know, for dogs, for example, or for whatever, who are to be a regular presence in the school environment, ... You know, we would hope, or we would prefer principal's discretion, up to you how you word that. But that's very different than the stuff that you're describing about, and I've seen that, sort of the rambunctious dog that shows up from the neighborhood and, you know, runs around the playground during lunchtime. We've had a few of those too.
And frankly, you know, as a professional person, if my dog was that dog, I'm an idiot if I bring it to school, right? Like, that's not okay. So on so many levels, like, I can't teach kids, it's not safe, there's so many things. So it does imply a certain level of trust in that the person is aware of what kind of dog they have, and if it matches with kids, and if it doesn't, that they shouldn't be at a school. So I think there's levels of certain, it's hard when it's black and white for me to understand.
Well, I think the sentence is also.
I'm sorry, can I just recognize that you state your name?
Oh, yes, I'm Ellen Timovic, I'm the owner of Pearl. And I'm
teacher at
It's a teacher at Central as well as Pearl. But certified therapy dogs as approved by the principal are allowed. That's a very vague statement. Does the principal do the certification? I mean, certified therapy as approved. So does he approve the certification?
No, he would approve the presence of a dog, a certified therapy dog. He or she would. He because Mark is here. But in this case, if you said, I want to bring Pearl, my certified therapy dog, in, what do you think? Her being the ultimate authority within that building could say, no, we've got 17 therapy dogs in here, we're good. So
right, but you could interpret that sentence to say that the principal approves whether it is a certified therapy dog or not.
So we can tighten those out language.
Is that, do you want that in there? Do you?
So I saw Robin's hand up first.
Robin Morgan, Brattleboro. I just wanted to offer another perspective that not all children are soothed by the presence of dogs. My child was bit in the face by a dog last year and had to get stitches. And generally, when there's the presence of a dog that's not like his grandparents' dog or one that he knew predating that incident, he goes into like a fight or flight mode. So I just want people to keep in mind when we're developing these policies that it is not at all universal that children are soothed by dogs or that their behavioral affect at school is improved by the presence of dogs. In fact, I actually approached the principal at Academy School about a dog in an adjacent property who I believe they had an electric fence, but it had sort of the appearance of the dog running around in its yard and it was getting very close to us. And I had to ask like if they could please have the dog inside during arrival times because it was just setting my child off on a really negative emotional state coming into school each day and having to see that dog running alongside him. So I personally would support the language in the policy as it exists, but if that's something that people want to change at the discretion of administrators, I would just hope that all the administrators would keep in mind that not all children feel good when there's dogs around.
I think that's a given. That's a given. Because it costs so much money. Liz Adams. It costs so much money to get that certification that you basically would be saying no dogs in school. It's a long process and it's expensive.
So I'm not an expert on this, but I'm curious as to what's involved in a service dogs. It's a very long process, but my understanding is a therapy dog was not particularly onerous, but maybe we need to.
And it's pretty expensive. So I'm on you about that. And you know, Robin's point is well taken. And I have confidence in our teachers and our administrator that if we had a child coming to Putney Central who would flip out or it had like that kind of experience, that they would be very careful because they want school to be positive for everybody, not just this kid or this kid, it's everybody.
Ruby Mackley at Putney Central. So I serve on the PTO and brought before you many weeks ago, I don't remember when, we did have someone who anonymously submitted a statement around the policy or the lack of a perceived policy around pets in Putney Central. And so I agree with her in that the vast majority of kids and families are totally okay with the dogs that are on campus. But I do think that, first of all, I think you will never make everyone happy. The safety of kids is important. Both the physical and emotional safety of kids is important. I think that if Putney were, if the school, all the district, but particularly if Putney had a very clear statement, similar to what Herb just stated, around this is our philosophy, this is why we do it, these are the particular dogs that come. So that, I think that there was a conversation I had with this parent years ago around it, was questioning it, was I think around the time probably that, I don't know Molly that well, but when Molly came, there was this other dog. And it was like, what is that? Why are there all these dogs? Is like anyone bringing a dog? Every teacher that has a dog has the opportunity to bring a dog? That was a question. And I don't necessarily, it sounds like that's not what's going on, but if you had within the policy some amount of leeway whereby if a principal pitched or said we'd like to have a program or we have a philosophy that's driven by XYZ, then they could present it to the board on a periodic basis for approval or something like that. Because I do think that if I think the things that Herb stated are compelling around the reasons that it's done in Putney Central School. I don't think as a parent I've ever heard them articulated, and that might kind of solve a lot of the problems of people who feel unwelcome by having dogs around. And it also would invite people whose kids are not doing well, but they're not being vocal about it, to do something. Because the parent that presented their statement part of that was because I think they'd had a number of years where they were asking for what's the policy, and we're being told, well, there isn't one for Putney Central. And so if you have a policy and if there's some way to get word to your principal or to your school board about how you feel about how it's affecting your family, then I think that, that covers most of anyone who's not comfortable with the situation at each school.
So I'm going to kick it back to committee at this point because everybody's gotten to speak to it and many multiple times. So I'm going to send it back to the committee and we'll chat about it. And feel free to send if you have additional thoughts you want to add in writing, it gets copied to the entire board, and that's often a better use of making your point because we tend to read our emails when we're awake and not at 9 o'clock at night. So happy to do that. So if that is acceptable to the board, I knew this was going to be the controversial one tonight, but and let me just say that my dog wakes up my kids every morning, and that's doing God's work as far as I'm concerned, because anybody that wakes up 2 teenagers is... So I share your love of dogs. So I'm thinking we probably won't warn that unless we have some epiphany or something great kind of thing. So maybe we'll go back and just see and think about language and see what we can do to kind of accommodate as many people's concerns as we can in a policy. Yeah, there's no goal there, no unreasonable goal there. I also wanted to, moving along, to just give folks a VSBA update. Surprise, you're all members of another board in terms of the Vermont School Board Association. We are at this point part of the VSBA. The regional meeting is September 17th at BUHS. There's a lot of changes because there are fewer districts and the whole governance structure has changed. Lo and behold, so did the whole income structure for the VSBA because there were fewer school districts to send them money. So they've come up with a hybrid system where 50% is based on the district fee structure, and then 50% is based on how many students you have. Because a district has a certain number of challenges that they're going to need VSBA services for, and then you probably have slightly more needs if you have more students and you surely have more income. So they're proposing we change from 11 regions to 7 regions. We still keep our region. There'll be a vote for a new VSBA rep, but I don't think anybody is. Dan MacArthur's term is up. I think he's running again. I don't know if anybody else is interested in running. He's been an excellent representative. He can't kick me out because I've got another year on my term. Also, Nicole Mace is stepping down, so there is a search committee looking. She's the current director of the VSBA, and a search committee has been formed with 2 people from the executive committee, 2 people from the board at large, and then 1 staff member to search for a new director. Nicole will leave in November to go into private practice education law. And the conference, the VSBA conference is November 7th and 8th at Lake Gloria. They always have good presenters and agendas. They have not released that yet. They've been, I think, a little busy working on a new director. So anyway, that is what is going on from the VSBA. But there's a bunch of resolutions to vote on that affect the positions that the VSBA takes with the legislature and what they lobby for. And so if you want to come to the regional meeting and hear about that and decide if you agree with the stance they're taking and give feedback and show up at the annual meeting of the VSBA to share your joy at the positions they take or express your dismay. You are welcome to do that. At some point in the SU level, we'll have to elect someone to cast the vote on the resolutions for our SU, which I kind of did at the last minute last year because we don't have a representative. So at the next, I've asked Carrie to put that on the next SU meeting to elect someone to cast a ballot so that we have to know what the resolutions are, take a quick glance, and then the board has a recommendation so you can lobby the representative to that meeting. We can discuss and figure out how we want them to vote. So So after we put it out all to the boards and then kind of had consensus, and I cast the vote as to what the board wanted. It wasn't me, I was casting the vote for the whole SU. And if anyone wants to go, we should think about sharing rides, because I think I will go. Yes, you want to add to that?
Other business, could we get a copy of the insert schedule to know what's going on next week? Because I'd like to, it's a chance to get around to different buildings.
Great idea.
And the next agenda, board secretary.
I have that on my list. Can I give you my, oh, sorry, do you want that? I think I started keeping a list on that. Is there a list on the back of that? What do I do with it? Yeah, I'll put it back here. So for the next meeting, we're talking turf. I mean, not the next meeting. Next meeting is board retreat, but we're considering the turf again.
I also have another question, is like, when are leadership councils starting?
Where what?
When are leadership councils starting? Or are we supposed to discuss that again?
You know what, I'm wondering if we should do that on the board retreat and just kind of figure out a scheme for wanting people out. Because we've talked back and forth about board representation, and I know the principals are starting to get community members, but I think that's a really good board retreat agenda item. It's sort of one nuts and bolts topic to get that off the ground. There's something else that I have on the agenda that I can't find my notes, but I will send it around. And I will try and send around the agenda. I've had to do them very quickly because of vacation time, so I'll try and send them around as I've done in the past and let people tell me if they need any apps. Anything else for the next agenda? Anything else for this meeting? I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, there being no further business before this vote, I move that we adjourn.
Thank you, Ann Beekman. Is there a second on that motion? Thank you, Thomas. All those in favor? Any abstentions? The ayes are going to have it, and we are adjourned.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks for being here. As we come to realize over the last year, many of Vermont's schools and childcare facilities are in older buildings, which means lead from piping and plumbing fixtures can get into the water. With this understanding, the Health Department piloted a lead testing project during the 2017 to 2018 school year. Keep in mind, this was prior to the passage of Act 66. Where we asked 16 schools to voluntarily allow the state to test for lead in their drinking water. Of this small sample, lead was detected at all participating schools, and about a third had at least one tap above the EPA's action level of 15 parts per billion. The state worked with the schools where elevated levels were found to replace or permanently take out of service affected plumbing fixtures. The pilot project demonstrated the importance of going further in testing every tap. This ultimately led my administration and the legislature to agree on the need for statewide testing. The budget adjustment funded this effort, and on June 17th, I signed the legislative proposal, Act 66, into law. It requires all public and independent schools and and all licensed or registered child care facilities to test for lead at every tap used for drinking or cooking. Health Commissioner Dr. Mark Levine, Agency of Natural Resources Secretary Julie Moore, and a team from the Department of Environmental Conservation are here to update you on where we are at this point. This work is a critical part of our responsibility to protect the health of Vermont's children, keeping them safe from exposure to lead in drinking water at two places where they spend a lot of time, which is so important because science tells us the brain develops immensely fast for kids at a younger age. The statewide effort is a collaboration between the Health Department, the Agency of Education, the Department for Children and Families, the Department of Environmental Conservation, and the approximately 440 schools and more than 1,200 child care facilities where testing is being conducted. And it's well worth the effort. We're working not only to protect the health of our children, but to promote their future successes as well. So I'll now welcome Dr. Levine to provide an update on these efforts. Dr. Levine.
Thank you, Governor. Reducing the risk of lead poisoning children is a top public health priority here and around the nation. There's no safe level of lead in the human body at any age. Lead's a neurotoxin, and children are, as the governor pointed out, at special risk because their bodies absorb lead more easily than adults. Exposure to lead can slow down a child's physical growth, but it also can cause developmental, learning, and behavioral problems. While the effects of lead poisoning are irreversible, lead poisoning itself is entirely preventable. In Vermont in 2018, 420 children under the age of 6 were poisoned by lead. The major source of lead poisoning is paint in older housing, but lead in plumbing, pipes, and fixtures can add to a child's overall lead exposure. So that's why this project is a tremendous importance and worthy of the tremendous amount of work that's required in testing every tap in every school that is used for drinking water. And then, of course, remediating them when needed. And this is at more than 1,600 schools and child care locations. When lead is detected above the threshold, at or above 4 parts per billion in drinking water, by law now, the school or child care provider is required to stop using those taps for drinking and cooking and take corrective action to reduce the amount of lead in the water. In our experience thus far, the fixes are relatively inexpensive and very effective at reducing lead levels. We're thankful for the support and collaboration of the governor with the legislature in passing Act 66 and for the collaborative effort of multiple other state agencies. The Department of Children and Families, for one, has been very instrumental in contacting and providing technical assistance to all child care providers, and they will continue to be. More than 300 have already tested their taps, and you can see the results on the website that will be demonstrated for you shortly. The Agency of Education has helped direct communication with the schools. We were able to test 5 schools early before the close of the school year this year, and the rest are being scheduled now to begin testing when the school year begins and then continue throughout the following year. The Department of Environmental Conservation of the Agency of Natural Resources has the critical role of providing invaluable technical assistance with remediation actions and follow-up test results. And as you hear, their staff from the Agency of Digital Services are responsible for the website you're going to be able to view real time. And I want to also thank the dozens of experts we have at my own health department who've been working so hard to manage this very complex project. They've created the extensive public information and communication materials, instructional videos for the school staff and others, webinars and in-person trainings, guidance documents, and they continue to review tap inventories that schools are sending in to comply with us every day. They've also coordinated the logistics of getting test kits to and from the schools and the child care facilities, and they've analyzed water samples and reported test results. This work is reflected on our health department's website at healthvermont.gov/leadtest-response. I'd like to now introduce Julie Moore, the Secretary of the Agency of Natural Resources.
Good morning. Water is a critical resource to the state of Vermont, and we're committed to making sure all Vermonters have access to clean, safe drinking water. Staff from the Agency of Natural Resources and Department of Health, as you've heard, working in partnership with the Agency of Education and Department for Children and Families, schools, and child care centers statewide are working to sample for lead and make sure that drinking water is protected. In Vermont, many of our buildings are older, which means the plumbing is also older and fixtures are more likely to have lead. As we've heard today, lead does not come from the water itself. Lead contamination happens when the water reacts with various pieces of plumbing, some of which may contain lead. Not many child care facilities or schools have lead service lines or lead pipes, but we know that there can be high lead content in things like older solder and brass. That's why the state of Vermont is making sure that every outlet that is used or expected to be used for drinking or cooking at our schools and child care facilities will be sampled. Actually, 2 samples are being collected at each outlet. A first draw sample, which is water that sat in the pipes for 8 to 18 hours, which is part of the reason, as Dr. Levine alluded to, that we need to do this work when schools are in service. We don't want that water to have sat indefinitely, but for a finite amount of time. And then a flush sample, where the tap is opened, water is allowed to run for 30 seconds, and then a sample is collected. The reason we do this is to investigate what the likely source of the lead is, whether it's the fixture or some plumbing component deeper in the system. If lead is found above 4 parts per billion in the water at one of these facilities, that outlet is immediately taken out of service. Many of the solutions to high lead levels are easy and low cost. They include things like replacing plumbing fixtures, removing redundant or seldom used fixtures, and encouraging the use of centrally located, well-maintained bottle filling stations. Once a fix has been implemented, the tap will be retested to ensure lead levels have been reduced. And for families and community members interested in tracking the test results, we've created a user-friendly website where this information can be viewed. The results are organized by facility, and on the website we'll also note the steps that the facility has taken to fix any outlets that tested above the 4 parts per billion threshold. The results are available online at leadresults.vermont.gov and posted as they become available. And Patrick Southern from the ANR ADS team will now demonstrate how parents, families, and community members can navigate this website.
Thanks, Julie. I'll just briefly get set up first. That was the trick. Okay, no one look at my password.
Shut the cameras off.
It's not password with a 0.
Jack Thurston comes up.
See how fast your internet is here, huh? All right, so I'm Patrick Southern. I'm with the Agency of Digital Services, and I primarily support the drinking water folks in the Department of Environmental Conservation, building software and things like that. What we've done here with our various partner agencies involved in this project is we've set up, as Julie said, a user-friendly website that's available, publicly accessible, so anyone can go on and search for a school or child care and see the details of what the school has done in terms of testing, what results are available, and any action that they've taken if they had a result that exceeded the action level. So that website's available, as Julie said, at leadresults.vermont.gov. And if you go to that website, you'll see this search page when you first get there. This provides you a way to search by school or child care name, or a piece of it if you know it, by town, And you can specify if you want to see schools, child cares, or both. So for this example, let's just search everything and see. So you can see there's a bunch of schools and child cares that have tested, and the results are posted on this website already. We'll choose the first one, Four Corners Children's Center. And when you do that, it will bring you to a page that will give you all the details of what this school has done. So at the top, you see some general information about Act 66 and how to interpret the results you're going to see. And then you'll first be presented with a TAP summary table. So this organizes all of the information by individual TAP. So you'll see one row for every TAP that was tested, and you'll see associated information like the most recent first draw sample, the most recent flush sample, when those samples were taken, and when they were analyzed. And for this first one, you can see it exceeded the action level of 4 parts per billion, so it's in bold dark red. And as a result, this child care was required to take action to address that action level exceedance. And you can see the action they took was to replace that fixture. That was a permanent action, and they took that action on August 30th, 2019. The only other features of this public search website is if you are pulling this up on your phone right now, anyone, you'll first be brought to a TAP summary cards page. So this is just the same information you saw on that table, but in a mobile-friendly view, so you don't have a table going all across your phone. The other thing that's on here is all results. If you want to really dive into it, or if anyone wants to dive into it and see every sample that was taken, they can get that here, and they can export this to Excel if they want to do further analysis. And then I'll just mention, you saw the fixture replacement action taken here. This came from the authorized users for this child care center. They put that information in this remediation form that's available here, and it shows up on the website what they put. And there are frequently asked questions available. That's all I got. Thanks.
So, we can open it up to questions at this point.
How many schools and child care centers have been tested since?
I think it's been 5 schools, is that correct?
5 schools and
5 school
close to
districts,
300.
Was it districts or schools?
Districts.
5 schools were tested in the spring, but there are schools like the ones that participated in the pilot whose results essentially will count towards this test.
Okay, so we had 16 facilities before, 5 before they shut down for the summer. Some of my frustration was why can't we test during the summer when we have time to do this? And I was told that we would get a false reading because you need to have that constant flushing and the water working through the pipes. So it would be ineffective in some respects. So we had to make sure that the schools were back open, and that's why we'll start again in September.
So this is really just getting started.
Very much
in most
so.
cases.
But we're at a point, I believe, it gave us an opportunity to try this out, get the site all set up, get the department ready to go, the health department ready to go. So I believe we'll be able to hit the ground running and be able to take care of a number of these in an expeditious fashion when we do start back up again.
And the silver lining about
You want to come up
summer, the silver lining about the summer is we will have the majority of the child cares already done that are opened year-round. So that's a huge chunk of lab results that will already be available on the website.
And like in this example, when an action is taken, this fixture replacement, is there a round of retests to make sure that the action worked?
Yes.
Yeah, any sample that is above standards where remediation is applied, other than permanently removing the fixture from service, it will be retested with both the first flush and second draw samples to confirm that the action had the desired outcomes. Some of the schools that participated in that initial pilot, there was an iterative component to some of their work. So when it's the fixture, it's very clear oftentimes. You take that tap out of service and replace it, and you see instantaneous results. When it's deeper into into the plumbing. Sometimes it takes a little bit more of an investigative approach. And so there are instances where it's an iterative process.
So 5 schools, around 300 childcare centers so far. As you look at the results, are they better or worse than you expected?
Ben Montrose from our drinking water program is probably best positioned to answer that.
Yeah, come on up. But going back to the 16 schools that we tested initially, it led us to believe that we're going to see an issue just because the large number within the sample of 16 in that pilot program, that we'll probably see more as we go along. And it's probably, I don't know if it's geographically or depending on the school and when it was built and constructed, that probably will have an effect as well, but please.
So I'm going to bring up David Grass with me, who's my co-part with the health department. Certainly we've seen facilities and buildings that have had high results. We've seen a lot of the child care centers that have, a lot of times it's in home, so it's the kitchen tap. It's something that's probably a newer fixture. It's been used a lot. The results are quite low. So we've seen everything, across the board. I think overall, I haven't been overly surprised by anything that we've seen, certainly. So, it does depend, as the governor said, on the vintage of the plumbing and the pieces and parts. So it's really up to the tap by tap to see what's there. It's not, this school was entirely bad, it's that wing may have been high, or those couple taps may have been high.
I mean, would you say of the taps that have been tested, 5% were above level?
So it's been consistent with what we saw in the pilot testing. So all 5 of the schools that tested in the spring had at least one tap that was elevated above the action level of 4 parts per billion. In terms of the child cares, about 10% of the child cares that have tested already had at least one tap that was elevated above the action level. And again, that's about what we were expecting.
And so what does it tell you if you have a facility where one tap tests fine and another tap in a different part of the building is over the limit? Does that help you identify what the cause is?
It's a fixture. Keep in mind, it's a faucet, it's a water fountain, it's something of that nature. So the fixture itself could be suspect. It could be something within the fixture, and that's why it needs to be replaced. But if it was throughout the whole system, it might lead you to believe that there's something further in the piping, as at the inlet of the school or wherever it is. But typically, I think it's the fixture itself.
Yeah.
After I've said it, am I right?
Yes, sir. The lead content standards in the plumbing regulations have changed over time. So if it's an older fixture, it may have had 50-50 lead tin solder. If this was up until the early 80s. If it's been installed since then, it's had less lead content. If it's been installed since 2011 or so, it's been even less lead content. And the lead is in the solder, it's in the brass, it's in various pieces and parts. So if they've replaced the kitchen faucet in the last decade, should be fine. If it's an older fixture from the 60s or 70s, it may have higher lead solder. So it really is, case specific by each individual outlet.
And who's paying for the remediation?
Well, there is a program in place. There was money allocated for that. I believe it was a little over $1 million, but it's a sliding scale. There's some participation that is required depending on the school and the size and so forth. I don't know all the details of that, but there is participation from the state, and then we'll see. But we didn't know what the magnitude of this was or is at this point. So we'll learn more as we go along. If we find that it exceeds the amount of money that we have available, we'll obviously have to go back and ask for more in the future to help with the remediation. But do you have more details you want to add on that?
Sure. I can be very specific and down in the weeds if you want. So the state will pay for the costs, the actual costs, up to $1,800 for public drinking fountains and ice machines, $650 for outlets used for cooking, $350 for all other outlets in schools, $400 for all other outlets and child care providers.
So does that cover most of the costs?
For like one random faucet, that's very easy.
Yeah, if you think about just a faucet in your home, it's, you know, under $100.
Well, I was gonna ask you about the homes too, there's always been this concern about lead paint. Is there any, and now we're talking about fixtures and faucets, and homeowners aren't really aware of that, are they? Is this something that might be a concern in the future for residential properties? Or has the state ever done anything related to that?
State's never done it. I don't know of any state that's actually done anything in that regard, but you're right. Whether you're talking about older faucets in the 60s and 70s that have not been replaced, or whether you're talking about housing that was constructed prior to the 80s and painted and not remediated, those paints most likely contain higher levels of lead than we'd like to see. So we always know about children who themselves tested high for lead. And there's a program that assists their parents and the homeowners essentially in investigating where the source of that lead could have come from and make sure that if it was paint, everybody's aware of it. But not just in general across all homeowners.
But would you also find the source of lead if it's in the pipes or in the faucets?
Yeah, if some child actually tests positive, a complete investigation is done. But you're right, education is critical. So we've done, I think, as good a job as we can as a state in educating the public about the dangers of lead and where it comes from. And most of the time, the focus has been heavily on the paint. But now I think everybody's much more aware of the water issue, which we estimate may cause about 20% of the burden of lead in a child's body if they have a significantly high level.
This is always dangerous, but I'm going to ask the question anyhow. Can homeowners take their own samples and send them to the Department of Health for analysis?
Yeah. So the health department encourages all homeowners to test their water. We have a Test Your Tap campaign. And that encourages homeowners to test every 5 years for certain contaminants, every 3 years for other contaminants. And lead is one of them. And it could be that you are on town water and the water coming into your home is great, great quality, but the lead is getting introduced in your home, especially if you have those older fixtures. And so it's important to test. Unless you test, you don't know.
Julie, this might sound like a strange way of asking this question, but I think it's an important one because you're both the head of A&R, but also a mom. And I wonder how moms out there should receive this information when they hear that only a handful of schools have been tested, but each one found at least one tap to be a potential threat. How do you hope they receive that info?
I think it's important to keep in mind some of the context that Dr. Levine provided, that lead in drinking water is but one source, and that lead paint is really the most dominant source in kids where we're seeing those high lead body burdens. That said, lead is invisible, right? You can't see it, you can't taste it, and so this sort of testing, as David just alluded to, is essential to understanding what's going on in our drinking water supplies. And I would hope parents would be pleased to see the state undertaking a comprehensive initiative to make sure that we are doing our part to reduce exposure to kids to the extent possible in these places where they spend a lot of time. I think the fact that the fixes are relatively low cost and straightforward should be reassuring to folks, knowing that this work will be done, excuse me, and done quickly.
I think it's also, don't go away. I think it's also important to note that the federal standard is much higher than the Vermont standard is at this point. So this should give Vermonters, I guess, some sense of security, knowing that we're going to a different, a much stricter standard for detecting this and highlighting this. So. I think is it 15 parts per billion?
Correct.
Is the federal standard, and ours is much lower.
Right. Ours is anything that exceeds 4, and it is in recognition of the point Dr. Levine made that there's no safe level of lead exposure, and we know that some of our most sensitive and vulnerable populations are those that are in our child care facilities and schools.
If a school has found to have lead,
is there a time frame they need to fix this by a month or a week or?
Yeah, it's, as I understand it, it's shut down immediately if there's a fixture that exceeds the limit. The fixture is shut down then, so they have to either repair it or not use it. So it's immediate.
Right, and we haven't seen a systemic lead issue where every outlet in an entire facility has been above our action level of 4 parts per billion. So generally there are other faucets or taps that folks could go to in the interim while that work is being done, but bottled water is also always an option if we were to discover a systemic problem in a particular location.
But they're required to fix it.
They're required to take it out of service immediately. To the extent that they don't wish to return the fixture to service, you could imagine if you're a school and you had dozens of water fountains or bubblers, you may choose to leave one out of service rather than replace it, but it cannot be returned to service with a fixture that's known to have high lead levels.
Great.
Other questions?
I have none.
What is your reaction to court granted a preliminary injunction against Woodside requiring some changes to policies about restraints and seclusion practices? What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, obviously unfortunate. The incident itself is unfortunate. We've been talking about Woodside with the legislature, legislative leaders over the past session, trying to come to some conclusion about what we want Woodside to be, either a rehabilitation center or a detention facility or a combination. And we're still working our way through that and working with the legislature to come to terms with that. But obviously, we own this. We're going to do better. We thank the court for offering their advice and opinion, and we'll adhere to that.
Arguably, this had been sort of something that had been known for a while. There had been a lot of criticism about these practices before this ruling. Why wasn't something done before?
Well, we believe that something had been done along the way, but just not quick enough. And again, we own it. We need to do better, and we'll move forward from this.
When you say that, what are you referring to?
You mean what we've done in the past? The Department of Children and Families and Corrections have been aware of this issue and have taken action and rectified some of the situation. Obviously, this incident that I haven't seen, I've just read about, is something that we can't tolerate. We should do better.
With the recent shootings around the country, do you have any second thoughts about vetoing the waiting period here in Vermont?
No, well, the waiting period legislation was geared around suicides. It wasn't really geared around mass shootings of this nature. As you recall, we took a lot of action a year ago on this issue, and it's proving to be the right step to make, I believe. Many other states have followed suit. I believe that sometimes after the fact, when you look at other states like Florida and Arizona and so forth, I think we did what we thought was right, and I'll stand by that. And this issue, that from my perspective, the data didn't back up what they were trying to accomplish. It was handguns only, 24-hour waiting period, and most of the deaths that I've seen, data reflects. Are people military, which is concerning, veterans, and an older age. So I'm not sure that this would have helped in that situation.
Would you like to see Congress go back and reinstate the assault weapons ban?
Well, I think Congress should take a look and determine that themselves. I'd like to see them take action. And it's like whether it's immigration or gun safety measures, I think we're just waiting for Congress to do something, rather than just this partisan polarization divide that's we're witnessing across our country. So I think that they need to take action on something.
But would you support an assault weapons ban?
Well, you know, I had weighed in on this assault weapons ban issue before. You know, when you take a hunting rifle, a .223 hunting rifle, it's semi-automatic. It's not really a lot different than an assault weapon. It just looks different, and the magazine capacity is different with an assault weapon. So we, rightly or wrongly, will find out. You know, there's a Supreme Court case that will come to terms with the magazine limits, whether that's constitutional or not. But the magazine limit somewhat took care of that assault weapon issue.
So when you say you want Congress to do something,
well, yeah.
What do you want them to do?
Well, background checks. I mean, red flag legislation. I mean, all kinds of things. I think that they should take another look once we have enhanced background checks. I think they really need to take a look at the NICS system itself because I think it needs improvement, and I think it has to reflect some of the red flag legislation that we passed, and whether that's introduced in the NICS system and how quickly. I think this is all evolving before our eyes, and it's something that we have to come to grips with.
So do you think the Vermont law that you signed serves as a model for what should be done at the federal level?
Well, I think it's being looked at. I mean, the red flag legislation is being talked about. The enhanced background checks are being talked about. So a lot of the measures we took are being considered, or at least talked about. I don't know about considered at this point, but at least talked about.
What is your reaction to the insurance rates that were approved by the Care Board?
Yeah, again, concerning. These rate increases are affecting everyday Vermonters, and I talk a lot about the affordability of our state, and when you see a 10, 11, 12% increase, it affects the folks that are in need. We're again, I think there's many steps that need to be taken, some long-term. Hopefully, we're taking a look and seeing if there's some approach we could take with reinsurance and so forth, but that's something the Agency of Human Services is working with our federal folks to see if there's anything we can accomplish in that area. But again, concerning and unsustainable. But the all-payer model that we've been working on, that had the pilot program, enhanced that, we think it's part of the answer long-term. But we also need a younger, healthier population being introduced in Vermont. I think that's part of our problem as well. As we age, we use healthcare more. The usage goes up, the costs go up, and we don't have the younger, healthier population that is helping to spread the burden.
I mean, when you look at the factors in the rate increases, you saw an older demographic, you saw prescription drugs,
yeah.
Right? So, I mean, you've got factors out there that, I mean, how do you deal with those?
Well, yeah, again, prescription drugs, for instance, I forgot about that, but we took some steps as a legislature and the administration working together. I signed the legislation for reimportation from Canada. The federal government has said, well, we're going to try and put something forward to help the states that are interested in doing this, and we look forward to working with them. I'm going to be asking for a meeting with our federal Human Services agency to see where we go from here, because we want to be part of whatever they put forward, and we'd like to expedite it as fast as possible. So, yeah, prescription drugs is a major factor as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
determined to be the line in the sand, so to speak, because it's, you know, it's the 1st of September, and, you know, we had school board members who had children that were born on the 3rd of September, actually on our board, and, you know, I mean, we just kind of stuck with that as our policy being, you know, September 1st is just, it has to be, so there has to be some sort of delineation, there has to be some sort of date, but we have to go by the date's the only thing I can think of. I mean, we have tested kids out before, I think, too, and, it's a difficult decision.
Always.
Yeah, it is.
I know on the Dover side, we never have either, and we actually had a young lady who is currently, you know, she's got her master's and she's a practicing attorney, and she was born at like 12:05 or 12 on September 1st, and she was a very smart girl, but I think the conversation with the family was that it's not just how smart you are, but also just age and size and the group that you hang out with, and they were very glad that we didn't vary
And,
policy.
You know, Matt, you said in preparation, you know, do my homework as well, listening to stories of educators as well as parents who've been on that side of the fence, and now we discussed the more prevalent option in certain communities of redshirting your kindergartners, so not starting until 6 or sometimes 7 years old, just for some of those advantages later in life. But you know, as I said, it was up to certainly the educators, the professionals, the board, and see what happens.
So, is there any other thoughts?
The other thing we've always said is that, you know, at least in the Wardsboro School historically, we never had a problem pushing kids forward. You know, when a child comes in and we find out that they're, you know, well above their peers after they start, they've been there 6 months, you know, I mean, there's always even, I think, just an option to the parent to push the kid forward academically, and it's happened on a few occasions.
And there is a 3-year-old program available to them.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not like it's an all or nothing, which it used to be. It used to be if you didn't make it into kindergarten, there was nothing for you.
Absolutely.
Anybody else?
I would just say having a deadline kind of takes obviously the decision-making out of it, because who's making the decision? Is it the parents or is it the educators who determine to move forward back? You know, obviously everyone thinks their kid's a genius. But in terms of that, so that takes that decision out of it from either the educators or the parents. So I think that's a positive as well. And as Rick said, you always move them up.
The one thing I hate about it is that, you know, one of the things I'm totally against is, you know, the egg carton approach to education, which is, you know, all the eggs that we get after September 1st go in this egg carton, and then we just move that egg carton through the system. And to me, that is so, you know, I think we damage a lot of students because of that, because they are ready to learn and they can do more. And because they're in that egg carton, you know, I know both schools have done a lot with kids that are excelling to bring in extra and to challenge them. And, you know, I think with the IB program, and I'm really excited about the STEM and STEAM. So I'm okay with it now more than I was before when we had nothing for them at that younger age.
Right.
But again, it's just something to think about is, you know, wouldn't it be great if, you know, when a student was ready to learn, we bring them in and start learning them, and then, you know, move them on. And if it's, you know, if when they're 15 or 16, they're ready to take some college classes, they can, or, you know, take more classes that excite them, or you know, have more opportunity for them to do stuff. But I think it's just a difficult thing. So he's making a request for us. So what you're basically, your opinion is that your child can't start because he's not old enough under the former Wardsboro.
Yes.
And
I'd rather ask for permission than try to squeak forgiveness later on.
Yeah. So I think we need to make a decision as a board, as a River Valley board, because we don't have a policy. You know, do we want to allow his child who's misses by several days, you know, less than a month, into the higher program? Tammy, let me ask you this: if the child comes in and the 3-year-old program is doing really well and is really advanced, do you give them extra days with the 4-year-olds, or do you do?
This is all new with us having a new program, so.
Matt, you've had a 3-year-old program for a couple of years.
Yeah, we haven't done it in my 3 years.
And why is that?
We just
maybe we haven't had the request, or we haven't had students that are demonstrating to us that there would be a need to advance.
But if that, both of you, if that happened, you would do other things to challenge that student.
Yeah.
We're not gonna hold the student back just because they're.
Because of their age.
Yeah, we're not just gonna say, well, this is a 3-year-old program and that's all you get, because that's the 8 card you
Right.
play.
No, I think the first step would be, and Tammy's been a preschool teacher, so you should answer this too, Mark. The first step would be that the teacher would identify something's different and then be in touch with the parents. As soon as she identified that, said, okay, this is the different track, this child is gonna need something, either more than we're providing or something else. So that would be a first step, I would think.
And from the Dover side, I believe we had the Dover preschool teacher in here to talk to us about some stuff. And didn't we broach this with her, and she felt that the age policy was pretty important to start with?
She did. Yeah, she did.
So I don't know how we go about this. I would think there's no motion required. Well, no, he's making a request. We don't have a policy. So I think we need to act on his request.
Can we act on it by setting a policy?
Yeah, but that's not fair to him, because he needs to know now, because school's gonna start before the policy becomes in effect.
But now, the sideline is, you could also consider a policy that moves a date. Not that you have to do that on my account, but that does.
Right, well, we can right, the policy can change.
I mean, we could postpone this, and while we have a discussion on the policy, then we could decide your case after that if you'd want to, and if you want to sit there and see how exciting school board meetings are, in case you feel like getting a petition and running some point in the future.
Well,
You could.
when they show up. I mean, it's a decent option, you should consider it, if you're willing to allow us to come up with a policy.
Yeah, again, I'm more apologetic that I'm coming to you a week before school opens, and not as school had ended, and kind of preparing ahead of time to allow that. So I don't want you to feel under the gun on my account or on my son's account. So again, if it took time, it took time. It's the one thing, again, we talk about maybe the small schools, is having that latitude from the administrators, and I've been able to see it firsthand with another child of mine, and being able to move throughout the classrooms to be able to get the teaching and learning combination together. So there isn't a bad answer in my book. Anyway,
Okay, so then, if that's okay, then why don't we hold off, let's have the policy discussion, and then whatever we decide in the policy will apply to his case. Is that fair?
We can do that?
Yeah. Yeah, because what we would require a vote, because the policy won't be in effect. But if we decide to change the date, then it changes. If we decide to make the policy different, and we'll just make the policy apply to his case.
Or we could vote on his request, but however, if the policy is different from his request, the new policy would apply.
But the new policy won't be in effect until sometime.
That's right.
At the beginning of October. That's the problem.
That's the problem, okay.
You know, because we have to discuss it tonight. If we vote to post it, to warn it tonight, then it's gotta be 2 weeks. So we wouldn't, and remember, we've agreed that we're always gonna do, both schools, we're gonna have anything of policy or procedure, and we won't meet Labor Day. So the next meeting would be in Dover, so we would be breaking our own little rule, which I have no problem, but it's a month away.
Are we,
Yeah.
are we talking about not providing an answer this evening?
No, we're talking about when we discuss the policy under new business, age of admission, whatever we decide that policy that's gonna be posted,
Yeah.
we will apply that to his
Oh, I see.
situation.
I see.
So if we decide to have age of admission be that you have to be 100 years old on September 1st, we'll apply that to his case and tell him, we gotta wait till.
So we're gonna tell him tonight.
We'll tell him in a little while. We're just gonna discuss it when we get to that
Just
part.
won't be ratified.
Right. And the policy won't be in effect.
Yeah,
But
that's great.
we'll tell him that, that's what it'll be, and he'll know. Or he can wait and get a call later. Do you mind sitting
You
around?
watch on TV, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
You can be part of the award-winning show. Okay. Review and approve the minutes of the August 5th, 2019 meeting, and it really wasn't a meeting, it was a retreat. So I don't consider them really minutes, I thought they were more like more notes of the meeting. But if somebody would like to make a motion? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Me. Laura.
I guess, so, excuse me, the meeting before that was in June. And I don't believe we've approved those minutes yet because we didn't approve any minutes at the August retreat. What was the June meeting?
June, let's see,
Should
June 3rd was the Wardsboro meeting,
we met in Dover though,
and then Dover was June 17th.
so I'll also need a motion to approve the June 17th meeting.
So moved.
Okay, so Barry moved it. Do we have a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Carrie seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. Okay, old business, date for a fall retreat. Can anybody play the bugle? Little retreat for us?
Yeah, I'm sure Matt could do.
Can you get on your phone? What do you guys want to do the fall retreat? Remember, the August retreat was supposed to be more of an operational retreat, like poor Matt helped them hire teachers. And we wanted the fall retreat to be more of a visionary retreat, looking forward 20 years.
Do you want to make it as part of, do we have time to have it within one of our regular school board meetings, or are we running out
Well,
of
I think
time
we would
for-
do it as a regular, if we want to do it during a regular school board meeting, we would make it the regular school board meeting to be that retreat.
Do we have enough time to do everything that we need to do, working on budgets, getting
Yeah,
ready?
because we'll have to, if we have to have an extra budget meeting, we can do that.
Okay.
But it's up to you folks. You guys are the board.
If we can keep it within our regular board meeting time, I
Okay.
prefer that just because it's built into the schedule.
Is he leaving us for good?
No, he's-
Oh, okay. Okay, so here's the deal, folks. We usually try not to meet the first couple weeks of September because school's starting, the administrators' heads are spinning enough, trying to learn all the new kids' names and you know, whatever, water doesn't work or sewer doesn't work or roof leaks. And,
You've got someone to take care of that now.
yeah. So we usually don't meet the first Monday, which is supposed to be in Wardsboro. We could do like we could do the third Monday, meet for the regular board meeting in Dover or Wardsboro, I don't care, and then do the next one as like the retreat, so it'd be 2 Mondays in a row, but it would be, you know, a distinct and separate meeting.
So the 16th and the 23rd then?
Yeah, or isn't there 5 Mondays in September?
There are.
We could even do the last Monday, give a break for a week.
Then the next meeting isn't until the 7th.
Right, because then it's another week off.
That's a good idea.
So is that okay with people?
16th and the 30th?
Yep.
That would work.
The 16th I would want to have be the regular board meeting though, just because that way if there's stuff to do, we can get it done instead of, so I would maybe recommend we do that one in Wardsboro. And then
16th.
and then the 30th, we'll do that retreat here because we did the one retreat in Wardsboro, and then that's kind of keeping everything.
What time? Okay.
Well, last time we did 5 to 8, and I thought it worked pretty good. And then we'll get Matt to, you know, slave over an oven again, because Tammy slaved so well in the hot sun.
Those were good sandwiches.
Those were. She did an excellent job.
So 16th is gonna be in Wardsboro.
16th.
Well, that's what we're proposing, but is that good with everybody?
It is.
Works for me.
Matt, Sandy?
I hope so.
Mondays are good for me, yes.
Okay.
And what time?
We
Peter?
can call it.
It's a done deal.
Okay, what time do we want to have regular school board meetings? Because there was a 7 o'clock floating around, there was a 6:30, we used to try at 6.
That's a good question, because I used to be following your meetings.
Right,
So,
so
6:30 is better for me, but I'm what you guys think.
6:30 gets us out a little earlier, but it still usually gives you time to
Not
get
falling
home.
asleep, yeah.
Is 6:30 okay
I'll
with
defer.
people?
That doesn't have to be.
Yeah,
Yeah?
6:30 sounds
6 would be great.
Yeah. Okay, so
Is
we'll,
6 possible?
Is 6 better?
well, you two are the latest usually, so.
I think
I could do 6.
Yeah,
For
but
me,
you'll show up
6
at 6:15.
How about for you, though? That's a bit of a
6
stretch.
o'clock to Ward
6 to
Star's
you is
hard.
more, I know, so
That's very
let's
hard.
do 6:30,
But-
so.
but
6:30.
If you,
Let's do it 6:30, that way we're consistent, we're not changing
6:15?
things. No, do 6:30.
it's just, it is hard to
No, I
leave
know.
at 5 in
No,
Brattleboro.
do 6:30,
Okay.
that's fine, I mean, we try to
Change
accommodate
my time.
everybody.
So
Okay,
that'll
so
be,
all,
that'll be regular meetings?
regular meetings will all be at 6:30.
Okay.
The retreat, we will start at 5, and we'll do 5 to 8.
Great.
And that's gonna be on the
And
30th, Matt, right?
At Dover.
Right.
30.
And then Tammy, you've got the middle meeting, so it's a little different, but let people know.
Sure.
Okay. Excellent, good job, folks.
That's in Dover.
The retreat, yes. Okay. Dover School Board members visit schools, procedure creation, VSBA model policy as a guide. What do you guys got for us there?
So A33 is the VSBA model policy related to board members visiting schools. I'll read it to you because it's, do you have it in your packet?
I didn't remember seeing it.
Okay, it's only a couple of sentences, so.
Okay, go ahead.
It says, it is the policy of the school district to encourage school board members to become familiar with their schools, its programs, and the needs of its staff and students. Implementation, I'm assuming these are procedures. Individual board members may visit schools periodically to expand their knowledge of school programs and staff and student needs. These visits should follow prior notification to the principal. Concerns raised as a result of the school visits by board members should be directed to the superintendent. And the superintendent's recommendation is that we adopt this as a procedure, as an administrative procedure, and not a policy. And that he asks for you to direct us to use this policy as a guide.
Yeah, so unfortunately, hang on, the board doesn't adopt procedures. Procedures are administrative. So, but they're usually based on policy. So I think we would have to have a policy first to allow you to do an administrative procedure. But, Rick, what do you think?
I think you're absolutely 100% correct. Could you read it again, Matt?
Sure.
Real quickly?
Well, can you do us a favor? Can you put it in writing for us?
You want to print it? You want to see it?
Yeah, and get it to us for next meeting.
Sure.
I mean, I don't think it's that huge an issue. You know, I think a lot of people come in because they have kids in the building. And if you guys, if either one of you ever have a request or you want to have a board member come in and see something, contact me, and between myself and Rick, we'll make sure we cover you guys until we get this all worked out. How's that? Peter, you got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just remember, if you go in the building, you're not a board member. You know, the board, you're only really a board member when the board meets. So if a parent comes up to you and says, hey, you know, I wanted to ask you why little Johnny got to get into the 3-year-old program and little Mary didn't, you know, it's talk to the administrator, and if you don't like their answer, there's a procedure that you see the superintendent, then you can bring it to the board, and it has to be warned. And then we'll kind of review that when we go over that policy.
Sounds good. Okay.
Invite Wyndham, should have said Wyndham County Senators to the board meeting, Wyndham Senators, I guess is okay. So back towards the end of the session, we discussed inviting Becca and Jeanette, thank you, to the meeting to show kind of what we've been doing with Act 46, because Becca was on education when this was passed, and she's very involved with us, and so was Senator White on the, you know, when we did our meeting up at, she couldn't come to the meeting when we formed the district, but she had come and talked to the schools ahead of time, so there was some tie-in, and I think we wanted just to show them what was happening, and also ask them to kind of leave education alone for a couple of years and let us kind of don't do Act 23, which requires more combinations until we get a chance to run a little bit and see what it's like. Was there something else, Laura, that I forgot to that we?
This was, Wyndham Central was pretty much, there was a lot of not good function happening around us.
Right.
And so that was also.
Yeah, show the good function that Wyndham
Well,
Central.
not even
did.
show it, but just to make sure that the needs of a functioning district aren't drowned out by the needs of non-functioning or dysfunctional districts.
So I think we had asked them to come to a September meeting. Do we still want to do that, or do you want to see?
I thought Becca responded to you.
She did, she said just let her know, because we didn't give a date, because we weren't sure. So do we want to try to have her come to the Wardsboro meeting?
That may be tough.
Right, because I was gonna say probably
Short notice.
well, that's almost a month away. I mean, we can do the first October
Well, I
meeting?
think we could ask her, yeah, for September, ask her in September.
Okay, and Peter, what was that date again, the 16th?
Yeah.
Yes, so the retreat meeting?
Okay, so I'll send an email out, and Rick, I'll CC you.
Sure.
And then we'll ask them for, what, 20 minutes, half an hour? So we are going to then, just so that we're not wasting their time, we just want to kind of go over what we've done since the formation of Act 46 and how along both Wyndham Central and so I may talk to Joe and see if he could come over to Winrich from
You can do whatever you want.
West River, just to.
Yeah, my suggestion was, we have a lot of function happening here, and the needs in a functioning district may be very different than the needs in a dysfunctioning bunch of districts around us, and just to make sure that our needs were also being communicated.
You know,
Whatever you want to talk
Let me
about.
talk to Bill and see if we can get them to come to the retreat
Yeah,
for Wyndham Central. That may be more appropriate,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
if that's okay.
It's not up to me. I want to be very clear.
No, but I mean.
I
this
talk
is-
to them all the time, and I might even.
If the retreat's open to the public, it's
But-
a regular meeting.
Yeah.
You mean not our retreat on
No,
the
not
30th?
our retreat, the Wyndham Central
Larger.
retreat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because in that way it would be include Marlboro, who, went a different path.
Will we get drowned out like Laura's saying?
I don't think you're being drowned out. I think you have other issues, other districts that have a lot of issues that are trying to get help with their issues.
Yeah.
And so you might as well just talk about what we need here, if there's anything that we need or what we want them to know here.
Well, I think we
That's
want,
my point.
again, we want to be left alone
In that
to,
case,
to kind of move forward for a few years to make sure it all works before
And I know they would love to come. I'm sure they would love to come, so.
we can
She
feed them
said she
too.
would, so.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to Bill and I'll work on that and I'll let you guys know. Excellent. WCSU HR protocol about how to best add social media. Human resource protocol attached.
You have to criminal record check, right?
Yes. I just saw that. I have that right here. Okay, I think they're still waiting. I think Bill is still waiting. So there's a Wyndham Central Supervisory Union. And applicants will make an appointment at WCSU to bring the driver's license and other form of identification. A passport will be the only form of identification needed. They have to pay $13.25 or 11 a quota if you're a volunteer. Processing fee, and then Department of Public Safety bills them, and they get fingerprint authorization, fill out all the paperwork. Then they have to go to a Vermont law enforcement agency that does fingerprinting. I think Wilmington PD and the Sheriff's Department anyway too to do it. They charge $25. And then they submit it, and Carrie, I think you were the one that was asking about this.
I was, and it looks like Bottom is still in talks with attorney about how to best add social media. That was the question that I had.
Can they allow us into their social media?
There's more of, are we checking that on applicants?
Okay.
Not just looking to.
So you're okay with the criminal record, this stuff?
I am, I mean, that's standard.
Okay.
What I was concerned about, if we were just looking for convictions, if someone was charged with an offense, that we would be very concerned about if they were going to be coming into the schools. We wouldn't necessarily know about that because it wouldn't be a conviction, but it would raise concerns
for parents, community members, board members, might not want someone who, for example, was arrested for sexual assault involving a minor, who might have concerns and questions about, all right, what happened with that? And, social media, it seems like a lot of people are doing that as due diligence. College applications, is that something that we should be looking at? And that raised the concern, what happened in Academy School back in April and May. So I just wanted to know, are we doing that as part of River Valleys, of looking at applicants' social media?
And so, from what we're being told, is that's,
We're
so
still
Peter, next
working on
meeting,
that.
we'll make sure that's on the agenda, and that Bill gets us an answer, hopefully. Cool. Well, other old business, anybody have anything old and moldy? No? Out there, folks? Yes?
Just a quick update on the HR protocol.
Yeah.
Bill says that they're working with an HR consultant and an attorney to develop the protocols that we just discussed. They're meeting in the middle of September and they'll get back to you.
Okay, so it's probably gonna be October then, but as long as it was brought up. and it's
Yeah.
discussed. Okay. If nobody else has anything, I just want to recognize our buddy out there who got us this municipal partner award in 2018, even though it's last year. And we get this really neat little thing, and Laura finally remembered to bring it because she went down because it was publicity, and she got her
I went to see
picture. But thank you, and it's because of all the videotaping that they've done, and we've actually, Bill does still, he uses it to see what's going on at our meetings, to make sure he's caught up, and it works out really well when the minutes say something and you're just not sure of the flavor of it, so sometimes it's nice to watch it. Even though Peter writes the minutes like a well-written novel, sometimes it's always good to see the reaction of when people say something, So, congratulations, everybody, thank you, and that was a good thing. So if there's no other old business, we're gonna move on to the new business, which our gentleman was here to see. So there's two policies. There's policy number F, or letter F, and number 32, that was Wardsboro's. And it basically discusses, and this was adopted back in 2001, and then it was reviewed in 2013. And it basically says you have to be, by September 1st, you have to be 4 years old to get into the 4-year-old program, and to get into kindergarten, you have to be 5 before September 1st. And that you have to let the principal know by June 15th if you want admission to the 4-year-old program. And then people are on the waiting list. Do you have anybody who didn't get accepted, Tammy? So we've been okay with numbers. That's just in case we get too many. Cool. Dover's is policy F13.2, and this was warned and adopted in 2012 and was reviewed in 2016. And it's pre-K, and it just says the 3-year-old program must be 3 before September 1st, 4-year-old has to be 4 before September 1st, and 5-year-old have to be 5 before September 1st. And the Dover policy had, there shall not be any early admittance of students who are born after this date. And that was because that had been hammered several times on us, people requesting that we do something, doing something different. So I believe the superintendent's office shipped us a model policy for River Valley, and I just can't put my fingers on it. Thank you. I'll steal this. Okay, so he's giving us policy C35, which would be for River Valleys. And this one pretty much follows this one is almost exactly the same as the Dover one, and would be in Wardsboro if Wardsboro had a 3-year-old program at the time they wrote theirs. And there shall not be an early admittance of students who are born